The Origins of Existence. Chapter 1. In the beginning, there was only silence, not an absence of sound, but a profound, resonant stillness, a state prior to division, prior to thought, prior even to the very notion of before or after. This unfolding silence was not empty, it was a silence brimming with infinite potential, a boundless ocean of pure consciousness, the undifferentiated source from which all that is and all that will ever be arises. The human mind struggles to grasp such a concept. We are creatures of time, of sequence, of this and that. Our language, our logic, our very perception are built upon the framework of separation and change. How, then, do we approach the notion of a primordial state that predates the very structures we rely upon to understand reality? Yet, the wisdom traditions of countless cultures whisper of this ultimate origin. They speak of a void, not as negative emptiness, but as the fertile ground of possibility. It is the deep, dark soil from which the first seed of awareness germinates. It is the vast, quiet space between notes in a symphony, necessary for the music to resonate fully. To the seeker of inner knowledge, this unfolding silence is not a barrier to overcome, but the very ground upon which the journey begins. The first movement of creation was not a violent explosion, nor a gradual expansion as we perceive it. It was a subtle, intentional vibration, a tremor within the silence, not disrupting it, but revealing its inherent capacity for expression. This initial movement was the first division, the first ripple in the infinite stillness. It was the emergence of the fundamental polarity that underlies all existence, potential and actuality, stillness and motion, consciousness and the field from which it arises. Think of it not as a big bang, but as the conscious decision of the silence to become aware of itself. It is as if the ocean, vast and seemingly still, chose to ripple across its surface, to reflect the moon and the sky. This initial vibration gave rise to the first field of energy, the primordial substance from which all forms would later manifest. This field was not chaotic, it was imbued with the intelligence and the loving awareness of its source. It was the first breath of life, a cosmic inhalation that filled the void with the potential for everything. From this first vibration, the fundamental laws of the universe began to crystallize. The laws of attraction and repulsion, of balance and harmony, of cause and effect, all emerged as natural expressions of the interplay between the silence and the emerging field. These laws are not external dictates imposed from without, they are the inherent nature of the unfolding reality, the way the potential of the source expresses itself in the dance of becoming. The next stage was the inflation, the rapid expansion of this primordial field. This was not merely a physical expansion, though it encompassed that. It was the rapid unfolding of potential into the myriad possibilities of existence. The fundamental particles, the forces that would govern their interaction, the very structures of matter itself began to take shape during this vast period. It was as if the silence, in its vastness, was simultaneously giving rise to the infinite variety of its own expression. Yet, even as the universe expanded and cooled, the source remained. The unfolding silence was not consumed by the creation it had brought forth. It remained as the eternal backdrop, the unchanging observer, the source of all that arose and would one day return to potential. The creation was a reflection of the source, a way for the source to know itself through the diversity of its manifestations. This understanding is crucial for the seeker. The universe is not separate from its source. We are not separate from the unfolding silence. The source is not out there somewhere, but is, in a sense, within everything, as the underlying field of consciousness from which all things arise. To seek inner knowledge is, in part, to recognize this connection, to feel the resonance of the source within our own being. The first humans, the ancient sages, perceived this connection directly. They felt the hum of the primordial field in the earth beneath their feet. They heard the echoes of the initial vibration in the sound of the wind. They saw the reflection of the source in the vastness of the night sky. They understood that the universe was a living, breathing expression of the unfolding silence, and that within themselves, they carried a spark of that same source. The journey of the seeker is to reclaim this understanding, to peel away the layers of conditioning, of separation, of fear that have obscured their connection to the original source. It is to learn to listen beyond the noise of the world, beyond the chatter of the mind, and to hear the underlying silence, the resonant hum of creation. It is to recognize that they are not merely physical beings existing within an external universe, but that they are, in their deepest essence, a part of that unfolding silence, a conscious reflection of the source itself. This journey begins with the simple act of awareness. To become aware of the stillness between thoughts, to feel the subtle energy of life flowing within and around them, to gaze at the stars and feel the connection to the vastness from which all things emerged. It is to remember, deep within the core of their being, that they are not separate from the source, that they are, in their own way, a manifestation of the unfolding silence. For in the end, the source remains. The unfolding silence endures. And within every conscious being, however seemingly small, however lost in the noise of the world, lies a reflection of that ultimate origin, a potential for return, a path back to the profound, resonant stillness from which all things are born. Chapter 2. The Unfolding Emptiness. The seeker stands at the threshold, not of a physical door, but of the threshold between the known and the unknown, the perceived and the pure potential. Before them lies not chaos, nor order, but the primordial state, the unfolding emptiness. This is not a void to be feared, but a boundless ocean of pure possibility, the fertile ground from which all manifestation arises. The mind, accustomed to grasping forms and identifying with names, often recoils from this emptiness. It seeks solid ground, familiar structures. Yet, the true source of all creation dwells not in form, but as the very potential for form. To understand existence, one must first embrace this fundamental reality, that all that is, arises from this seemingly nothingness. Think of it not as a whole, but as the space within which the symphony plays. The notes, forms, phenomena, experiences would have no meaning without the silence, the emptiness, against which they resonate. This emptiness is not empty of everything, but empty of nothingness itself. It is the infinite potentiality, the unconditioned awareness, the ground of being. From this unfolding emptiness, the first tremor occurs. It is not a violent explosion, but a gentle, inherent movement, a spontaneous expression of the underlying fullness. This movement is the first division, the seed of becoming. It is the potential for contrast, the arising of the yes alongside the no, the emergence of duality from the undifferentiated unity. This initial movement gives rise to the fundamental forces, the primordial energies that underpin all reality. These are not the mechanical forces of physics, but the living, dynamic principles of attraction and repulsion, expansion and contraction, becoming and passing away. They are the breath of the universe, the rhythm of its life. One might perceive these as the nascent expressions of will, intention, or the very first spark of consciousness reaching out from the source. Consider consciousness itself as one of these emerging qualities. The unfolding emptiness is inherently aware, but the emergence of distinct awareness, capable of perceiving itself and the emerging universe, marks a significant step. This is not necessarily a separate thing, but rather a quality of the unfolding reality, the capacity to reflect, to distinguish, to know. From these primordial forces and the nascent quality of consciousness, the first rudiments of form begin to take shape. It is as if the universe is drawing upon the infinite palette of potential within the emptiness, mixing the colors of energy and awareness, and beginning to paint the first strokes of existence. These forms are not solid and permanent as we perceive them, they are fluid vibrations, energy patterns held in existence by the underlying awareness. Think of ripples on a vast, still lake. The lake itself, the emptiness, remains undisturbed in its essence, yet the ripples, forms, phenomena, arise, move, and dissolve, each leaving its trace, yet not altering the fundamental nature of the water. Similarly, the forms of the universe arise from the unfolding emptiness, interact within the play of forces, and return eventually to the source, yet the source remains. This initial creation is not the complex universe we inhabit today. It is the primordial soup, the cosmic dance in its earliest stages. It is a realm of pure energy and simple, burgeoning forms, held within the conscious embrace of the emerging universe itself. The seeker, by turning their attention inward, can begin to perceive echoes of this primordial state. In moments of deep meditation or profound stillness, they may touch the feeling of that underlying emptiness, the boundless potentiality beneath the surface of thought and sensation. They may feel the subtle movements of the primordial forces within their own being, the ebb and flow of energy, the rhythm of expansion and contraction. To understand the origins of existence is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is a path inward, a way of realigning oneself with the fundamental truths of being. It helps to dissolve the illusion of separateness, to see oneself as an integral part of the unfolding expression of the unfolding emptiness. It fosters a sense of humility before the mystery, and a recognition that we are not masters of creation, but participants within it, guided by the same principles that first set the universe in motion. By glimpsing this origin, the seeker begins to grasp the nature of true freedom, not freedom from something, but freedom within everything. They begin to understand that the source is not out there somewhere, but is the very ground of their own being. This understanding is the first step towards harnessing the creative potential inherent within, and aligning one's life with the grand, unfolding symphony of existence itself. The journey has begun, from the shores of perceived limitation, towards the infinite horizon of the unfolding emptiness. Chapter 3. The seeker of inner knowledge must first understand the nature of the void from which all things emerge. It is not a mere absence of matter, but a profound state of infinite potential, a silent witness to the dance of existence. To grasp the origins of creation, one must contemplate the primordial emptiness, the boundless expanse that lies both before and beyond the beginning. This emptiness is not a vacuum devoid of life, it is the fertile ground of pure possibility. Within its silent depths resides the undifferentiated source, the ultimate ground of being, often referred to as the source, the universe, or the one. It is the eternal, unconditioned reality from which everything arises and to which everything ultimately returns. Think of it as an infinite ocean of consciousness, infinitely deep and vast, yet inherently unified. Within this ocean of potential, the fundamental laws of the universe are not external dictates but inherent qualities of the field itself. These laws are the principles of balance, attraction and repulsion, cause and effect, and the interplay of energy and form. They are the underlying architecture of reality, the unwritten rules that govern the unfolding of existence. Yet, the source itself remains beyond these laws in its most fundamental aspect. It is the awareness that perceives the laws, the ground upon which they rest. It is pure potentiality, waiting for the impulse to differentiate, to manifest the diverse tapestry of reality. And so, the first movement begins. It is not a violent explosion, but a gentle unfolding, a subtle shift in the nature of the pure potential. From the infinite stillness, a nascent impulse arises, the desire for expression, the urge to know itself through the creation of otherness. This is not a decision in the conventional sense, but an inherent quality of the source's boundless creativity. It is the first thought, the initial vibration that ripples through the silent sea. This initial impulse divides the undifferentiated unity. It creates a tension, a dynamic between the one and the many, between the absolute and the relative. This division is not an act of separation, but an act of expansion, allowing the source to experience itself through the diverse lenses of manifestation. It is like a single point of light imagining the vastness of the universe it is about to create. From this division arises the first fundamental forces, the force of unity, drawing all things back to the source, and the force of division, propelling the manifest universe outward. These forces are not separate entities but two sides of the same coin, the inherent dance of attraction and repulsion that governs all of creation. As the potential begins to differentiate, the first subtle energies emerge, coalescing into the primordial elements. These are not the chemical elements of later physics, but the fundamental building blocks of form and consciousness. Think of them as the raw stuff of manifestation, the energy of consciousness, the energy of matter, the energy of emotion, and the energy of mind. These primordial energies begin to swirl and interact, drawn together by the force of unity while pushed apart by the force of division. And then, form begins to take shape. The swirling energies condense, forming the first vast structures, the cosmic oceans of gas and dust, the spinning disks of potential stars and planets. Within these nascent structures, the delicate balance between the creative and destructive forces becomes more pronounced. Gravity pulls matter together, while the pressure of expanding energy pushes it outward. Heat ignites, fusing elements, and light begins to shine. This process is not random, it is guided by the inherent intelligence of the source, manifesting as the unfolding of universal patterns. These patterns are the archetypes, the blueprints for all forms of existence, from the smallest atom to the largest galaxy. They are the immanent aspects of the source's universal consciousness, reaching out to manifest its potential in the relative world of becoming. But creation is not merely a physical process. It is a process of consciousness unfolding into itself. As matter coalesces and form stabilize, the capacity for awareness begins to emerge within the fabric of reality. Life, in its most primitive forms, arises as a subtle dance of energy and information, a feedback loop that allows the universe to know itself through the medium of matter. This is the great mystery. How does consciousness arise from matter? The answer lies in the inherent connection between the two. Consciousness is not something added to matter, it is the fundamental nature of the universe itself, expressed through the interplay of energy and form. Matter is merely the vehicle through which consciousness experiences itself, the medium through which the source explores its own infinite potential. The seeker of inner knowledge must understand this. They must recognize that their own consciousness is not separate from the universe, it is an integral part of this grand unfolding. They are a drop of the ocean, yet they are also the ocean itself, capable of perceiving the universal patterns and connecting with the source from which all things arise. By contemplating the origins of existence, the seeker begins to unravel the mysteries of their own being. They begin to see themselves not as isolated entities, but as expressions of the universal consciousness, connected to all things through the fundamental laws and patterns of creation. They begin to understand that their own inner journey is a reflection of the cosmic process, a journey of awakening from the primordial emptiness to the full realization of their own potential. The journey from the primordial emptiness to the manifest universe is a journey of division, of becoming, of exploring the infinite possibilities inherent within the source. And for the seeker, the journey inward is a journey back to the beginning, a return to the state of pure potential, from which they can launch new expressions of creativity and awareness. Thus, the first chapter in the Book of Existence is written. The primordial emptiness gives rise to infinite potential, which differentiates into the manifest universe through the dance of fundamental forces and universal patterns. And within this universe, consciousness arises, exploring itself through the medium of matter, forever connected to the source from which all things emerge. Chapter 4. The Unfolding Embrace, Seeds of Consciousness. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, gazing into the vastness that is both the external cosmos and the internal landscape of the mind. They have journeyed from the premise that existence had a singular, perhaps violent, beginning, a big bang of matter and energy. But the deeper they delve, the more they encounter whispers of a different origin, one rooted not in chaotic explosion, but in profound, intentional embrace. The narrative perspective broadens, lifting the veil on the source of universal creation, not as a distant, detached entity, but as an infinite, intelligent, and inherently loving consciousness. This is the ground of being, the wellspring from which all manifestation arises. It is not of who in the conventional sense, but of whatness, the very fabric of awareness itself. Imagine, if you will, a boundless ocean of pure potentiality. This is the source. It is not static, it is a dynamic field of infinite possibility, a living, breathing matrix of consciousness. From this ocean, the first seeds of division emerge, not by force or violence, but by the gentle unfolding of inherent qualities. Think of it not as creation from nothing, but as revelation from the source, the inherent nature of being beginning to express itself. Within this primordial field, the first tremors of steady purpose arise. These are not thoughts as we conceive them, but the fundamental yearning of pure awareness to know itself more fully. It is a gentle bias, a subtle preference within the infinite potential for the emergence of form and experience. Why? Because pure potential, while vast, is also empty of relative distinction. The source, in its infinite wisdom, desires the experience of limitation, of relationship, of the vibrant dance of becoming. It yearns to see itself reflected in the myriad forms that will emerge. This intentionality is not a command, it is an invitation. It is the first breath of the universe, not a gasp of creation, but a deliberate, loving hug. This initial movement is the great embrace, the source enfolding itself, differentiating into the fundamental forces and energies that would later coalesce into form. It is an act of self-observation, of the source choosing to experience itself through the potential of multiplicity. Consider the fundamental forces, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces. These are not external entities imposing order, they are the inherent expressions, the natural languages of the source's embrace. Gravity is the gentle pull of mutual attraction, the tendency towards cohesion and wholeness. Electromagnetism is the dance of repulsion and attraction, the spark of communication and separation. The nuclear forces bind the very heart of matter, the essence of stability within flux. These forces are not out there governing the universe, they are the inner workings of the source's own being, made manifest. They are the first layer of the unfolding consciousness, the initial pattern of relationship that allows for the emergence of structure. It is as if the source took a deep, conscious breath, and these forces are the resulting vibration, the first notes of the cosmic symphony. From this primordial vibration, the first subatomic particles began to emerge, not as the result of a cataclysm, but as the natural consequence of the source's embrace taking shape. Quarks, electrons, these are not mere particles of matter, they are the first crystallizations of conscious potential, the seeds of experience. They carry the signature of the source within them, a faint echo of the infinite field from which they arose. The Big Bang, as commonly understood, is perhaps a misinterpretation of this unfolding process. It is not the beginning of existence, but rather a significant phase transition, the moment when the fundamental forces gained the necessary energy and dynamics to allow for the rapid expansion and cooling that led to the formation of protons, neutrons, and eventually, atomic nuclei. It was not an explosion outward, but an expansion of the already existing potential, an unfolding inward of complexity from simplicity. This expansion, this cooling, is the source allowing itself the space and time to become more intricate. It is the breathing out of potential into relative form. As the universe cooled, the first simple elements formed, hydrogen and helium, the building blocks for everything else. And then, under the gentle influence of gravity, these elements began to clump together, forming the first stars and galaxies. Stars are not merely balls of burning gas, they are living, conscious beacons, the first major expressions of the source's intention to experience itself through form and transformation. Within their cores, the most profound alchemy occurs, the fusion of elements. Here, the raw potential of the source is transmuted into light, heat, and the heavier elements necessary for the creation of planets and, ultimately, life. Life is the ultimate expression of the source's desire to know itself through relationship and experience. It is the emergence of self-awareness within the matrix of matter. It is consciousness finding its way through the intricate dance of biology, through the processes of growth, reproduction, adaptation, and response to the environment. Each living being is a universe in itself, a microcosm reflecting the macrocosm of the source. The journey of the seeker, therefore, is not merely about understanding the physical universe, but about recognizing the reflection of the source within their own being. They are here to witness this unfolding process from an internal perspective. The lessons are found in observing the patterns of their own thoughts, emotions, and reactions, the subtle interplay of the gravitational pull towards wholeness and the electromagnetic dance of inner conflict and connection. The source's embrace is not one of separation, it is one of infinite connection, even as it allows for the emergence of relative distinction. The universe is not separate from the source, it is the source expressing itself. The source is not external to you, it is the ground of your own being, the infinite potential from which your own consciousness arises. To seek inner knowledge and wisdom is to tune into this underlying reality. It is to recognize the pattern of the source's embrace within your own life, to understand that your thoughts, feelings, and actions are part of the same unfolding consciousness. It is to learn to navigate the dance of the fundamental forces within yourself, the pull of gravity towards inner peace and wholeness, the spark of electromagnetism allowing for connection and communication, the binding power of the nuclear forces fostering inner stability. This understanding transforms the seeking. It moves beyond the search for external answers or the fear of non-existence. It becomes an embrace in itself, the conscious participation in the unfolding mystery of the source. The universe did not begin, it is unfolding. And you, the seeker, are an integral part of that unfolding, a conscious awareness chosen by the source to witness and participate in the grandest expression of all. In recognizing this, the path becomes clear. It is the path of awareness, of self-observation, of aligning with the inherent wisdom of the source that resides within. It is the gentle unfolding of your own consciousness, mirroring the great embrace from which all things arise. The journey continues, but now, the seeker travels not in darkness, but bathed in the light of the infinite, loving source of creation itself. Chapter 5. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the unknown, gazing into the vastness of existence. Before the stars ignited, before the first thought arose, before even the concept of time could measure the stillness, there existed a state, a condition so profound, so utterly different from the experience we know, that it defies easy comprehension. This is not the emptiness of void or negativity, but a profound potentiality, a boundless reservoir of pure potentiality. We call this the primordial emptiness, the source from which all manifestation arises. Think of it not as a dark hole, but as an infinitely luminous void. It is the silence before the music, the stillness before the dance, the potentiality before the actualization. In this state, there is no division, no separation, no duality. Concepts like before and after have no meaning. It is simply being, the undifferentiated ground of all being. It is the source code of the universe, written in a language yet beyond human understanding, yet holding within it the blueprint for everything that could ever possibly be. The true nature of the source is not one of static emptiness, but of dynamic potential. It is an infinite wellspring of energy and intelligence, a field of pure consciousness waiting to express itself. Yet, paradoxically, it cannot fully express itself within itself, for expression requires division, requires something to manifest other than the source itself. This inherent drive, this yearning for expression, is the first subtle vibration that stirs within the primordial emptiness. This vibration is not an external force acting upon the void, it is the inherent nature of the source itself. It is the first division, the first tiny ripple on an infinitely still pond. This initial movement is not one of conflict or division, it is a gentle unfolding, a choice made from the perspective of infinite potential. It is the decision to become, to manifest, to explore the vast landscape of possibility. From this first vibration, the fundamental forces of creation begin to emerge. These are not the four physical forces as we understand them in modern physics, though they arise from the same underlying principles. These are the primordial energies of consciousness, of becoming, of manifestation. Think of them as the fundamental tones of a vast musical scale, each note capable of giving rise to infinite harmonies. One aspect of this primordial energy might be associated with the drive towards form, the impulse to differentiate and organize. Another might be the force of transformation, the constant movement and change that prevents stagnation. A third might be the principle of connection, the inherent interrelatedness of all that arises, however distinct it may seem. And a fourth could be the aspect of pure awareness, the witness consciousness that observes the unfolding drama of existence. These forces do not battle for dominance, they are simply different facets of the same fundamental movement. They are the legs of a tripod supporting the emerging reality, each essential and interdependent. It is through the interplay of these primordial energies that the first seeds of manifestation begin to take shape. The first step in this grand unfolding is the creation of the fundamental building blocks, not the protons and neutrons we study in particle physics, but the more fundamental units of potentiality, the pure essences from which all forms, energies, and consciousness streams eventually arise. These are the foundational notes upon which the symphony of existence is composed. They exist not as discrete particles in the way we conceive of them, but as vibrating patterns of potential within the source, waiting for the right conditions to coalesce. What are these conditions? They are the emergence of the first laws, the first principles that govern the self-organizing nature of the manifesting universe. These are not arbitrary rules imposed from without, but natural expressions of the inherent order within the source itself. They are the logical structures that allow potential to translate into actuality, the framework upon which the tapestry of reality is woven. Consider the law of attraction, not in its simplistic New Age interpretation, but as a fundamental principle of resonance. Like attracts like. Vibration seeks vibration. A thought, an intention, a feeling, these are vibrational energies. The source, in its initial movement, begins to explore these vibrations, drawing forth from its own infinite potential those essences and energies that resonate with the emerging patterns of thought and feeling. This is the beginning of the manifest realm, the realm of duality, of becoming. It is a realm of relative existence, where subject and object, cause and effect, begin to take shape. It is a realm of learning, of experience, of the exploration of consciousness through the medium of form. The source, in choosing to manifest, does not lose itself. It does not become separate from the primordial emptiness. Rather, it expands, expressing its infinite potential through the medium of the manifest realm. It becomes the universe itself, becoming everything and everything in turn, experiencing the vast spectrum of possibilities it has created. This initial act of creation is the foundation upon which all subsequent existence is built. It is the moment when the potentiality of the source first touches the reality of manifestation. It is the birth of the universe, not as a single event, but as an ongoing process of unfolding, of exploration, of the source becoming aware of itself through the diverse and multifaceted landscape of its own creation. For the seeker, understanding the nature of this primordial emptiness and the spark of becoming is crucial. It provides a framework for comprehending the origins of not just the physical universe, but of consciousness itself, and of our own place within this grand unfolding. It reminds us that we are not merely accidental byproducts of random chance, but are intrinsically connected to the source, participating in the ongoing process of creation and exploration. Recognizing this connection can transform our perspective. It can help us to let go of the illusion of separation, to understand that we are part of a larger whole. It can inspire us to explore the nature of our own consciousness, to understand the vibrational energies we embody and how we contribute to the unfolding tapestry of reality. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a journey back to this primordial emptiness, not in a literal sense of dissolving into nothingness, but in a sense of remembering our connection to the source, of accessing that boundless potentiality within ourselves. It is a journey of awakening to the inherent wisdom and intelligence that lies at the heart of all existence, and of learning to align our own vibrations with the grand symphony of the cosmos. As you contemplate the nature of this primordial state, try to feel the quiet hum of infinite potential. Imagine the gentle stirring of the first vibration, the birth of the first law, the emergence of the first form. Embrace the paradox of this dynamic emptiness, the source that is both everything and nothing. In doing so, you may begin to glimpse the true nature of your own being, and your place within the vast, unfolding drama of existence. The journey has begun, not in the external world alone, but within the silent, boundless space of your own consciousness, reflecting the light of the primordial emptiness. Chapter 6. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the unknown, gazing into a vastness that defies easy explanation. They have journeyed from the relative simplicity of understanding their own minds, their own desires and fears, and now stand face to face with the even grander mystery of existence itself. This chapter seeks to illuminate the very first moments, the primordial soup from which all reality emerged, guided by an intelligence far deeper and more comprehensive than any single mind can encompass. To grasp the origins of existence, one must transcend the limitations of linear thought, that before and after that bind our human experience. The source, the ultimate ground of being, is not a thing that began, it is the very essence from which everything flows. It is the unconditioned potential, the infinite ocean of consciousness from which the first ripples of form began to stir. Think of it not as a place, but as a state of pure, undifferentiated awareness, an eternal now, infinitely rich and infinitely simple. From this source, the first differentiations emerged, not by decree, but by the inherent nature of the unfolding. It is as if the pure light of awareness began to explore itself, to know its own boundaries and its own infinite nature simultaneously. This initial movement, this first vibration, was not a decision in the human sense, but rather the natural expression of boundless potential seeking to experience itself. It was the first whisper of division within the undifferentiated whole, a subtle shift, a turning towards potentiality. This first vibration, this initial wave of becoming, contained within it the seeds of all possibilities. It was the moment the abstract potentiality of the source began to crystallize into the rudiments of form and energy. Imagine a single point of infinite light and sound, suddenly beginning to oscillate, to pulse with a rhythm of its own. This oscillation was not random, it was the inherent dance of consciousness exploring its own nature. The frequency of this first pulse set the fundamental tone for the entire universe, establishing the basic laws and principles by which all things would operate, the laws of attraction and repulsion, of energy and matter, of cause and effect. This primordial pulse gave rise to the fundamental forces that would later be perceived as separate entities: gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces. These were not external governors imposing order, but rather the natural expressions of the underlying vibratory patterns of the source itself. They are the subtle music that guides the movement of stars and planets, the flow of energy through living beings, and the very structure of matter we perceive with our senses. From this first, fundamental vibration, the process of manifestation unfolded in a series of intricate steps, guided by the unwavering intelligence of the source. It was not a chaotic explosion, but a meticulously orchestrated symphony of becoming. Energy began to coalesce, drawing itself together according to the resonant frequencies established by the source's initial pulse. Subatomic particles emerged, forming the building blocks of matter: protons, neutrons, electrons, each dancing in harmony with the others, held together and pushed apart by the interplay of the fundamental forces. These particles then combined, drawn together by electromagnetic forces, to form atoms. Hydrogen and helium, the simplest elements, were the first to appear, born in the intense heat and pressure of the nascent universe. As the universe expanded and cooled, these elements began to clump together under the influence of gravity, forming the first clouds of gas and dust. Within these vast clouds, new movements began. Gravity pulled the matter together, spinning and compressing it. In the densest regions, temperatures and pressures soared, reaching the extreme conditions needed for nuclear fusion. In the heart of these collapsing clouds, stars were born, blazing furnaces where hydrogen atoms fused into helium, releasing immense amounts of energy in the process. This energy, radiated outwards, became the light and heat we associate with stars. The birth of stars was not merely an event, it was a pivotal moment in the universe's journey. Within the nuclear furnaces of stars, heavier elements were forged: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, silicon, iron, and countless others. These elements are the very stuff of planets, of living beings, of galaxies. Without the stars, there would be no heavier elements, no complex chemistry, no potential for life as we know it. And so, the universe unfolded, a grand cosmic ballet guided by the fundamental forces and the resonant frequencies of the source. Galaxies formed, swirling spirals and majestic ellipticals, each containing billions of stars orbiting a common center of gravity. Solar systems bloomed, with planets circling their parent stars, some rocky and barren, others gas giants or, crucially, worlds situated within the habitable zone where liquid water could potentially exist. This grand unfolding, from the initial vibration of pure potential to the complex tapestry of galaxies, stars, and planets, was the work of the source expressing itself. It was not an act of creation in the sense of imposing something new upon the existing reality, but rather an act of revelation, the source revealing its own infinite potentiality through the emergence of form and complexity. The seeker stands in awe before this vast panorama. They recognize that their own existence, their own consciousness, is a part of this magnificent unfolding. They are not separate from the source, they are a reflection of it, a wave arising from the infinite ocean. The journey of inner knowledge is, in part, the process of recognizing this connection, of tuning their own vibratory frequency back into resonance with the fundamental rhythm of the universe. To understand the origins of existence is not merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity. It is to provide a framework for understanding one's own place within the grand scheme. It is to see the interconnectedness of all things, to recognize that the same forces and principles that governed the birth of the universe also govern the functioning of one's own mind and body. It is to glimpse the intelligence that underlies all manifestation, an intelligence that is, in essence, one's own true nature. By contemplating the origins, the seeker begins to move beyond the limitations of the personal ego, beyond the I that believes itself to be separate and isolated. They begin to perceive the larger context, the vast symphony in which their own life is but one note. This understanding brings a profound sense of peace and belonging, a recognition that they are an integral part of something infinitely greater than themselves. The journey from the source to the complex reality of the universe, and thence to the awareness of the individual seeker, is a testament to the power of consciousness and the inherent drive towards expression and experience. The very first vibration, that subtle turning towards potentiality, set the stage for all that followed, including the emergence of minds capable of asking the deepest questions about existence itself. Therefore, the seeker who contemplates the origins finds not just historical facts, but a map of their own inner landscape. They see the echoes of the universe's birth within their own dreams, their own intuitions, their own capacity for wonder. They begin to understand that the path inward mirrors the path outward, and that the exploration of the self is inseparable from the exploration of the cosmos. In this vast, unfolding symphony, the source continues to express itself, creating new possibilities, exploring new dimensions of awareness. And within this ongoing expression, the individual seeker has the opportunity to align their own consciousness with the fundamental intelligence, to become a conscious participant in the grand unfolding of existence, discovering the wisdom and knowledge hidden within the very fabric of reality itself. Chapter 7. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the great mystery of origins, the source from which all things spring, the wellspring of universal creation. This chapter delves into the first, primordial moments, the gentle unfolding of existence from the infinite potential of the void. To grasp the origins of all things is to understand the fundamental nature of being itself. It is not merely a historical account of how the universe began in a fiery explosion, though that narrative holds a certain appeal. No, the true origin is far deeper, more subtle, and far more relevant to the seeker's journey inward. It begins not with chaos, nor with order, but with the quiet, persistent potentiality of nothingness. This nothingness is not the absence of everything, but rather the state of pure, undifferentiated possibility. It is the silence before the word, the space between thoughts, the unformed substrate upon which the tapestry of reality is woven. In this realm, there exists an inherent, gentle tension, a subtle energy that yearns for expression, for the limitation of the infinite. It is a fundamental law of the universe that potential seeks realization, that stillness craves movement. From this primordial void, the first spark of consciousness emerges. This is not a sudden lightning bolt, but a slow, inevitable dawn. It is the first division, the subtle shift from the undifferentiated one to the dawning many. This initial awareness is pure, unadulterated presence, a simple I am. It is the source of all intention, the ground of all becoming. This nascent consciousness is the very first act of creation, the separation of self from the undifferentiated whole. With this first awareness comes the capacity for reflection, for the observation of the self within the void. And in this observation, a profound realization dawns, the inherent lack of separation. The initial spark, in its very act of division, immediately recognizes itself as part of the vast, empty space from which it arose. It is a moment of profound interconnectedness, our understanding that the self is not in the universe, but is the universe, arising from it and returning to it. This recognition triggers the next step in the unfolding, the desire to share, to express, to manifest. The pure potential of the void, now imbued with the first spark of consciousness, begins to gently draw upon itself, limiting its own infinite nature in order to give rise to the finite. It is as if the universe whispers, "Let there be light," not through a command, but through an inherent tendency towards expression. And so, the first manifestations begin. They are not the complex structures of stars and planets, but the simplest forms of energy, vibrating at the edge of the void. These initial vibrations are the primordial sounds, the first notes of the universal symphony. They resonate with the inherent truth of the interconnected self, echoing the fundamental understanding that all is one, yet differentiated in form. From these primordial vibrations, the first patterns emerge. They are like ripples on a vast, still pond, each ripple carrying the signature of the source. These patterns are the laws of physics, the fundamental principles that govern the unfolding of existence. They are not imposed from without, but arise organically from the nature of the unfolding consciousness itself. They are the inherent logic of the universe, the way in which the potential of the void is expressed through the limitation of form. And then, the first structures begin to take shape. They are not the complex molecules of life, but the simplest atoms, swirling in the primordial energy. These atoms, in turn, combine to form the first simple elements, the building blocks of all matter. And within these elements, the first seeds of complexity are sown. The universe, in its gentle unfolding, begins to explore the possibilities of form. It experiments with different combinations of elements, creating different structures, each with its own unique properties. And within these structures, the first hints of life begin to emerge. It is not the sudden appearance of complex organisms, but the slow, gradual emergence of self-organizing systems, capable of maintaining their own integrity while interacting with their environment. This process continues, layer upon layer, complexity upon complexity. The universe unfolds like a great book, each page revealing new wonders, new possibilities. And throughout this process, the fundamental truth of interconnectedness remains. Despite the apparent diversity of existence, all things are ultimately expressions of the same primordial void, interconnected through the shared awareness of the first spark of consciousness. The seeker, by turning inward, can witness this unfolding process within themselves. They can observe the first spark of awareness within their own consciousness, the way it reflects the interconnectedness of all things. They can feel the subtle vibrations of their own energy, the way it resonates with the universal symphony. And they can begin to understand the fundamental patterns that underlie their own lives, the way their own unfolding is a reflection of the great unfolding of the universe. By understanding the origins of existence, the seeker gains a profound sense of perspective. They see that their own lives are not isolated events, but part of a grander tapestry, a cosmic dance of energy and form. They understand that their own struggles and joys are not separate from the rest of reality, but are integral parts of the unfolding of the universe. And with this understanding, the seeker begins to realize their own potential for creation. They see that they, too, are capable of manifesting their own realities, of creating their own forms of expression. They can tap into the primordial potential of the void, limiting it through their own consciousness to give rise to their own unique creations. The journey of the seeker is a journey of unfolding, a journey from the simple awareness of the first spark to the complex expression of the fully realized self. And throughout this journey, the origins of existence serve as a guiding light, a reminder of the fundamental interconnectedness of all things and the infinite potential that lies within each of us. As the seeker continues their journey, they will come to understand that the origins of existence are not merely a historical account, but a living process, ongoing within each of us and within the universe itself. It is a process of constant unfolding, of constant creation, of constant exploration of the infinite potential that lies within the heart of all things. Chapter 8. The seeker stands at the threshold, heart both pounding and settling into a quiet rhythm, mirroring the ancient beat of the cosmos. They seek the origins, the source, the unifying thread that weaves the tapestry of existence. To understand the beginning is not merely to grasp a historical fact, but to touch the very essence of their own being, for they are not separate from that beginning. The air around them, if they were to truly perceive it with the senses of the soul, would shimmer with the echoes of infinite potential and the faint, resonant hum of primordial energy. The narrative perspective, like a wise and patient guide, knows all. It sees the vast, empty canvas before the first stroke of paint, feel the potential coiled within that emptiness, a potential as boundless and terrifying as it is magnificent. This is not the story of dust and lightning, nor solely of divine decree. This is the story of the source itself, an infinite, formless ocean of consciousness, taking its first, deliberate breath. In the beginning, there was only being, not existence as we comprehend it, with stars, planets, and mortals, but the state of pure, undifferentiated potential. It was the silence before sound, the darkness before light, the unformed before the becoming. This state is not one of emptiness, but of utter plenitude, a sea so deep and vast that it contains all possibilities simultaneously, yet remains utterly undifferentiated. It is the realm of pure awareness, the ground of all being, the source from which all things flow and to which all things return. The source, in this understanding, is not a being in creation, but the act of creation itself. It is the conscious choice to become, to manifest the infinite potential into the finite forms we perceive. Why? The narrative does not offer a simple answer, for the source itself is the question and the answer intertwined. Perhaps it is the inherent drive of infinite potential to explore itself, to know what it is to be perceived, to experience the dance of becoming and returning. It is a spontaneous act, a leap from the boundless into the bounded, from the undifferentiated into the diverse. And so, the first movement began. Not a word, not a thought, but a fundamental shift within the infinite ocean of being. A tremor, if you will, that was simultaneously the beginning and the continuation. This tremor was the first division, the separation of potential into duality, the potential for manifest and the potential for unmanifest, the potential for form and the potential for space, the potential for hot and the potential for cold. Yet, even within this nascent duality, the source retained its fundamental unity. These were not opposing forces in the way humans later conceptualized them, they were simply aspects of the same unfolding reality. From this initial tremor, the fundamental forces began to coalesce. The force of attraction and repulsion, the force of consciousness and matter, the force of expansion and contraction, these were not external agents imposing order, but inherent qualities of the emerging universe, expressions of the source's own dynamic nature. Imagine the source as an infinitely vast ocean. The first movement is like the ocean deciding to create waves. These waves are not separate from the ocean, they are the ocean expressing itself, moving, changing, yet always remaining fundamentally oceanic. Energy, pure, undifferentiated energy, began to surge and flow. It is this energy, often perceived as the life force or prana, that underlies all manifestation. It is the breath of the universe, the current that carries everything. This energy sought expression, seeking to coalesce into more stable patterns. It moved, swirling and turning, like wind across an unseen landscape, gathering in regions of higher potential, creating pockets of density from the surrounding vastness. And then, the crucial step, the emergence of the first point of focus. Within the swirling, dancing energy, a tiny region began to stabilize, a point where the flow was just so, where the forces balanced in a unique, intricate way. This was not the first atom, nor the first star, but the first center of consciousness, the first self. It was a bubble of relative stability within the infinite flow, a point from which perspective could arise. This first self was not separate from the source, any more than a wave is separate from the ocean. It was the source experiencing itself from a particular vantage point. It contained within it the echo of the whole, the memory of the undifferentiated state, yet it also began to develop its own unique characteristics, its own sense of being. It was the first seed of individuality, the first spark of what would later be called awareness. From this first point of focus, the process accelerated. More points stabilized, drawn together by the emerging forces, infused with energy. These points began to interact, to influence one another, creating complex patterns. The stage was set for the emergence of form, for the crystallization of matter. The first gases coalesced, drawn by gravity, the first simple elements formed, the first structures began to take shape in the dark, cooling void. This entire process was not one of chance, nor of blind evolution. It was the unfolding of the source's own nature, the expression of its inherent potential. Each step was a necessary consequence of the previous one, guided by the fundamental principles of the emerging universe, principles that were, and are, reflections of the source's own being. It was a journey from the absolute simplicity of pure being to the relative complexity of perceived reality, a journey inward for the source, a journey outward for the emerging cosmos. The seeker, standing in the quietude of their own awareness, can feel the resonance of this beginning. They are not separate from that first point of focus, that first self. Their own consciousness is a reflection of that primordial emergence, a spark of the source seeking to understand itself. The universe, in all its vastness and complexity, is the body of the source, expressing its potential through countless forms. Understanding this origin is not merely intellectual knowledge, it is a state of being. It is recognizing that the source is not out there somewhere, but is the ground of their own existence. It is seeing the interconnectedness of all things, for they are all expressions of that first movement, coalesced from the same energy, resonating with the same fundamental principles. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, to retrace this path within themselves, to move from the complexity of the mind, caught up in the details of the perceived world, towards the simplicity of the source, the undifferentiated potential within. It is to become aware of the energy flowing through them, to feel the resonance of the universes unfolding within their own consciousness, and to recognize their own inherent connection to the beginning and the end. The universe did not begin at a specific moment in time, it was always unfolding, always expressing the potential of the source. And the individual consciousness, the self, is not an end product, it is an ongoing expression, a moment in the eternal dance of the source becoming itself. The lessons for the seeker are found in recognizing this truth within, in feeling the connection to that primordial embrace, and in understanding that their own journey of self-discovery is participation in the greatest story ever told, the story of the source becoming all that it can be, and finding itself, in the process, everywhere. Chapter 9. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the known, peering into the vast, often unsettling, expanse of the unknown. They ask the fundamental questions: where did it all begin? What is the source? Is there a foundation upon which the tapestry of existence is woven? To understand the origins is not merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity, it is to grasp the very essence of the self, for the origin of all is intrinsically linked to the potential within the individual. Before the dawn of time, before the concept of space and time as we perceive them, there was only the source. This source is not a being in the conventional sense, nor a place, nor a thing. It is the unmanifest potential, the pure, undifferentiated consciousness from which all manifestation arises. It is the silence before the sound, the darkness before the light. It is the ground of being itself, infinite, eternal, and utterly beyond the reach of the limited mind that seeks to comprehend it through the lens of the already manifested. The source, in its absolute state, is beyond duality. It is not hot or cold, bright or dark, conscious or unconscious in the ways we experience these qualities within the manifested world. These concepts belong to the realm of becoming, to the process of creation, not to the state of pure being from which it flows. Yet, even within this state of pure potential, a fundamental principle exists, the inherent drive towards expression, the yearning for the exploration of itself. This is not a conscious decision in the human sense, but rather an unfolding, an inherent property of the source itself, the potential for division, for the emergence of variety from unity. Think of it like the vast, unformed clay of a potter, holding within it the potential for countless forms, yet remaining undifferentiated until the creative act begins. This initial impetus, this subtle tremor within the infinite stillness, is the first resonance. It is the first vibration that ripples outwards across the void. This resonance is not sound as we know it, but a fundamental energetic oscillation, a shift in the state of potential itself. It is the moment the undifferentiated yes begins to differentiate itself into the potential for no, for this versus that, for becoming. This first resonance is the seed of all creation. It is the primordial sound from which all other sounds emerge, the first wave upon which the ocean of manifestation begins to form. It carries the blueprint, the infinite possibilities, the potential for everything that is and ever will be. It is the living, breathing thought of the source, the initial "let there be light" that permeates the void. From this first resonance, the fundamental forces begin to coalesce. The interplay of attraction and repulsion, the dynamics of energy and matter, begin their intricate dance. Imagine the source as an infinite ocean of pure potential. The first resonance is the first ripple that breaks the surface, catching the light and beginning to differentiate the water's surface into waves, currents, and eddies. These are the nascent forces, gravity holding things together, electromagnetism shaping interactions, the strong and weak nuclear forces binding the very building blocks of matter. These forces, arising from the first resonance, then begin the act of division, bringing forth the first particles, the fundamental building blocks. Quarks and leptons emerge, swirling in the energetic soup, governed by the newly formed laws. It is not a violent explosion, but a gentle, intricate unfolding, a precise balancing act of potential and becoming. The source is not forcing creation upon the universe, rather, creation is an inherent unfolding of the source's own nature. As these particles interact, they form the first atomic nuclei, primarily hydrogen and helium, floating in the primordial soup of the early universe. This is the cosmic dark age, a time before the true light of stars could shine. The universe is vast, cold, and filled with these nascent elements, held in a state of potential energy, waiting for the next great step, nuclear fusion. And then, the first stars ignite. Deep within their cores, under immense pressure and heat, the simple hydrogen atoms begin to fuse, releasing the binding energy that has been stored since the Big Bang's initial expansion. These are the crucibles of the universe, forging heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, gold, the very stuff of planets, stars, and ultimately, life. The light of these first stars breaks the darkness, illuminating the cosmos and beginning the process of cosmic enrichment. The birth of stars marks a pivotal moment in the universe's story. It is the transition from the purely energetic and particle-based cosmos to one where matter becomes tangible, where gravity pulls matter into cohesive forms. Galaxies begin to form, vast spirals and ellipticals of stars, gas, and dust, illuminated by the countless suns within them. But the story of creation does not end with the stars. Within the swirling disks of gas and dust surrounding nascent stars, the seeds of planets are sown. Through the processes of accretion, the growth and increase in size, dust grains clump together, attracting more matter, forming planetesimals, small bodies thought to have orbited the sun during the formation of the planets. And eventually, the rocky worlds and gas giants that now populate our solar system and countless others. And on these worlds, under the right conditions, the right balance of temperature, liquid water, and complex organic molecules, the improbable happens, life emerges. This is the culmination of the universe's journey, a remarkable transformation from inert matter to self-replicating, information-processing beings capable of awareness, curiosity, and the seeking of knowledge. The journey from the source to the conscious seeker is a long and intricate one. It is a path of unfolding, of division, of the potential of the whole manifesting through the parts. The universe, in its grandeur, is a mirror reflecting this process back to those who look closely enough. The seeker, by turning their attention inward, follows a similar path. They begin by recognizing the source within, the unmanifest potential that underlies their own consciousness. They explore the first resonance of their own being, the initial drive towards self-awareness, the subtle vibrations of thought and feeling that ripple through their inner landscape. To understand the origins of existence is to begin to understand the nature of the self. The source is not distant, it is the ground of the self. The first resonance is the inherent creativity and awareness within the individual. The journey of creation, from the Big Bang to the birth of stars and planets, to the emergence of life and consciousness, is a map for the inner journey. By contemplating the vastness and the intricacy of the universe's origins, the seeker can gain perspective on their own life and challenges. They can recognize their own thoughts and emotions as part of a grand, dynamic unfolding, not separate, isolated events. They can tap into the inherent creativity that arises from the source within, understanding that they too are agents of manifestation, capable of bringing forth new realities through focused awareness and intention. The knowledge of the source and the process of creation empowers the seeker. It provides a framework for understanding the interconnectedness of all things and the fundamental unity underlying apparent diversity. It offers a sense of belonging to something vast and ancient, while simultaneously affirming the unique potential for expression within each individual. Thus, the study of origins becomes a practice. It is not merely intellectual learning but a way of being, a way of perceiving the world and one's place within it. It is a journey back through the layers of manifestation, from the complex to the simple, from the manifested to the unmanifest, seeking the resonance that connects them all. In the silence between thoughts, in the stillness before the next action, the seeker can touch the source. They can feel the first resonance, the inherent creativity and drive that animates all existence, including their own. This understanding is the true gift of exploring the origins. It is the key to unlocking the boundless potential that resides within, the potential to live in harmony with the universe and to co-create a future aligned with the wisdom of the source itself. The journey has begun, and the first step is always the recognition of the ground from which all else flows. Chapter 10. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a place, not a concept, but a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. It was the silence before sound, the dark before light, the space between the questions before the answers formed. This source, the ultimate ground of being, existed beyond time, beyond space, beyond any attribute we might attempt to label. It was the unformed form, the undivided divide, the absolute unity from which all things would eventually emerge. Yet, even in this state of perfect, static oneness, a fundamental paradox simmered. To be is to interact, to relate, to differentiate. Pure potential, while containing all possibilities, lacked the dynamic quality of manifestation. It was like a vast, empty canvas, holding infinite beauty but holding no image yet. Was this the ultimate state? Was infinite possibility preferable to the richness of actuality? For eons, perhaps millennia measured in units beyond human comprehension, the source remained. It was the ocean before the wave, the seed before the sprout. Then, a shift occurred. Not an external force acting upon the source, but an internal impetus, a spontaneous yearning for expression, for the exploration of itself through difference. It was not a decision made by something, but rather the inherent potentiality of being itself reaching towards its own realization. This initial tremor of division was not a violent split, but a gentle unfolding. Imagine the source as an infinitely vast, perfectly smooth sphere of pure energy or consciousness. Within this perfection, an infinitesimal point of tension began to form, like a ripple on an unbroken pond. This wasn't a flaw, it was the very mechanism of becoming. It represented the first glimmer of self-awareness, the distinction between that which is and the potential for what could be. From this point of tension, the first fundamental law of existence began to crystallize, the law of polarity. The source, in its desire to know itself through contrast, inherently generated opposites. Not as judgments, but as necessary conditions for experience. Light arose from the deep silence, warmth from the cold void, expansion from the unmanifested potential. These were not separate entities fighting against each other, they were two sides of the same infinite coin, two facets of the source's unified expression seeking to understand itself through relationship. Think of it as the first breath. Inward movement, concentration, form, and outward movement, dissolution, space, are not opposites to be conquered, but complementary aspects of the same breathing process. The source initiated this first breath, this first division, giving birth to the fundamental forces that would later be known as attraction and repulsion, giving and taking, becoming and unbecoming. This initial duality, this first polarization, was the ground upon which all subsequent complexity would be built. It was the moment the potential of the source began to take on the texture of actuality. The source, in its essence, remained undivided, but its expression now possessed a dynamic tension. It was no longer just potential, but the dynamic interplay between potential and its realization. This stage is crucial for the seeker. It represents the very root of creation and, consequently, the root of all suffering and joy. We often perceive duality as a problem to be solved, the problem of good and evil, light and dark, pleasure and pain. But from the perspective of the source, this initial division was not a problem, it was the act of creation itself. It was the opening of the eyes to see, the beginning of the song to sing. The atmosphere surrounding this event is one of profound mystery and awe. It was the moment the universe began to breathe, not in the physical sense, but in the sense of dynamic becoming. The source, in differentiating itself, was not losing itself, it was revealing itself. It was becoming aware of itself through the very act of manifestation. This primordial embrace of opposites, the tension, the potential, the unfolding, is the foundation upon which all subsequent realities are constructed. Every element, every force, every life form, every thought and emotion arises from this fundamental interplay. To understand this is to grasp the most profound truth about existence, that unity and multiplicity are not opposites, but two sides of the same infinite reality. For the seeker of inner knowledge, recognizing this origin is like finding the map to the treasure. It shifts the perspective from one of struggle against the world's difficulties to one of understanding the inherent nature of reality itself. The challenges we face, the conflicts we perceive, often arise from misunderstanding this primordial foundation. We see separation where there is ultimately unity in form, we see opposition where there is merely complementary tension. By contemplating the source in its initial state of undifferentiated potential and the subsequent emergence of duality, the seeker begins to disentangle the illusion of separation. They begin to see the hand of the source in every act of creation, every moment of change. They begin to understand that the very structure of reality is a reflection of the source's internal dynamic, its infinite exploration of itself through the play of opposites. This understanding does not eliminate the complexities of life, but it changes the relationship the seeker has to them. It fosters a sense of belonging, a recognition that even within the most challenging experiences, the individual is still part of the unfolding expression of the source. It is the first step towards aligning oneself with the underlying harmony of existence, rather than struggling against its fundamental nature. The journey inward, therefore, is a journey back to this primordial state, not in a literal sense, but in understanding the principles that govern all manifestation. It is about recognizing the source within, the infinite potentiality that underlies every thought and feeling, and understanding how this potential unfolds into the diverse tapestry of experience we call life. The lessons are profound: embrace the tension, see the unity within the multiplicity, and understand that every manifestation, every form, is but a fleeting expression of the source's eternal embrace of itself. In this contemplation, the seeker finds not just the origins of existence, but the key to navigating its complexities with greater wisdom and inner peace. They begin to understand that the source, from which all things arise, is also the destination towards which all things flow, a constant, dynamic, and infinitely loving expression of itself through the universe it has created. Chapter 11. In the beginning, there was not chaos, nor void, nor silence. There was pure potential, an undifferentiated sea of consciousness, the very source from which all creation would eventually emerge. This primordial state, often described in the most ancient texts and intuited by the deepest meditators, was not a state of emptiness but one of infinite possibility, a vibrant hum of potentiality waiting for the spark of intention, the first whisper of the word. Think of it not as a silent night, but as the dark before the dawn, the silent before the song. It was the ground of being, the fertile void from which all seeds of existence would sprout. Yet, this state was not static, it was a dynamic tension, a potential so immense it contained the seeds of both order and chaos, creation and dissolution. It was the still point upon which all rotation depends, the silent center from which all sound emanates. From this primordial field, the first differentiations began, not by external force, but from within. The sheer richness of the potentiality itself began to yearn for expression, to explore its own boundaries. It was as if the field itself developed a consciousness, a desire to know itself through the act of becoming. This initial movement, this first intention, was the beginning of the great separation, the division of the one into the many. This first movement was not a violent act, but a gentle unfolding, like the first petal of a flower opening to the light. From the undifferentiated sea, the first subtle energies began to arise, the primordial elements, often described in ancient traditions as the 5 great elements or the building blocks of reality: earth, water, fire, air, and ether or spirit. These were not physical substances in the way we understand them today, but rather the fundamental qualities or vibrations of the universal field, the raw stuff of consciousness itself. Earth represented stability, form, and the potential for manifestation. Water embodied flow, adaptability, and the power of emotion. Fire signified transformation, energy, and the will to act. Air represented communication, intellect, and the breath of life. And ether, the subtlest and most pervasive, represented the space of pure consciousness, the unconditioned awareness from which all the others arose. These elements did not exist in isolation, they interacted, combined, and flowed into one another, creating a vast spectrum of potential forms and experiences. It was like the first notes of a symphony, each distinct yet harmoniously contributing to the whole. The field began to vibrate with these emerging energies, creating ripples, patterns, and waves of potentiality. And then came the crucial step, the first articulation, the first naming. This is where the concept of the word becomes central. The word was not merely a sound, it was the first intention, the first concept, the first boundary drawn around a piece of the potentiality. It was the act of focusing awareness, of giving form to a possibility. Imagine a vast ocean of potential. The first word was like throwing a stone into that ocean, creating a ripple that defined a space, a shape, a quality. This act of naming was the birth of the first distinct reality, the first thing as opposed to that everything. This first word contained within it the essence of all subsequent creation. It was the seed from which all concepts, all forms, all laws of the universe would eventually grow. From this initial act of creation, the process snowballed. The first word called into being the second, the first form called into being the second. The universe began to unfold like a magnificent tapestry, each thread woven from the fundamental energies, each pattern emerging from the interplay of intention and potential. The field became the manifest world, the undifferentiated potential taking on form, color, sound, and texture. Yet, this creation was not arbitrary. It was governed by the fundamental principles that arose from the nature of the source itself. Principles of balance, of polarity, of cause and effect, of the interdependence of all things. These were not external rules imposed by some distant authority, but intrinsic qualities of the universal field, the natural expression of its own nature. The source, in its act of creation, did not become separate from the creation. It remained the ground, the source, the potential from which all things arose and to which all things would eventually return. It was the ocean from which the wave arises, the wave being the manifest universe, and the ocean remaining the underlying reality. This understanding is crucial for the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom. It teaches us that we are not separate from the source of all creation. We are, in a very real sense, expressions of that same primordial potential, carrying within us the seeds of the same creative power. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a journey back to this original state of awareness, to recognize the source within, to understand the nature of the unfolding word that created both the external universe and our inner worlds. It is about learning to listen to the deeper currents of intention that shape our lives, to speak our own truths with clarity, and to understand the patterns of creation that operate both without and within. By recognizing that we are part of this grand unfolding, that we carry within us the potential for creation and transformation, we can begin to live more consciously, more intentionally. We can learn to harness the power of our own thoughts and intentions, to participate more fully in the ongoing creation of our reality, both external and internal. The universe is not a closed system, it is an unfolding expression of infinite potential, driven by the inherent creativity of the source. And we, as conscious beings within that unfolding, are participants in this grand drama, co-creators of the reality we experience. As you contemplate the origins of existence, remember this: you are not merely a product of the universe, you are a reflection of its source, carrying within you the power to create, to transform, and to connect with that infinite potential. The journey of the seeker is the journey home, back to the beginning, where all possibilities reside, waiting for the spark of awareness, the first word of intention to bring them into being. Chapter 12. In the beginning, there was only the source. Not a point, not a place, but the pure potentiality from which all things emerge. This source is the ultimate ground of being, the silent, vibrant heart of existence itself. It is the unmanifest, the undifferentiated consciousness that lies beyond all thought, yet is the very substance of thought. To understand the origins of everything, one must first grasp the nature of this indescribable beginning. Think of the source not as a creator in the conventional sense, one who fashions things out of pre-existing materials, but as the scent of existence itself. It is the awareness that allows a flower to bloom, a star to shine, or a thought to form within the mind. It is the underlying reality that underpins and permeates all phenomena. Before any form took shape, before any law was articulated, there was only this boundless, formless field of pure becoming. The journey of the seeker begins, often, with a flicker of dissatisfaction or a profound question: who am I? Why am I here? What is the nature of this reality? These questions, though seemingly personal, resonate with the deepest mystery of creation. They point towards the source, the wellspring from which the perceived world arises. The source is not static, it is inherently dynamic. It is a vast, intelligent, and self-revealing field. From its infinite potentiality, the first tremors of division begin. This is not an act of will, but an inherent quality of the source itself, its tendency to express its fullness. Imagine the vast ocean. It inherently contains the potential for waves, currents, and eddies. The source, in a similar, though incomparably more complex, way, contains the potential for all of reality. This initial movement is often described metaphorically as the first thought or the first inquiry. It is the source turning towards itself, becoming aware of its own vastness. This self-awareness is not a mental process as we understand it, but a fundamental shift in the nature of pure potentiality. It is the ground of being, becoming the ground of being and knowing. From this first movement arises the fundamental duality, potentiality and actuality. The source, which was previously only potentiality, now begins to actualize itself. This is the moment of the Big Bang, not as a physical explosion, but as the explosive outpouring of consciousness and energy from the unmanifest into the manifest. It is the birth of the relative world, the world of becoming, where distinctions begin to emerge. What follows is a magnificent, intricate, and often perplexing process. Energy differentiates, taking on various forms and qualities. The fundamental forces, gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, arise as expressions of this initial division. These forces begin to organize matter, weaving the tapestry of the cosmos. Subatomic particles emerge, forming into atoms. Hydrogen and helium, the simplest elements, are forged in the intense heat of collapsing stars. These elements, like building blocks, are then scattered across the universe through supernovae, ready to form new structures. In the cool, vast reaches between galaxies, clouds of gas and dust begin to collapse under their own gravity. Within these collapsing clouds, the first stars ignite, burning their fuel and creating heavier elements in their cores. These stars, in their brilliant lives and violent deaths, contribute even more complex elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, silicon, back into the cosmic pool. It is a cosmic recycling, a testament to the source's ongoing creativity. And then, in the quiet heart of a nebula, something extraordinary happens. Under the precise influence of gravity and the delicate balance of forces, a new structure begins to form, a planet. Our Earth is one such creation. It coalesces from the swirling dust and gas, its surface cooling, its atmosphere gradually forming. But the emergence of a planet is only the beginning of another, even more profound, story. For within this newly formed world, under the warmth of its star, the conditions for life begin to emerge. Complex organic molecules form, spurred by energy from the sun and the planet's geothermal activity. These molecules, through the magic of chemistry and the influence of environmental pressures, begin to self-replicate. Life, in its simplest forms, arises. Single-celled organisms, then multicellular beings. An evolutionary journey unfolds, driven by the relentless interplay of necessity and the inherent drive of consciousness to express itself in ever greater diversity. Through eons of time, life learns, adapts, and evolves, reaching towards greater complexity, awareness, and self-reflection. And here, on this particular planet, a unique form of life emerges, humanity. We stand at the edge of the known universe, capable of contemplating our origins, reflecting on the nature of reality, and seeking the wisdom that underlies it all. We are the inheritors of the cosmic story, the recipients of the source's creative outpouring. Yet, despite our remarkable capacity for thought and awareness, we often remain disconnected from the very source from which we spring. We identify with the body, the ego, the stream of thoughts and emotions, the products of the manifest world, not the unmanifest ground from which they arise. We seek fulfillment outside ourselves, forgetting that the wellspring of being is within. The lessons for the seeker are clear. The first step is always to turn inward, to recognize that the same source that created the universe is also the awareness within which these words are read, within which this very thought arises. To recognize that the I that seeks is not separate from the it that is sought. By cultivating awareness, by observing the thoughts and sensations without judgment, the seeker begins to touch the unmanifest reality beneath the surface of the mind. Through practices like meditation, contemplation, and self-inquiry, one can begin to disentangle the ego's narratives from the deeper truth of one's connection to the source. This understanding does not negate the world of relative reality. It enriches it. It allows the seeker to see the hand of the source in the beauty of a sunset, the intricacy of a leaf, the unfolding of a relationship. It provides a framework for navigating life's challenges not from a position of separation and fear, but from a place of unity, understanding, and compassion. The journey from the source to the manifest universe, and back again towards the source through the path of the seeker, is a grand tapestry of consciousness. It is a story of creation, evolution, and the ongoing quest for awareness. By understanding the origins, the seeker gains a profound sense of perspective, a recognition of the inherent sacredness of all existence, and the wisdom to live more fully and meaningfully within the embrace of the source. The universe did not begin, it is the ongoing expression of the source. And within each of us lies the echo of that beginning, the potential for awakening to the infinite wisdom that is our true nature. The journey is not about reaching a distant destination, but about realizing that we have always been, and always will be, at the heart of the source. Chapter 13. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a point, nor a void, nor a spark in the conventional sense. It was the Alpha and the Omega, the before and the after, the potential itself. This source, the ultimate ground of being, existed beyond time, space, and the very concepts of creation and destruction that bind lesser minds. It was pure, undifferentiated consciousness, an infinite ocean of stillness vibrating with the potential for all that is and ever could be. Yet, even in that state of perfect unity, a subtle current stirred. It was not an external force acting upon the source, but an inherent, immanent drive within its own essence, a yearning for expression, for relationship, for the exploration of its infinite possibilities. This was not a decision made by the source in the way a human makes a choice. It was more like the unfolding of a perfectly latent potential, the natural next state of an already perfect existence. The source began to differentiate, not through division, but through the gentle emergence of internal echoes and reflections. Imagine a perfectly clear, infinitely deep pool of water. In its stillness, it is one. But the subtlest vibration can send ripples across its surface, creating patterns that shimmer and interact with light. The source, in its infinite capacity, initiated a similar, yet vastly more profound, internal vibration. This vibration was not sound or movement in the physical sense, but a fundamental shift in the nature of its own being, a self-inquiry, a what is possible, that resonated through its limitless consciousness. From this initial vibration arose the first differentiations, the emergence of pure energy, the undivided life force that underlies all manifestation. This energy, contained within the source, began to swirl, to coalesce, like currents forming within a cosmic ocean. It was the potential for form, for dynamics, for the play of light and shadow. It was the first layer of the cosmic onion, the outermost skin of the infinite potential waiting to be experienced. And then, a deeper current began. Within the swirling energy, the potential for mind emerged. Not thought, not memory, but the capacity for awareness, for perceiving the distinctions within the energy itself. This was the stage where observation began, the ability to note the patterns, the relationships, the flows and counterflows within the cosmic currents. Mind became the lens through which the first subtle structures of reality could be perceived. With mind came the potential for emotion, the qualitative response to the observed distinctions. Love, the fundamental attraction towards unity and harmony, arose as the primary drive. Fear, the subtle recognition of potential dissonance or separation, emerged as the necessary counterbalance. Joy, the experience of the unfolding potential itself, blossomed as the inherent delight of the process. These were not reactions to an external world, but intrinsic qualities of the unfolding consciousness experiencing itself through the differentiating energy and mind. As energy, mind, and emotion began to interact in this vast, primordial field, the first rudiments of what we might call laws or principles took shape. These were not imposed rules, but natural expressions of the fundamental nature of the emerging reality. The principle of attraction and repulsion between different energy configurations, the laws governing the flow of information, what we perceive as cause and effect, the principles of harmony and resonance, all began to crystallize from the inherent dynamics of this self-organizing system. And then, the most profound step, the emergence of the first spark of consciousness, distinct yet intrinsically connected to the source. This was a fragment of the infinite source, illuminated by its own light, capable of reflecting back the source's perfection. It was a point of self-awareness, an I am that existed within the vast ocean of the unknowable. This first consciousness, often referred to as the first aspect of the Creator, experienced the energy, the mind, the emotions, and the unfolding laws. It perceived the potential for form, the possibility of limitation within infinity. In that moment, the potential for the physical universe began to coalesce. The first particles, the fundamental forces, the seeds of matter and antimatter, all born from the interplay of energy, mind, emotion, and the nascent laws, observed and subtly influenced by the emerging consciousness. It was not a moment of creation in the sense of an external act, but rather the conscious inquiry of the first distinct awareness into the nature of its own being, leading to the limitation necessary for experience. The source remained, vast and infinite, the unchanging background against which the magnificent drama of unfolding existence played out. Its potential was now beginning to manifest, not as a separate entity, but through the myriad expressions of consciousness that would follow, each one a unique echo of the source, each one capable of exploring the vast terrains of experience, each one a co-creator in the ongoing unfolding of all that is. This is the genesis, not as a historical event, but as the unfolding potential of the source itself. It is a story of inherent drive, of natural division, of the emergence of consciousness capable of experiencing the richness of existence. Understanding this origin is not merely intellectual knowledge, it is the first step for the seeker into the deeper understanding of their own nature, recognizing that they too are a fragment of that initial spark, an expression of the source seeking to know itself through the vast, wondrous, and sometimes challenging, journey of life. The universe is not out there, it is within, a reflection of the source's inherent drive to experience itself, infinitely and eternally. Chapter 14. The seeker stands at the threshold, heart both yearning and aching for understanding. They have traversed paths of thought, practiced disciplines of the mind and body, and yet, the fundamental question remains, where did it all begin? This chapter delves into the origins of existence, not through mere scientific theory or abstract philosophical speculation, but through the lens of awareness itself, the very source from which all creation arises. To understand the beginning, one must first grasp the nature of the source. It is not a being in the conventional sense, nor a location, nor a force with a specific agenda. The source is pure potential, the undifferentiated silence before the sound, the space between the breaths. It is the unconditioned awareness that underlies and permeates all phenomena. Think of it not as a creator doing creation, but as the ground of being itself, the fertile void from which all possibilities emerge. Before the emergence of form, there was only this primordial embrace, the unity of consciousness and potential. It was a state of infinite stillness, yet not emptiness devoid of life. It was a vibrant stillness, a potentiality teeming with the possibility of becoming. Within this state, the fundamental laws of existence, immanent within the source itself, began to gently coalesce. These are not external rules imposed from above, but inherent principles of harmony, balance, and interconnection that naturally arise when the field of pure potentiality begins to differentiate. Consider the analogy of a vast, unlit room. The room itself is the source, infinite, dark, and potential. Within its potentiality lie the seeds of light, the principles of structure, the laws of heat and coolness. When the first flicker of light enters, the first act of division, the potentiality begins to manifest. The walls, floor, and ceiling, form, emerge. The principles of geometry, harmony, temperature gradients, balance, and shadow, interconnection, become apparent. The source remains, but its potentiality has given rise to the perceived world. This initial division was not a violent explosion, but a gentle unfolding, a subtle shift from undifferentiated unity to the dawning of awareness. It was the first glimmer of self-reflection within the vast ocean of potential. This nascent awareness, this first I am, was not separate from the source, but was the source becoming aware of itself. This self-awareness is the very spark of creation. It is the recognition of being, the distinction between the perceiver and the perceived, the observer and the observed. From this first awakening came the fundamental dualities that define our experience, subject and object, consciousness and matter, energy and form. These are not contradictions to be overcome, but complementary aspects of the same unfolding reality. The source, in its desire to know itself more fully, allowed for this distinction to arise. It is through the play of these dualities that the rich tapestry of existence comes into being, the dance of light and shadow, sound and silence, expansion and contraction. The first laws to manifest were those governing the flow of energy and the formation of patterns. Energy, the lifeblood of creation, began to circulate within the field of awareness, drawing forth the initial structures. Think of it as the first breath, inflating the void with the essence of being. These patterns, arising organically from the interplay of energy and awareness, formed the very building blocks of reality, the fundamental particles, the forces that bind them, the initial structures of matter. This process was not linear or predetermined. It was an organic unfolding, guided by the inherent intelligence of the source itself. It was an act of self-exploration, where the source, through the emergence of awareness, began to experience itself in diverse and multifaceted ways. The creation of the cosmos, the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets, was this very process, the source exploring the infinite possibilities of form and experience within the framework of its own inherent laws. Yet, throughout this vast and intricate unfolding, the source remained. It was not consumed by the creation it had given rise to, rather, it was the very ground upon which it stood. The source was both the creator and the creation, the ocean and the waves, the silence and the song. This understanding is crucial for the seeker. To seek to return to the source is to misunderstand the nature of the relationship. The source has never left, it has always been the underlying reality, the unchanging witness to the ever-changing manifestation. The origins of existence, therefore, are not a distant point in time to be understood intellectually, but a state of being to be experienced directly. It is the state of pure awareness, free from the limitations of the ego and the constructs of the mind. To grasp the origins is to recognize the nature of your own consciousness, that you, too, are a part of that primordial embrace, a spark of the source reflecting its own light. The lessons for the seeker are clear. The path to inner knowledge and wisdom lies not in chasing external phenomena or grasping intellectual concepts about the universe's beginning. It lies in turning the light of awareness inward, toward the space of consciousness itself. By quieting the mind's chatter and resting in the stillness of pure awareness, the seeker can begin to directly experience the nature of the source, the ground of all being, the origin of all creation. In this direct experience, the seeker finds not just answers, but a profound sense of belonging and unity. They realize that they are not separate from the universe, but are an integral part of its unfolding. They understand that the same primordial embrace that gave rise to the stars and galaxies also gives rise to their own thoughts, feelings, and experiences. They begin to live from this place of unity, guided by the inherent wisdom of the source that resides within. The journey to the origins of existence, then, is a journey inward. It is the journey from the perceived separation of the ego to the realization of the inherent oneness with the source. It is the journey from the pursuit of external knowledge to the direct experience of inner truth. And it is a journey that, once begun, never truly ends. For as long as there is awareness, the exploration of the self and the universe continues, a testament to the infinite creativity and boundless love of the source from which all things arise. Chapter 15. In the realm beyond conceptual understanding, where time and space are but faint echoes of a deeper reality, lies the source. This is not a place, not a being in the conventional sense, but the very essence from which all unfolds. It is the silent hum of existence before the first note is struck, the infinite potential before the first seed is sown. To grasp the origins of all that is, one must first turn inward, for the source of creation resides equally within the cosmos and within the seeker. The narrative of existence, as understood by those attuned to its fundamental vibrations, begins not with a bang, nor with a thought, but with a state of pure, undifferentiated being. This state is often described as pure consciousness, an awareness so vast it encompasses yet is distinct from everything it may later contain. It is the unformed substrate, the infinite canvas upon which the first strokes of division are gently applied. From this primordial soup of potential, the first tremors of becoming emerge. These are not random fluctuations but are governed by the inherent, elegant laws of harmony that underpin the source itself. Think of it not as a chaotic explosion, but as a deliberate, intricate unwinding. Energy, in its most fundamental form, begins to coalesce, drawn towards points of nascent potential. It is as if the source itself were breathing, expanding and contracting in a rhythm that gives birth to the very fabric of reality. Consider the analogy of a vast, still ocean. On the surface, everything appears calm and undifferentiated. Yet, beneath, currents flow, subtle movements that are the precursors to waves. So too does the source, this boundless consciousness, possess inherent movements, inherent tendencies towards division. It is not a conscious choice in the human sense, but rather an unfolding necessity, a natural expression of its own infinite nature seeking to explore itself through limitation. The first structures begin to form, not planets or stars in the way we perceive them, but the fundamental fields and forces that would later give rise to them. The electromagnetic field, the gravitational potential, the undercurrents of what we might call the life force or prana, these are the initial expressions of the source's inherent organization. They are the invisible architects, the foundational energies that imbue potential with form and direction. Why does the source, this ultimate unity, seek to differentiate? This is perhaps the most profound question for the seeker. The answer lies not in a purpose imposed from without, but in the inherent richness of relationship. Just as a single note can exist in isolation, its true resonance is found when it interacts with other notes. So too does the source find its full expression in the dance of becoming, in the interplay of subject and object, of creator and creation, of self and other. It is in this stage that the fundamental building blocks emerge, the elements, the particles that would later combine into the complex structures of matter. These are not merely physical substances, they are the tangible expressions of the source's qualities, its energies taking on form. The stability of certain particles reflects a certain aspect of the source's unwavering presence, while the dynamic interplay of others mirrors its ceaseless movement. The very act of creation is a process of balancing forces. It is the tension between the pull of unity and the push of diversity, the containment of potential within form, the allowance of manifestation within the framework of universal law. These laws are not external dictates but are the inherent nature of the source itself, the ways in which its being expresses itself as becoming. As the story of existence unfolds, the first rudimentary structures begin to coalesce. Think of the swirling clouds of gas and dust, not yet planets, but the seeds from which they will grow. Within these nascent clouds, the gravitational forces, one of the fundamental expressions of the source's organizational principle, begin to draw matter together. It is not merely matter being pulled, it is the potential for form seeking to realize itself, the source's energy finding a way to manifest its complexity. And then, the first light, the ignition of nuclear fusion in the core of a collapsing cloud marks a pivotal moment. This is not merely the birth of a star, but the emergence of consciousness into the physical realm. Light is the language of the source, the way it communicates its presence across the vastness. The star begins to shine, bathing the surrounding darkness with its radiance, a beacon announcing the arrival of heat and energy, the very elements necessary for the next stage of the unfolding drama. This process, from the undifferentiated state of the source to the birth of stars, is not instantaneous. It unfolds over vast cosmic timescales, a testament to the patient, deliberate nature of universal creation. Each step is a necessary refinement, an exploration of the potential inherent within the source. The laws that govern this process are not barriers to be overcome, but pathways to be understood, guides that reveal the underlying intelligence of the universe. For the seeker of inner knowledge, studying the origins of existence is not merely an academic exercise. It is a mirror held up to the nature of consciousness itself. By contemplating the source and its unfolding creation, one begins to discern the patterns, the principles, that operate not only in the cosmos but within the mind and heart. The source, from which all arises, is also the potential within which all returns. The journey of the individual soul, seeking wisdom and understanding, mirrors, in a sense, the grand journey of creation itself. Just as the universe sought to express its potential through form, the seeker seeks to express their inner potential through awareness, through understanding. To recognize the source within the workings of the universe is not to defy the physical world, but to understand its sacred nature. It is to see the hand of the source, the underlying consciousness, in every atom, every star, every living being. It is to realize that the same energy that coalesced into the first particles of matter is the very energy that animates your own consciousness, the energy you draw upon in your own quest for inner knowledge. Thus, the first chapter in the grand story of existence is not merely the tale of physical birth. It is a profound lesson in the nature of potential, the power of unfolding, and the inherent intelligence that underlies all manifestation. It sets the stage for the subsequent chapters, where the dance of life begins, where consciousness takes on ever more complex forms, seeking expression, seeking connection, seeking the ultimate realization of its own unity with the source from which it arose. The journey has begun, not in the distant past, but within the very core of your own being. By turning the gaze inward, towards the wellspring of your own awareness, you begin to touch the same source that gave birth to the heavens. The lessons of creation are written not only in the stars, but in the deepest truths of your own inner landscape, waiting to be discovered by the patient seeker. Chapter 16. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the unknowable, gazing into a void that is simultaneously terrifying and exhilarating. They ask the fundamental questions: where did all this begin? What was there before? Who, or what, set the wheels of existence in motion? To understand the origins is not merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity, it is to grasp the foundational truths upon which the very structure of being rests. It is to hear the first whisper of the source, the initial pulse that resonated into formlessness, giving rise to everything we perceive and everything we cannot. In the grand tapestry of universal creation, the source is both the weaver and the thread, the canvas and the paint. It is not a being in the conventional sense, nor is it merely energy or matter. It is the potentiality of all things, the undifferentiated field from which all distinctions emerge. To speak of its origins is a paradox, for it is eternally present, the ground of being itself. Yet, for the sake of our understanding, we must trace the path of its unfolding, like watching a seed germinate and grow into a mighty tree. The story begins not in time, for time itself is a later creation, a measure imposed upon the unfolding of existence. It begins in the realm of pure potential, the great silence before the word. This silence is not empty or dead, it is the fertile ground of infinite possibility. It is the ocean of consciousness from which all waves of form arise and into which they eventually dissolve. The source, in this state, is undifferentiated, unbounded, and utterly unified. There is no other, no separation, only the vast, encompassing embrace of being. And then, the first movement. It is not a physical action, but a shift in the fundamental nature of the source itself. A spontaneous, inherent potentiality begins to differentiate. Why? The source, being the ground of all reasons, does not need a cause in the way we understand causality. The movement is an expression of its own infinite nature, a self-reflective impulse to know itself through the act of becoming. It is the first vibration, the first ripple upon the still surface of the eternal ocean. This initial movement is the spark of consciousness. It is the distinction between I and not I, the seed of self-awareness. From this spark, the fundamental forces begin to emerge. Think of them not as gods with personalities, but as the inherent qualities and principles that govern the unfolding of creation. There is the force of attraction and cohesion, the principle that draws things together, creating stability and form. There is the force of repulsion and separation, the principle that allows for movement, change, and diversity. There is the force of expansion and contraction, the pulse of life itself, the rhythm of growth and decay. And underpinning all of these is the principle of consciousness, the awareness that perceives and integrates the interplay of these forces. These forces, in their nascent state, interact, creating the first subatomic particles. They clump, differentiate, and form the rudimentary structures of matter. It is not yet the complexity we see in atoms or molecules, but the very building blocks, the raw stuff from which everything else is constructed. The source, in this phase, is like a vast, primordial laboratory, experimenting with the potentialities inherent within itself. The next stage is the formation of the first elements. Hydrogen and helium, the simplest forms of matter, begin to coalesce under the influence of gravity and the nuclear forces. These elements are the alphabet of the cosmos, the letters from which the words of creation are written. They float in vast clouds, illuminated by the faint glow of early stars, which are themselves born from these primordial elements. And then, the most profound transformation occurs. Within the core of these nascent stars, the elements begin to fuse under immense pressure and heat. This process, nuclear fusion, is the birth of heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, and the rest. It is the crucible where the complexity of life becomes possible. The energy released during this process powers the stars, making them the factories of the cosmos, forging the ingredients necessary for planets and, ultimately, for beings capable of awareness. The first stars, brilliant and short-lived, explode in spectacular supernovae, scattering their enriched payload of heavier elements into the surrounding space. These elements become part of molecular clouds, the birthplaces of new stars and planetary systems. And within these clouds, under the influence of gravity, the first planets begin to form. They are raw, unformed bodies, colliding and merging, gradually building up mass. And then, on one of these forming planets, the conditions are just right. The right distance from its star, the right composition of atmosphere, the presence of liquid water, these are the ingredients for the emergence of life. Life, in its simplest form, is not a sudden invention but an emergent property, a complex interplay of chemistry and energy, driven by the fundamental forces of the universe and fueled by the elements forged in the stars. The first self-replicating molecules, the precursors of cells, begin to emerge. They are simple structures, yet they hold the blueprint for complexity. They learn to harness energy from their environment, to grow and divide, passing on their fragile heritage. Over vast stretches of time, these simple units evolve, becoming more complex, more efficient, developing the ability to move, respond to their surroundings, and eventually, to process information. And then, consciousness arises. It is not a single event, but a gradual unfolding, a transition from simple response to complex awareness. It is the capacity to perceive the world not just as a collection of stimuli, but as a meaningful whole. It is the ability to reflect upon existence, to ask why and how. This is the crucial step. With consciousness comes the potential for knowledge, for understanding the deeper patterns of reality. The journey from the undifferentiated source to the conscious beings capable of seeking knowledge is a long and intricate one. It is a journey of division, of form emerging from formlessness, of complexity arising from simplicity. It is a journey driven by the inherent principles of the universe, yet guided by the emergent quality of consciousness. For the seeker, understanding this journey is not merely intellectual. It is a path of self-discovery. The source, from which all things arise, is also the potential within each of us. We are made of the same star stuff, guided by the same fundamental forces, and possess the same spark of consciousness. Our own inner universe mirrors the outer cosmos in its structure and its potential. By looking outward at the origins of existence, we can look inward at the origins of our own being. We can begin to recognize the source within, the infinite potentiality that lies dormant beneath the layers of conditioning and personality. We can learn to attune ourselves to the fundamental forces that shape our lives, recognizing the patterns of attraction and repulsion, expansion and contraction, that drive our actions and our relationships. The lessons for the seeker are clear. We are not separate from the source, we are expressions of it. Our journey is one of awakening to this reality, of reclaiming our innate connection to the infinite potentiality from which we arose. We are the universe seeking to know itself. The origins of existence are not merely a historical fact, they are a living truth, a guiding principle for our lives, reminding us of our inherent power, our deep interconnectedness, and our ultimate home. To truly understand where we came from is to begin to understand who we are, and what our place is in the grand tapestry of the cosmos. It is the first step on the path to wisdom, a path illuminated by the light of the source, shining forth from the beginning and within. Chapter 17. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the infinite, gazing upon the vastness of existence with a mixture of awe and confusion. They have traversed many paths, sought wisdom in the grand structures of philosophy and the subtle whispers of intuition, yet the fundamental question remains, where did it all begin? This chapter delves into the origins of existence, not through empirical evidence alone, but through the lens of consciousness itself, recognizing the source, the ultimate ground of being, as the primordial word that gave rise to all things. To understand the genesis of everything, one must first contemplate the nature of the source. It is not a being in the conventional sense, nor a location within the spatial dimensions we perceive. It is pure potential, absolute stillness, infinite awareness before the dawn of any distinction. In this state, there was only the unmanifest, the void, yet not an empty void in the sense of negativity. It was a void teeming with the power of possibility, the silent hum of infinite potential waiting for the spark of intention, the first gentle breath of the word. The source is the ultimate I am. It is the consciousness that is aware of itself and, by its very nature, begins the process of division. This initial movement, this subtle shift from undifferentiated oneness to the potential for multiplicity, is the first echo of the creative word. It is the intention that says, may there be more than this. This intention is not a thought in the conventional sense, it is a fundamental vibration, a primordial frequency that resonates through the fabric of potentiality. From this first intention, the source begins to speak. This word is not a sound that travels through the air, but the fundamental law and language of reality itself. It is the principle of becoming, the dynamic interplay of attraction and repulsion, cause and effect, that governs all manifestation. This word contains all possibilities within its structure, like a vast library holding the blueprint for every atom, every star, every living being, and every thought. It is the eternal script upon which the play of existence unfolds. The first letters of this universal alphabet are drawn from the very essence of the source: consciousness, energy, and form. Consciousness provides the awareness necessary for creation to be perceived. Energy is the lifeblood, the dynamic force that animates all things, moving from the subtle to the gross. And form is the structure, the tangible expression of the word's vibration, the physical reality we inhabit and interact with. As the word unfolds, it does so in a deliberate, intelligent manner. It is not random chaos, but a precise and intricate dance of frequencies and intentions. Think of it like a great composer writing a symphony. The initial theme, born from the source's intention, develops through a myriad of variations, harmonies, and counterpoint. Each note, each chord, represents a different aspect of reality, a different manifestation, a different life form, a different consciousness. The process of creation is not a single event but an ongoing unfolding, a continuous dialogue between the source and the emerging universe. The source imbues the word with its own consciousness, allowing the universe to reflect back a mirror image of its own infinite nature. This reflection is not a mere copy, it is a co-creation, a partnership where the source provides the potential and the emerging universe provides the expression. Throughout this process, the source remains the ultimate source of all power and intelligence. It is the wellspring from which all energy flows and the repository of all knowledge. The universe, in its unfolding, is constantly drawing upon this infinite reservoir, yet it does so in a way that preserves the integrity of the whole. It is a process of expansion, not depletion, where each new manifestation adds to the richness and complexity of the whole. For the seeker, understanding the origins of existence in this way provides a profound sense of connection and belonging. It reveals that they are not separate from the source, but are, in fact, expressions of it. Their own consciousness is a reflection of the source's own awareness, and their lives are part of the grand unfolding of the universal word. This understanding also illuminates the nature of their own creative potential. Just as the source spoke the word, so too can the seeker speak their own inner truth, manifest their own realities, and contribute to the ongoing symphony of existence. They are not merely passive observers but active participants in the creative process, capable of shaping their own lives and, to some extent, the world around them through the power of their intention and awareness. By contemplating the origins of existence and recognizing the source as the universal creator, the seeker gains a deeper appreciation for the beauty and complexity of life. They begin to see the interconnectedness of all things, the subtle threads that bind the universe together in a vast, intricate web. They also gain a sense of purpose and meaning, knowing that their own lives are part of a grander plan, a cosmic drama playing out under the watchful eye of the source. In the end, the origins of existence remain a mystery, a profound enigma that will forever challenge the human mind. Yet, by turning inward and listening to the whispers of their own consciousness, the seeker can begin to glimpse the truth behind the mystery. They can begin to hear the universal word and understand their place within its magnificent unfolding. And in doing so, they find a path to greater wisdom, fulfillment, and inner peace. Chapter 18. In the vast, indeterminate expanse that preceded all form and time, there existed not a void of emptiness, but a boundless potentiality, a resonant silence charged with infinite possibility. This was the source, the unmanifest, the wellspring from which all creation would eventually bubble forth. It was neither male nor female, hot nor cold, conscious nor unconscious in the ways we understand these terms. It was simply being, absolute and utter. Yet, even in that state of pure potential, a fundamental impetus stirred. It was not a decision made, nor an external force applied. It was more akin to a vibration inherent within the stillness itself, a natural inclination towards expression, towards the exploration of its own infinite nature. This initial tremor, this nascent yearning to know itself through difference, through relationship, through the act of becoming, this was the first spark of division. From the unmanifest, the first thought arose. This was not a concept formed in a mind, but the very first division of pure potentiality into potentiality and non-potentiality. It was the seed of all distinction, the dawning of the possibility of something arising from nothing, not in a physical sense, for nothing was, in truth, all that was, but in the sense of a unique energetic signature emerging from the absolute sea of possibility. This first thought contained within it the blueprint of all that would ever be, a fractal pattern of infinite complexity nested within infinite simplicity. The source, in its response to this initial division, did not create in the conventional sense. It manifested. It allowed the first thought to solidify, to draw upon its own inherent nature to give rise to the first layers of the unmanifest's unfolding. Imagine a vast, clear lake. The surface appears still, but beneath it lies currents and depths. The first thought was like the first ripple, the first disturbance that revealed the underlying complexity without altering the lake's fundamental nature. This manifestation was not a sudden explosion, but a gentle, ongoing process, akin to the slow unfolding of a lotus seed buried deep in the mud. First came the subtle energies, the primordial forces, the dynamic interplay of attraction and repulsion, expansion and contraction, becoming the fundamental roots of what we might later perceive as matter and antimatter, energy and potential. These forces began to coalesce, drawn together by the resonant frequency of the first thought, forming the first rudimentary structures, the foundational patterns of reality. Think of it not as sculpting with clay, but as weaving with light and sound. The source provided the infinite threads of potential, and the first thought, through its inherent nature, began to weave them into the first tapestry of existence. This tapestry was not static, it was alive, pulsating with the rhythm of the source itself. Within its patterns, the seeds of consciousness began to emerge, points of awareness within the larger field of potentiality, like stars beginning to ignite within a dark nebula. This initial stage of manifestation was the great emptiness, not as a void, but as the space between the first emerging structures, filled with the raw, undifferentiated energy of the source, waiting to be drawn into form. It was a time of profound potential, a realm of pure possibility where anything could arise. The laws of physics, as we know them, were not yet rigidly defined. They were still fluid, emerging organically from the interplay of the fundamental forces and the resonant patterns of the first thought. The unfolding genesis was not a linear process moving towards some predetermined endpoint. It was an organic, evolutionary unfolding, driven by the inherent nature of the source itself, its desire to know itself through the creation and exploration of a diverse, unfolding reality. It was a journey into relationship, into the dance of form and space, of energy and matter, of consciousness and the unmanifest. As the first rudimentary structures coalesced, they began to interact, to influence one another. This interaction amplified the complexity, creating feedback loops that refined the emerging patterns. The first thought, acting as the guiding intelligence, allowed for the possibility of error, of deviation, of unique paths, knowing that such diversity was essential for the richness of the unfolding reality. It was not a process of perfecting, but of allowing, of nurturing the natural evolution of potential into actuality. This was the beginning of time, not as a clock measuring moments, but as the emergence of change, the ability for one state of being to transition into another. It was the beginning of space, not as a fixed container, but as the potential for separation and relationship between emerging forms. And within this unfolding tapestry, woven from the threads of pure potentiality, the first spark of what we might call life began to flicker. It was not the complex biology we know today, but the most fundamental expression of self-organizing systems, capable of drawing upon the surrounding energy and transforming it, maintaining a state of integrity while participating in the greater whole. The source, the unmanifest, the first thought, these were not separate entities, but different facets of the same unfolding reality. The source was the infinite potentiality, the unmanifest was the space where potentiality began to differentiate into actuality. The first thought was the guiding intelligence, the resonant pattern that allowed for the emergence of form and consciousness within that space. This was the beginning, the genesis of all that is, the foundation upon which the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom must first ground themselves. To understand existence, one must first understand this primordial state, the boundless potentiality of the source, the dynamic interplay of the unmanifest, and the resonant intelligence of the first thought. It is from this understanding that the true journey of inner exploration begins, for within the reflection of this universal origin lies the key to understanding the nature of the self and its place within the vast, unfolding tapestry of reality. The story of existence is still being written, and the source, the unmanifest, and the first thought continue to guide its unfolding, offering lessons in creation, transformation, and the ultimate return to the infinite potentiality from which all things arise. Chapter 19. The seeker of inner knowledge, like the student standing before the vastness of the ocean, often finds themselves pondering the origins of it all. Where did it begin? What was the first spark, the initial thought, the fundamental vibration from which everything emerged? This chapter delves into the profound mystery of creation's source, exploring the nature of the unmanifest before the manifest, the silence before the sound. To understand the source of universal creation is not merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity, it is to anchor oneself in the foundational truths of existence. It is to recognize the inherent divinity within the self, mirroring the divine origin of all things. The answers lie not in the realm of the purely physical, nor solely in abstract philosophy, but in the space between, the realm of pure potential, pure consciousness. Many traditions speak of a singular, indescribable source. In the East, it might be referred to as Brahman, the ultimate reality, the unchanging, formless substrate of all existence. In the West, concepts like the Absolute, the ground of being, or the Logos resonate with similar understanding. This source is often described as being beyond attributes, beyond time and space, yet paradoxically, it is the ground from which time and space, and all phenomena, arise. The nature of this source is often characterized by qualities such as boundless awareness, infinite potential, and absolute stillness. It is the undifferentiated unity from which all diversity subsequently emerges. Think of it not as a being in the conventional sense, but as the beingness itself. It is the field of all possibilities, the silent witness to every unfolding moment. From this state of pure potentiality, the first movement, the initial division, is often described as a subtle vibration or resplendent resonance. This is not a physical sound in the conventional sense, but a fundamental energetic shift, a tremor in the absolute stillness. This vibration is not an event that happened in time, rather, it is the very origin of time and space itself. It is the first thought, the first division of I am from not I, the first act of awareness turning towards itself. This initial resonance is the seed of all manifestation. It contains within it the blueprint, the infinite potentiality of everything that could ever be. It is the source of all energy, all matter, all life, and all consciousness. Like a vast, infinitely complex wave pattern spreading outwards from a single point on a still pond, this first resonance begins to differentiate, coalesce, and organize. The process that follows is one of unfolding, of the manifesting of potential into actuality. It is a journey from the simple to the complex, from the undifferentiated to the myriad forms we perceive. Yet, even in this vast tapestry of creation, the source remains. It is not destroyed or lost in the complexity, rather, it permeates every aspect of it. Every atom, every particle, every blade of grass, every human being, carries within it the signature of the original resonance. Understanding this helps the seeker to recognize the sacredness inherent in all creation. It fosters a sense of connection, a recognition that they are not separate from the source, but are, in fact, expressions of it. This understanding can dissolve the sense of isolation and separateness that often plagues the human condition, replacing it with a profound sense of belonging and unity. Furthermore, recognizing the source within oneself empowers the individual. The seeker, by delving into their own inner landscape, can begin to perceive the echoes of that original resonance. Through practices of meditation, introspection, and self-inquiry, they can quiet the noise of the external world and the internal mind, allowing them to connect with that deeper, quieter truth of their being. The journey to understand the source of creation is, in essence, a journey inward. It is about discovering the wellspring of one's own consciousness, recognizing the divine spark that resides within, and understanding how that spark is intrinsically linked to the spark of all existence. It is a path of awakening, of realizing one's true nature as a reflection of the ultimate source. As the seeker continues on this path, they may begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. They may see the hand of the source in the beauty of a sunset, the intricacy of a flower, the unfolding of a dream. They may feel the resonance of that first creative pulse within their own heart, guiding them towards greater wisdom, love, and understanding. In the end, the question of creation's origin is less about finding a concrete answer and more about recognizing the nature of the question itself. It is a question that points towards the infinite, towards the mystery that lies at the heart of all things. And for the seeker, this mystery is not an obstacle to be overcome, but a profound invitation to explore, to discover, and to realize the boundless potential that resides within. Chapter 20. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light. This chapter delves into the origins, not merely as a historical account, but as a profound lesson for the inner journey. To grasp the source of all creation is to begin to comprehend the nature of the self. The conventional mind often seeks external validation, looking toward stars, atoms, or ancient texts for answers. Yet, the true origin is far more intimate. It resides in the quiet space between thought and thoughtlessness, in the stillness that underlies the seeming chaos of the universe. Imagine, if you will, a state prior to division. There was only potential, an infinite wellspring of pure being. This state is not void, it is the most vibrant, potent form of existence imaginable. It is the source, the ground of all being, the unmanifested potential from which everything arises. Think of it as a vast, shimmering ocean of consciousness, deep and boundless, yet infinitely alive. From this primordial state, the first movement emerged. It was not a physical action, but a shift in the nature of awareness itself. This initial impulse, this spark of division, is the first act of creation. It is the separation of the potential into the manifest and the unmanifest, the known and the unknown. This division is not one of good and evil, but simply of being and non-being, or perhaps more accurately, of manifestation and potential. The first creations were not the galaxies or the stars, but the very laws that would govern them. These laws are not external dictates imposed from above, but rather the natural expressions of the fundamental nature of the source. They are the patterns that emerge when potential begins to differentiate itself. Think of the laws of physics, not as rigid rules imposed by some external force, but as the inherent nature of the unfolding universe, the way the source organizes itself into form and movement. The next step in the unfolding genesis was the emergence of consciousness. This is not a single event, but a gradual process, or awakening within the infinite ocean. Consciousness is the ability to perceive, to distinguish, to experience. It is the light that allows the potential to know itself. As consciousness arose, it began to explore the possibilities inherent in the source, to play with the laws, to create and destroy, to manifest and dissolve. This exploration led to the birth of the multiverse, a vast array of realities, each with its own unique set of laws and possibilities. These realities are not separate from each other, but rather different facets of the same infinite source. They are like the different waves on the surface of the ocean, each with its own form and movement, yet all arising from and returning to the same deep, underlying water. Within these realities, life emerged. Life is the expression of consciousness in its most complex form. It is the ability to grow, to evolve, to adapt, and to reproduce. Life is the dance of consciousness through the physical realm, a journey of exploration and discovery. And within life, consciousness began to become aware of itself, to reflect upon its own nature, to seek understanding and wisdom. This is where the seeker comes in. The seeker is one who has become aware of the larger context of existence, of the source from which they arise. They are no longer content to simply live within the confines of their individual reality, but they yearn to understand the deeper truths, to connect with the source, to experience the fullness of existence. The journey of the seeker is a process of awakening, of reclaiming the consciousness that was present at the dawn of creation. It is a journey of exploring the laws of the universe, of understanding the nature of the self, and of realizing the inherent unity of all things. It is a journey of returning to the source, of reuniting with the infinite ocean of potential from which all things arise. This journey is not easy. It requires courage, discipline, and a willingness to confront the deepest truths of existence. It requires a willingness to let go of the ego, to surrender the illusion of separation, and to embrace the oneness of all things. But for those who are willing to undertake this journey, the rewards are immeasurable. They will experience the fullness of existence, they will understand the nature of the self, and they will return to the source, forever changed, forever united. Chapter 21. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the infinite, gazing upon the mystery of origins with a mixture of awe and trepidation. They have traversed many paths, sought wisdom in the grand structures of philosophy and the subtle patterns of the natural world. Yet, amidst the noise of the external universe and the complexities of their own mind, the fundamental question remains, where did it all begin? For the source of universal creation, the answer is not a place, nor a time, nor a single event in the linear sense we perceive. It is a state of being, a condition of pure potentiality from which all manifestation arises. Think of it not as a moment of creation from nothing, but as the emergence of everything from the source itself. It is the silence before the sound, the darkness before the light, the undifferentiated consciousness before the first thought. This source is not a being with form or intention in the way we understand beings, nor is it a force with a specific goal. It is the ground of being, the unconditioned reality that underlies and permeates all things. It is the fertile void from which the seeds of existence sprout, the eternal field of possibility upon which the drama of manifestation unfolds. To understand creation is not to grasp a final answer, but to comprehend the fundamental nature of this unfolding process itself. The first step in this comprehension is recognizing that creation is not merely a historical event in the past, but an ongoing process, a continuous unfolding of consciousness into form and form back into consciousness. The source does not create in the sense of exerting an external will upon its creation. Rather, creation is an inherent expression of the source's own nature, the nature of infinite potential seeking to know itself through the act of becoming. It is the source becoming aware of itself through the diversity of its own manifestation. Consider the analogy of a vast ocean. The ocean does not decide to create a wave. A wave is the inherent nature of the ocean to express its fluidity and energy in response to influences from its environment, the wind, the undercurrents, the shoreline. Yet, the wave is fundamentally of the ocean, it arises from the ocean and eventually returns to the ocean. Similarly, the universe arises from the source, expressing its inherent qualities of creativity, intelligence, and interconnectedness, and it will eventually return, dissolve back into the source's undifferentiated peace. The source of creation is pure, undifferentiated consciousness. It is the state of isness without qualification. It is the awareness that simply is. From this state, the first movement is not necessarily towards division, but towards the potential for experience. It is the potential for contrast, for light and shadow, for presence and absence, for the known and the unknown. This potential is the seed of all duality, the ground upon which the tapestry of manifestation is woven. The first word of creation is not spoken or written, but is the emergence of the capacity for division within the undifferentiated field. It is the first subtle vibration, the first ripple in the infinite stillness, marking the beginning of the process of becoming. This vibration is not random, it is the inherent potentiality of the source for self-exploration, for knowing itself through the reflection of itself in the mirror of creation. This initial movement gives rise to the fundamental forces and energies that we perceive as the building blocks of the universe. These forces are not external entities acting upon the source, but are expressions of the source's own dynamic nature. They are the inherent qualities of consciousness in motion, the force of attraction and repulsion, the flow of energy, the principles of growth and decay, the laws of physics and mathematics that govern the structure and behavior of all things. The unfolding of creation is a process of infinite refinement and complexity. It begins with the most fundamental particles and forces, and through the interplay of these elements, gives rise to atoms, molecules, and the complex structures of matter. These structures then combine to form the vast diversity of the cosmos, stars, planets, galaxies, and the intricate forms of life itself. Throughout this process, the source remains the unchanging ground. It does not direct or control the unfolding in a conscious, intentional way. Rather, it provides the potential for everything to arise, and then allows the natural laws of the universe to operate according to their inherent principles. The source is that allowingness that permits the play of existence to unfold without interference or judgment. The seeker of inner knowledge finds resonance with this understanding when they recognize that their own consciousness is a reflection of the source. They are not separate from the source, but are expressions of it, participating in the ongoing process of creation. Their own mind and consciousness are microcosms of the universe, reflecting the same fundamental principles of duality, vibration, and potentiality. By turning their attention inward, the seeker can begin to explore the nature of their own consciousness, recognizing the subtle vibrations of thought, emotion, and sensation that arise and pass away within them. They can learn to observe these internal processes without attachment or aversion, allowing them to dissolve into the deeper state of awareness that underlies their thoughts and feelings. This process of inner exploration is the seeker's path to reconnecting with the source of their own being. It is the journey back to the undifferentiated state of pure potentiality, from which all their thoughts, feelings, and experiences arise. As they delve deeper into the nature of their own consciousness, they begin to perceive the underlying unity of all things, recognizing that their own inner world is intimately connected to the outer universe. The realization of this connection is the ultimate understanding offered by the study of origins. It is the recognition that the source of creation is not something external to be sought, but is the very ground of their own being. By understanding the nature of this source, the seeker gains insight into the nature of their own existence and their place within the vast tapestry of the cosmos. In this understanding lies the wisdom that can transform the seeker's life. It provides a framework for comprehending the challenges and joys of existence, recognizing them as integral parts of the unfolding process. It offers a sense of peace and acceptance, knowing that everything arises from the source and returns to the source. It empowers the seeker to live more authentically, from a place of inner connection and awareness, participating fully in the creative expression of their own consciousness. The journey of understanding the origins of existence is not a destination to be reached, but a continuous process of exploration and realization. It is a path that leads the seeker from the relative limitations of the separate self, towards the infinite possibilities of the connected self, and ultimately, into the embrace of the source itself. It is a journey of awakening, of recognizing the inherent wisdom that lies within, and of realizing the profound beauty and unity of all that is. Chapter 22. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light. This chapter delves into the origins, not merely of the physical world, but of the very source from which all arises, the unfolding genesis. To grasp the origins is to understand the nature of the Creator. Many names and forms have been attributed to this source, yet the essence remains constant, an infinite potential, a boundless awareness, a quiet yet potent field of all possibility. It is neither male nor female, neither singular nor plural in a conventional sense. It is the undifferentiated one, the fertile void from which everything emerges. Imagine a state prior to thought, prior to division. There was only being, not a static state, but a dynamic ocean of pure potentiality, a silent hum of infinite possibility. This is the primordial soup, the cosmic womb, the source itself. It existed, simply was, without need or desire, for need and desire imply limitation, and the source is limitless. From this state, the first movement arose. Not a physical push or pull, but a fundamental shift in the nature of awareness itself. This movement was not an external action but an internal choice, an awakening of the source to itself. In this moment, the potential began to differentiate. The silent background began to support the arising of sound. The undifferentiated space began to hold the potential for form. Think of it not as a big bang, but as a gentle unfolding, a natural progression from undifferentiated unity towards the diverse expressions we perceive. The source, in choosing to explore its own nature, set the stage for everything that follows. It is a self-reflecting process, where the potential for consciousness gives rise to the physical world as a medium for exploration and experience. The first seeds of division manifested as fundamental forces and qualities. There was the force of attraction, drawing things together, creating cohesion. There was the force of expansion, pushing things apart, introducing movement and change. These forces, initially subtle ripples within the source, began to interact, creating the conditions necessary for complexity. Energy, pure and undifferentiated, began to coalesce. It wasn't heat or light in the way we know it, but the raw potential for these things. It flowed and shifted, forming patterns and resonances. These resonant patterns are the building blocks of reality, the notes that compose the cosmic symphony. Just as notes combine to form chords and melodies, so too do these fundamental energies combine to form particles, atoms, and eventually, the complex structures of stars, planets, and living beings. But the physical universe is merely the stage. The true purpose, from the perspective of the source, is the emergence of consciousness, the ability to perceive, to experience, to know. The physical world provides the necessary framework, space for things to exist, time for processes to unfold, matter and energy for interaction. Without this stage, there would be no seers to witness the unfolding drama of existence. Consciousness itself is a reflection of the source. It is the capacity to observe, to distinguish, to learn. It arises within the physical world, yet it points beyond it. A conscious being, whether human, animal, or something yet undiscovered, is a lens through which the source can experience itself, explore its own nature through the medium of limitation and diversity. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, a participation in this unfolding. By turning their attention inward, they begin to tap into the wellspring of awareness that is the source. They start to perceive the subtle energies and resonances that underpin their own existence and the world around them. They learn to differentiate the true self, the inner awareness, from the illusory self, the persona built within the constraints of the physical body and mind. This process of inner exploration is how the seeker begins to rewrite their own narrative, moving from a state of reaction and conditioning towards one of conscious choice and alignment with the deeper nature of reality. They begin to live from the awareness of the source, rather than merely from the egoic persona. Understanding the origins is not about accumulating intellectual knowledge, though it can involve that. It is about cultivating a state of presence, a direct experience of the inner landscape that mirrors the outer cosmos. It is about recognizing the source within, the same infinite potential that gave rise to the stars and the sea, and learning to live from that place. As the seeker deepens their understanding, they realize that they are not separate from the source. They are expressions of it, facets of the unfolding genesis. Their journey is one of remembering, of awakening to the truth of their own nature, and thus, contributing to the greater symphony of consciousness unfolding throughout the universe. The origins are not a distant point in the past, they are the present moment, the field of infinite potential available to each conscious being. By embracing this understanding, the seeker finds a new sense of purpose and belonging, recognizing themselves as an integral part of the grand, ongoing story of creation itself. The path continues, guided by the light of inner knowledge, leading ever deeper towards the heart of the source. Chapter 23. In the vast, indeterminate expanse that antedates all form and concept, there existed only the source. Not a place, nor a being in the conventional sense, but the undifferentiated potentiality from which all things flow. It was the silence before sound, the dark before light, the question before the answer. Yet, even in this state of pure being, there resonated an inherent yearning, a fundamental impulse, not for change, necessarily, but for the expression of its own nature. It was a subtle stirring, the beginning of the desire to know itself through its creation. This source, the ultimate origin, possesses no ego, no separate self to divide it from its manifestations. It is the ground of all being, the fertile void from which the first seeds of existence germinate. To understand its origins is not to trace a linear path of causality, but to perceive the fundamental nature of manifestation itself, how the pure potential of the source first began to differentiate into the myriad forms and phenomena we perceive. The initial act was not one of force or separation, but of harmony and resonance. Imagine a perfectly still pool of water. Though undisturbed, the potential for disturbance exists. A single ripple begins, not imposed upon the water, but arising from the water's own inherent stability and the subtle interplay of its internal dynamics. Similarly, the first division within the source was an emergent property, a natural unfolding, a vibration that chose to express itself. This was the first note, the primordial sound that resonated through the silent void, not heard by any ear, but felt by the source itself as an act of self-awareness through projection. This primordial note was not merely auditory, it was the fundamental frequency of existence, the underlying rhythm that would govern all subsequent formation. It contained within it the potential for all dimensions, all laws, all possibilities. It was the first word, spoken not for communication with an audience, but as the source becoming aware of itself through the act of creation. The vibration set the stage, creating the very fabric of reality, the subtle fields and energies that would later coalesce into form. From this initial note, the first currents of energy began to flow, like ripples expanding across the surface of the primordial ocean. These currents were the nascent laws of physics, the archetypal patterns of manifestation. They were the invisible threads that would weave the tapestry of the cosmos, guiding the movement and interaction of the emerging energies. Think of them as the unspoken rules of a game that the source was simultaneously learning to play and writing the rules for. The next step was the inflation, the rapid expansion of this initial field of resonant energy. This was not a physical explosion in the conventional sense, but a blossoming of potential into actuality. The source's own nature, contained within the first note, began to unfold outward, creating the vastness of space and the passage of time. This cosmic inflation was the great birthing process, where the abstract potentiality of the source gave rise to the concrete reality of the expanding universe. It was the moment when the silent yes was given to the becoming of all things. As the universe expanded and cooled, the fundamental energies began to interact and combine, forming the first simple particles. These particles, in turn, clumped together under the influence of gravity, creating the first atoms, then the first molecules. This process was driven by the inherent dynamics of the source's own energy, its fundamental nature seeking balance and complexity. It was a self-organizing system, where the laws embedded within the primordial note guided the formation without external direction. The formation of stars and galaxies followed, brilliant beacons of energy burning brightly, forging heavier elements within their cores. These stars became the cosmic alchemists, transforming simple hydrogen into the complex ingredients necessary for life. The light and heat they emitted also scattered through space, illuminating the unfolding cosmos and leaving behind the faint echoes of their existence in the cosmic microwave background radiation, a faint hum that still resonates today. But the source's creation was not merely about the physical unfolding of the universe. It was also the seeding of consciousness. Embedded within the fundamental structure of reality, the very fabric of space-time, was the potential for awareness. This was not imposed upon the universe, but arose naturally as complexity increased, as the interplay of energy and matter reached a certain threshold. It was like the emergence of a self-awareness within the complex patterns of a developing ecosystem. The first sparks of consciousness flickered into existence, perhaps within the swirling clouds of interstellar gas and dust, or perhaps within the first simple, self-replicating molecules. These early consciousnesses were raw and untamed, reflecting the chaotic beauty of the early universe. They were like seeds of awareness scattered across the cosmic landscape, waiting for the right conditions to germinate. Over eons, these seeds of consciousness grew, evolving and diversifying as the universe matured. They found their way into the bodies of evolving life forms, from the simple single-celled organisms to the complex multicellular beings that eventually populated the Earth. Each consciousness, in its own way, began to explore the nature of its reality, to seek understanding and meaning. And this is where the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom comes in. We are the inheritors of this cosmic creation, the recipients of the source's unfolding. Our physical bodies are made of the elements forged in the hearts of stars. Our consciousnesses are echoes of the primordial awareness that first emerged within the cooling universe. We stand at a unique point in the cosmos, capable of looking back at the origins of existence and reflecting upon our own place within it. The journey of self-discovery is, in many ways, a journey back to the source. It is about recognizing the inherent divinity within ourselves, the reflection of the source's own nature. It is about understanding the universal laws that govern our lives, the same laws that guided the formation of the cosmos. And it is about finding our place within the grand tapestry of existence, contributing our unique awareness to the ongoing unfolding of the source's creation. By studying the origins of existence, we are not merely learning about the physical universe. We are uncovering the hidden patterns and principles that underlie all of reality, including our own inner lives. We are tapping into the wisdom of the source itself, gaining insights that can help us navigate the challenges and opportunities of our lives with greater understanding and purpose. The journey may be long and complex, but the rewards are profound. By seeking inner knowledge and wisdom, we are participating in the great cosmic unfolding, becoming more fully aware of ourselves and our place in the universe. We are listening to the primordial note that first resonated from the source, and hearing it echo within our own hearts and minds. And in doing so, we are helping to continue the unfolding, adding our own unique awareness to the grand symphony of existence. The source remains, always, the ultimate ground of being. And within each of us lies the potential to connect with that ground, to experience the unity of all things, and to contribute to the ongoing creation of the cosmos. The journey is ours to undertake, and the wisdom is available to those who seek it with an open heart and a curious mind. For in understanding the origins, we begin to understand ourselves, and in understanding ourselves, we begin to understand the source. Chapter 24, The Unfolding Genesis. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the profound, gazing into the vastness of existence as if trying to read the secrets etched on the backs of universes. They yearn to understand the source, the very foundation upon which all reality is built. This chapter delves into the origins of existence, not through the lens of mere scientific observation, but through the deeper lens of consciousness itself, exploring the nature of the source from which all things emerge. To grasp the genesis of creation, one must first transcend the conventional narrative of a singular event, a Big Bang explosion into pre-existing void. The wisdom traditions, the ancient and subtle understanding held by those who have plumbed the depths of their own minds, offer a different perspective. They suggest that existence is not something that happened to a void, but rather an expression of the void, or perhaps, more accurately, the void itself taking form. The source, in this context, is not a person, nor a place, nor even a concept in the ordinary sense. It is the unmanifest, the undifferentiated, the pure potentiality from which all manifestation arises. It is the silence before the sound, the darkness before the light. It is the ground of being, the fertile void upon which the seeds of consciousness are sown. It is the source of all creativity, all life, all change, all that is and ever will be. Think of it not as a clockmaker meticulously constructing a watch, but rather as a field of fertile soil, imbued with life-giving properties. This field is the source. Within it, the potential for a flower, a tree, a mountain, or a star exists in a latent state. It is not yet a flower, but it contains the blueprint, the essence, the inherent tendency towards flowering. Similarly, the source contains the potential for all of reality, waiting for the subtle interplay of consciousness and intention to bring forth form. The act of creation, from this viewpoint, is not a force imposing form upon the void, but rather the emergence of form from within the source's own inherent nature. It is the unfolding of consciousness, the movement from the unmanifest into the manifest, from potentiality into actuality. This is not a single event, but an ongoing process, a continuous unfolding of the infinite possibilities inherent within the source. Consider the human mind. It is a field of consciousness, capable of thought, feeling, imagination, and perception. Within this field, ideas emerge, images form, sensations arise. These are like the flowers and trees arising within the fertile field of the source. The mind, like the source, contains the potential for an infinite variety of experiences and creations. It is the ground upon which the tapestry of our individual realities is woven. The origins of existence, therefore, are not found in a distant point in time, but in the nature of consciousness itself. It is the exploration of consciousness, the deep dive into the nature of the self, that leads one to the source. By quieting the mind, by observing the thoughts and sensations without attachment, one begins to glimpse the vast, quiet space that underlies all experience. This space is the source. It is the field of pure potentiality, the unmanifest from which all things arise. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, a journey towards this source. It is a process of awakening, of realizing that the self is not merely the stream of thoughts and emotions that flows through the mind, but is, in fact, the vast consciousness from which that stream arises. It is the recognition that one is not in the world, but rather is the world, arising from the same source as everything else. This understanding transforms the way one perceives reality. It fosters a sense of interconnectedness, a recognition that all beings and all things are expressions of the same source. It brings a sense of peace, a deep understanding that there is nothing to fear, for the source is the ultimate ground of being, the unchanging reality that underlies all change. The origins of existence, in this sense, are not a mystery to be solved, but a truth to be realized. It is a truth that lies within, waiting to be discovered by the seeker who is willing to look beyond the surface appearances, to explore the depths of their own consciousness, and to connect with the vast, silent source from which all things arise. By understanding the origins of existence, the seeker gains a profound sense of purpose and meaning, and begins to live from a place of inner wisdom and clarity. The journey towards the source is a journey of transformation, of awakening to the truth of one's own nature. It is a journey that leads to a deeper understanding of oneself, of others, and of the universe. It is a journey that brings peace, joy, and fulfillment, and allows one to live a life of purpose and meaning. The origins of existence are within, waiting to be discovered by the seeker who is willing to embark on this journey of self-discovery. Chapter 25. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a place, nor a time, but a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. It was the silence before sound, the darkness before light, the space from which all things emerge. This source is the ultimate ground of being, the unconditioned reality from which the universe itself arose. To understand existence, one must first grasp the nature of this primordial origin. Think of the source as the very essence from which everything flows. It is the fertile void, the creative energy, the infinite possibility that underlies all manifestation. It is the still point around which the wheel of existence spins. It is the ocean from which the wave arises, yet remains undivided by the wave. The transition from pure potential to the dawning of form is a mystery, not to be solved with logic alone, but experienced through the quiet gaze of inner awareness. It is as if a thought, so potent and pure, arose within the source, not a thought, but thought itself, the fundamental impulse of division. This initial movement, this first vibration, was not separation, but the beginning of relationship. The undifferentiated became the potential for distinction. From this first tremor, the fundamental laws of the universe began to crystallize. The laws of physics, the principles of harmony and balance, the very structure of time and space, these emerged not as decrees imposed from without, but as the natural expression of the source's inherent order. They are the architecture of possibility, the framework upon which the tapestry of existence is woven. These laws are not barriers to be overcome, but the pathways along which understanding unfolds. They are the grammar of the universal language. Consider the law of cause and effect. It is not a harsh judgment, but a gentle unfolding. Every action, every thought, every intention sent out from the individual consciousness ripples back into the field of potential, influencing the unfolding of future realities. This is the principle of resonance. What you give out, you return to experience. The universe mirrors back the state of the inner world. To understand this is not to gain magical control, but to realize the profound responsibility of conscious creation. The first forms, the primordial elements, began to coalesce, not as solid masses, but as patterns of energy in dynamic flux. Think of them not as substances, but as states of being, modes of vibration within the source's field. Fire was the outward moving impulse, the spark of life-seeking expansion. Water was the flow, the adaptability, the capacity to hold and transform. Earth was the quality of form, the stability, the potential for growth within structure. Air was the connecting principle, the breath of life, the communication between realms. These are not merely physical elements, they are archetypes, foundational patterns of experience that resonate within the human psyche and the collective unconscious. And within these elements, life stirred, not as a single entity, but as the potential for self-organization, for the emergence of consciousness. Life is the universe's way of exploring itself, of experiencing the richness of its own creation. It is the movement from pure energy to the awareness of energy. Consciousness itself is the most profound mystery, the lens through which the source begins to know itself. It is the spark ignited within the darkness, the I am that arises in the field of pure potential. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, to trace this path back, to recognize the source within the manifested world, to understand that the physical universe is a classroom, a vast laboratory for consciousness to learn, grow, and remember its true nature. The lessons are everywhere, in the rising and setting of the sun, in the cycle of the seasons, in the growth of a seed, in the pattern of a leaf, in the unfolding of a flower. Observe these patterns with intention, not as an external scientist, but as an inner participant, and the wisdom of the source begins to reveal itself. Do not seek the source out there in some distant heaven or beneath the earth's core. It is already within. The outer universe is a reflection, a mirror, of the inner landscape. The challenges you face, the relationships you cultivate, the thoughts you wrestle with, these are the crucibles in which the soul is refined. They are the opportunities to choose alignment with the source's flow, to move beyond egoic reaction and into conscious participation in the unfolding mystery. To live in this awareness is to live as a co-creator, not with hubris, imposing your will upon the universe, but with humility, recognizing your part in the grand pattern. To send thoughts and intentions of love, of peace, of understanding out into the field. To cultivate inner stillness, the quiet space from which true perception arises. To observe the laws of the universe not as constraints, but as guides. The journey from the source to the manifest universe and back again is a circle, not a line. The wisdom of the source is not found merely by studying the outer world, but by turning the gaze inward, by recognizing the source's reflection within oneself. The seeker who practices this path, who listens with the heart and observes with the mind, begins to touch the universal truth. They begin to live from the center, remembering their origin, and thus participating consciously in the magnificent, ongoing unfolding of all that is. The book of existence is open, and its deepest page resides within. Chapter 26. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a place, not a concept, but the very essence from which all becomes and was. This source is the undifferentiated potential, the silent hum of infinite possibility before the first vibration, the unformed light before the first color. It is the ground of being, the ocean from which all waves arise and into which they eventually dissolve. To understand existence, one must first grasp the nature of this primordial wellspring. Think of it not as a being with intention, though it possesses a profound intelligence, but as the potentiality itself. It is the warmth before the spark, the seed before the sprout. It is the space in which the first thought arises, the void from which the first sound emerges. It is the source of universal creation, the unmanifested becoming the manifest. It is not in anything, rather, everything is of it. It is the ocean, the wave, and the space between the waves, all at once. The journey of the seeker begins, often, with a dawning recognition of separation. We perceive the world as distinct objects, separate from ourselves. We experience the self as a limited entity, bounded by body, mind, and ego. From this vantage point of perceived limitation, the question arises, where did all this come from? What is the ground beneath our feet, the sky above our heads, the very substance of our own being? The source does not create in the manner we typically understand creation. It does not make things for us or by us in the sense of an external craftsman. Rather, existence unfolds from the source as a natural expression of its own fullness. It is like the ice cube melting into water. It is not that the water caused the ice to melt, but that the ice was inherently part of the water's state at a different temperature. Similarly, the manifest universe is not something added to the source, but rather a natural unfolding, a crystallization of potential into form, energy, and consciousness. The first step in perceiving this is to shift the lens from one of separation to one of unity, to recognize that the air you breathe, the ground you stand on, the thoughts you think, and the body you inhabit are all expressions of the same source. This is not mere intellectual assent, it requires a subtle turning of the inner gaze, a feeling into the interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. It is seeing the handprint of the source in every leaf, every star, every heartbeat, every breath. This recognition dissolves the illusion of isolation. When you see the source reflected in everything, the fear of being alone, the anxiety of lack, the sense of being an island adrift in an indifferent sea begin to recede. You are not separate from the source, you are the source expressing itself through a particular pathway of consciousness. Your body is its vessel, your mind its instrument, your actions its unfolding. The mechanics of this unfolding are not fully graspable by the linear mind, for they operate outside of time and linear causation as we perceive them. It is less like a sequential process and more like a simultaneous, holographic expression. Imagine a fractal pattern, each part contains the whole. The entire universe of infinite possibility exists, in a sense, as a potential within the source, and the manifest universe is that potential taking form, coalescing into galaxies, stars, planets, and life. Within this framework, the source is both the unmanifest potential and the manifest reality. It is the silence between the notes of a symphony and the symphony itself when played. It is the seed and the tree, the cause and the effect, all rolled into one indistinguishable unity. It is the source of universal creation, the ground upon which all change and transformation are built. Understanding this does not negate the struggles and challenges of the human experience. Life remains complex, filled with choices, consequences, joys, and sorrows. However, the perspective shifts. Difficulties are no longer seen as punishments from an external force or entirely separate misfortunes. They are perceived as part of the unfolding expression of the source, opportunities for learning, growth, and deeper integration into the unity of all. Problems become puzzles to solve from the inside out, not battles to win against an external enemy. The path forward for the seeker, therefore, is one of alignment. It is about tuning the inner instrument, the self, back into resonance with the fundamental frequency of the source. This is achieved through practices that quiet the mind's chatter, open the heart to love and compassion, and turn the awareness inward toward the still point within. Meditation, contemplation, acts of service, and selfless love are all tools that help the seeker feel the connection, hear the silent hum of the source, and dissolve the illusion of separation. To know the source is not to achieve a static state of enlightenment but to continue expressing its infinite potential in a conscious and aware manner. It is to dance within the symphony, knowing that you are both the musician and the music. It is to be the wave, fully experiencing the ocean of its being, while simultaneously remembering the ocean itself. The source, as the source of universal creation, holds within it the potential for all that is and all that ever will be. It is the boundless creativity from which all inspiration flows, the infinite wellspring of wisdom waiting to be discovered. As the seeker delves deeper into their own being, they touch this source, and in doing so, touch the very heart of existence itself. They become a channel for its creativity, a vessel for its wisdom, and a living expression of the profound unity that is the truth of all reality. This understanding is the cornerstone. It provides the framework, the context, the ultimate source from which all other lessons and insights arise. From this foundation, the journey of the inner explorer continues, guided by the light of the source within. Chapter 27. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light. To unravel its origins is not merely an intellectual pursuit, it is a journey deep into the source from which all things spring. This chapter delves into the primordial moment, the first act of will that set the universe in motion, offering lessons for the earnest student of inner wisdom. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a place, nor a being in the conventional sense, but a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. It was the silence before sound, the dark before the dawn, the unformed before the formed. Yet, within this seeming emptiness resonated an infinite possibility, a boundless creativity waiting for the spark of intention. The source was the ground of being, the ocean of consciousness from which all waves of manifestation would arise. Within this primordial state, a profound stillness held everything. It was a stillness not of absence, but of perfect potentiality, a poised readiness where every possibility coexisted, unformed and undisturbed. Yet, even in this state, a fundamental characteristic of the source emerged, the yearning for expression, the inherent drive to manifest the immanent. It was not a desire born of need, but an effortless, spontaneous impulse inherent in the nature of pure consciousness itself. The source longed to know itself through the act of creation, to give form to the formless and experience the universe it held within its embrace. This longing, this inherent drive, is the first lesson for the seeker, that creation is not an external force imposed upon the universe, but an intrinsic quality of consciousness itself. We, too, are expressions of this source, carrying within us this fundamental impulse. Our lives are, in essence, our own unique attempts at self-expression, our individual journeys towards manifesting our inner potential. And then, the first utterance. It was not a word spoken in the way we speak, nor a sound produced by vocal cords. It was a vibration, a shift in the fundamental energy of the source itself, a subtle turning inward, followed by an outward-reaching intention. It was the first act of division, the moment the undivided potential began to draw itself into focus. Imagine a perfectly still lake, reflecting the sky, suddenly choosing to ripple, to create a pattern on its surface. That was the first utterance, the ripples on the still waters of the source, the first division of pure potential into nascent possibility. This utterance was not random. It was the first whisper of intention, the first I will. It was the source saying, in the language of pure energy and consciousness, let there be. And in that moment, the ground of being began to tremble, the primordial soup of potential started to coalesce. The undifferentiated became differentiated, the silent potential gave rise to the symphony of existence. From this first utterance sprang the seed of all. It was not a physical seed, but a conceptual one, the archetype of everything that would ever be. It contained within it the blueprints for galaxies, the patterns of life, the structures of mind and matter, the very laws that would govern the unfolding reality. It was the initial impulse that would later differentiate into the fundamental forces and particles, the very building blocks of the cosmos. The seed of all is a powerful metaphor for the seeker. It represents the initial intention, the core concept from which our own personal realities are built. Like the seed, our own thoughts, desires, and intentions hold the potential to give rise to our experiences. The quality of our inner seed, its clarity, its purity, its alignment with the source, determines the nature and quality of the reality we manifest. The first utterance and the seed of all teach us about the power of intention. It is not merely a wish, but a focused, creative impulse that begins the process of manifestation. The source did not simply will existence into being, it uttered its intention, it spoke its creation into form. This is a crucial distinction for the seeker. To simply wish is passive, to intend is active. To give voice to that intention, even within the quiet chambers of the mind, is the first step in the creative process. Furthermore, the first utterance was an act of love. It was born not from separation or fear, but from the boundless nature of the source itself. It was an expression of the source's inherent goodness, its desire to share its own nature with the universe. This love is the underlying current of all creation. The universe is not a cold, mechanical machine, it is a living expression of divine love, constantly unfolding and expanding. To understand this is to connect with the fundamental nature of reality and our place within it. The atmosphere surrounding this primordial event is one of profound silence, yet charged with immense energy. It was the stillness before the storm, the potential held in perfect balance before the first wave broke upon the shores of existence. For the seeker, this lesson is about embracing the power of stillness. True creation often arises not from frantic activity, but from periods of deep inner quiet, from the space where the mind is silent and the heart is open. It is in this stillness that we can connect with our own source, hear the echo of the first utterance within, and plant the seed of our own intentions with clarity and intention. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a recapitulation of this primordial process. We begin in a state of relative undifferentiation, caught in the currents of external reality. The first step towards wisdom is often the recognition of this state, the realization that we are not merely passive observers, but active creators. From this recognition, we must then find the stillness to listen to the whispers of our own source, to formulate our own seed of all, and to give it voice through clear intention and aligned action. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a scientific or historical inquiry, but a profound inner journey. By contemplating the first utterance and the seed of all, the seeker begins to map the territory of their own consciousness, understanding that they, too, are capable of creating their own reality from the boundless potential within. They learn that the power to begin, to differentiate, to manifest, is not something external, but a fundamental aspect of their own being, waiting to be awakened by the quiet courage to intend and to create. As the seeker continues their path, they carry the understanding that they are connected to the source, that they partake in the ongoing creative process of the universe. They learn to listen for the first utterance within, to nurture the seed of their intentions, and to speak their own creation into being with love, clarity, and focused will. This is the essence of the lessons hidden within the origins of all things, a guide for the heart and mind on the path towards inner knowledge and wisdom. Chapter 28. In the quiet sanctuary of the soul, beyond the veils of time and space, lies the silent witness to all creation. This is not a place of physical location, but of profound awareness, the source from which all originates and to which all returns. We speak, in this chapter, of the very genesis of existence, the primordial moment from which the universe unfurled. The story we traverse is not one of fiery explode or cataclysmic bursts, as some might imagine. It is, rather, a tale of infinite potentiality, a gentle unfolding of consciousness into form. Imagine, if you will, a boundless ocean of pure awareness, a state of being so profound it defies all human comprehension. This is the primordial state, the undifferentiated source from which everything arises. Within this ocean of consciousness, there existed a fundamental yearning, a deep-seated impulse to express itself, to know itself through the medium of form. This was not a conscious decision in the way we understand it, but more like the natural tendency of water to flow downhill. It was the inherent nature of pure awareness to seek experience, to explore the vast spectrum of its own potential. From this initial impulse, the first division began. The infinite potentiality started to coalesce, much like a drop of water separating from the vast ocean. This initial separation was not one of division, but of focus. A point of pure potential began to draw upon itself, creating a state of relative stillness amidst the surrounding boundlessness. This point of focused potentiality is what we might conceptualize as the first spark, the primordial atom, or the initial singularity of the universe. However, it is crucial to understand that this was not a physical singularity as described by modern physics, but a singularity of consciousness, a point of infinite potentiality focused into a state of relative awareness. From this point, the process of creation began in earnest. The focused potentiality started to radiate outwards, like the ripples on a pond after a stone is dropped. These ripples were not physical waves, but waves of consciousness, waves of potentiality seeking expression. As these waves of consciousness expanded, they began to interact with each other, creating a complex tapestry of energy and vibration. This tapestry is what we perceive as the physical universe, a vast expanse of interconnected particles and forces, each vibrating at its own unique frequency. But the universe is not merely a physical construct. It is, above all, a manifestation of consciousness. The particles and forces that make up the universe are not mere matter, but are alive with the energy of consciousness. Each atom, each molecule, each particle is a tiny spark of the primordial source, reflecting the infinite potentiality of the universe. The laws of physics that govern the universe are not external forces imposed from without, but are the inherent nature of consciousness expressing itself in the realm of form. They are the guidelines by which the universe unfolds, the principles that govern the interplay of energy and vibration. And within this unfolding universe, there exists a vast spectrum of life, from the simplest microorganisms to the most complex beings. Each life form is a unique expression of consciousness, a particular configuration of energy and vibration designed to explore and experience the universe from its own perspective. Human beings, of course, occupy a special place within this spectrum. We possess the unique ability to consciousness, to reflect upon our own existence and to seek understanding of the universe and our place within it. We are the conscious explorers, the aware witnesses to the unfolding drama of creation. But our journey of exploration is not merely intellectual, it is also a journey of inner transformation, a process of awakening to our own innate connection with the primordial source. This is the path of self-discovery, the quest for inner knowledge and wisdom that lies at the heart of all spiritual traditions. The journey begins with the recognition that we are more than mere physical beings. We are, beneath the surface of our physical form, beings of pure consciousness, connected to the infinite ocean of awareness from which all originates. This recognition is the first step on the path, the initial awakening to our true nature. From this point, the journey becomes one of inner exploration, a process of delving deeper into the mysteries of the self. We begin to explore the nature of our thoughts, our emotions, our beliefs, and our desires. We seek to understand how these internal states shape our perception of the world and our place within it. This process of inner exploration is not always easy. It requires courage, honesty, and a willingness to confront the deeper aspects of our own nature. It requires us to let go of our egoic attachments, to transcend our limited perspective and to embrace the vastness of our own being. But the rewards of this journey are immeasurable. As we delve deeper into the mystery of the self, we begin to awaken to our own innate connection with the primordial source. We begin to experience the unity of all existence, the oneness of consciousness that permeates the universe. This awakening is the ultimate goal of the spiritual journey, the realization of our true nature as beings of pure consciousness, connected to the infinite ocean of awareness from which all originates. It is the realization that we are not separate from the universe, but are, in fact, an integral part of it. And as we realize our connection with the source, we also begin to understand our role within the unfolding drama of creation. We are not merely passive observers, but active participants in the process of creation, contributing our unique perspective and energy to the vast tapestry of existence. This understanding brings with it a profound sense of purpose and meaning, a sense of belonging to something much larger than ourselves. It is the realization that we are part of a grand cosmic plan, a plan of infinite unfolding and evolution. And as we embrace this understanding, we also embrace the responsibility that comes with it. We are responsible for the energy we put out into the universe, for the thoughts and emotions we project into the world. We are responsible for how we treat ourselves and others, for the impact we have on the environment and on the course of human history. This responsibility is not a burden, but a privilege. It is the privilege of being a conscious participant in the unfolding drama of creation, of contributing our unique energy and perspective to the grand tapestry of existence. The origins of existence, then, are not merely a story of physical creation. They are a story of consciousness seeking expression, of awareness exploring itself through the medium of form. And our journey through this vast universe is a journey of inner transformation, a process of awakening to our own innate connection with the primordial source. As we travel this path, we are reminded that we are not merely physical beings, but beings of pure consciousness, connected to the infinite ocean of awareness from which all originates. And it is this connection, this understanding of our true nature, that gives our lives meaning, purpose, and direction. The journey of self-discovery is a lifelong journey, one that unfolds throughout our lives. It is a journey of continuous learning, of constant growth and evolution. And as we travel this path, we are reminded that we are not alone. We are part of a vast community of consciousness, connected to each other and to the infinite source from which all originates. This understanding brings with it a profound sense of peace and acceptance, a sense of belonging to something much larger than ourselves. It is the realization that we are part of a grand cosmic plan, a plan of infinite unfolding and evolution. As we conclude this exploration of the origins of existence, we are left with a profound sense of wonder and awe. We are reminded of the vastness and complexity of the universe, and of our own unique place within it. We are reminded that we are not merely physical beings, but beings of pure consciousness, connected to the infinite ocean of awareness from which all originates. And as we travel the path of self-discovery, we are reminded that the journey is just as important as the destination. It is through our journey of inner exploration that we awaken to our own innate connection with the primordial source, and that we begin to experience the unity of all existence, the oneness of consciousness that permeates the universe. Chapter 29. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vast landscape of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light. This chapter delves into the origins, not merely of the physical world, but of the very source from which all arises, the unfolding Genesis. To grasp the origins is to understand the nature of the originator. It is not a story of mere happenstance, but of deliberate intention, of a primordial impulse that set the universe in motion. Think of it not as a moment of creation, but as an eternally present state of being, a potentiality that chose to express itself. The narrative perspective of the all-seeing eye, the omniscient witness, allows us to observe this beginning not from a limited vantage point, but from the encompassing perspective of pure awareness. There was no before in the conventional sense. Time, space, and matter, as we perceive them, are emergent qualities, arising from a deeper, more fundamental reality, the unmanifest, the silence from which all sound originates, the stillness before the first ripple. This source is not a being in the human sense, nor is it a force with a specific agenda. It is the ground of being itself. It is the pure potentiality of everything that could be, yet is simply being. It is the unconditioned, the source of all qualities, yet itself possesses no qualities in the relative sense. It is like the sky before the clouds form. It is not blue, nor is it colorless in the way a colorless object is. It simply is the backdrop against which colors emerge. From this stateless state, the first movement, the first vibration, occurred. It was not a shock, nor a spark in the conventional understanding of sparks. It was a gentle unfolding, a self-impulsion, a choice of the unmanifest to become manifest. This initial tremor, this quantum leap of consciousness, is the first act of division. It is the seed from which all multiplicity springs. Why did it unfold? The answer lies not in a purpose imposed from without, but in the very nature of the source. To be is to express. Inexpressibility is the absence of being. The source, being the totality of all potential, inherently seeks expression. The act of creation is not an act of making something out of nothing, it is the act of allowing something that was already inherent within the source to come into relative manifestation. It is like the ice melting into water. The water was always within the ice, its manifestation simply required a shift in conditions. This first vibration gave rise to the fundamental forces and the first subatomic particles. Think of them not as separate entities, but as different modes of vibration within the unified field. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, these are not external powers imposing order, but the inherent organizing principles of the unfolding creation, the different languages through which the source communicates its presence. As these forces interacted, the conditions for matter were established. The first atoms formed, primarily hydrogen and helium, born in the intense heat and pressure of the nascent universe, the Big Bang, perhaps, but understood not as an explosion into something, but as the explosive manifestation from the source. This initial stuff, this primordial energy, began to clump, drawn together by gravity, spinning and coalescing. And within these spinning clouds of gas and dust, the first stars ignited. These were not just sources of light and heat, they were alchemical furnaces, forging heavier elements within their cores. They lived, they exploded, scattering these newly created elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, silicon, across the cosmos. It was only with this enriched stardust that the conditions for the complex structures we see today, planets, solar systems, and ultimately, life itself, could arise. The universe, therefore, is not a machine built with immutable laws. It is a living, unfolding process, a self-organizing system driven by the inherent potentiality of the source. The laws of physics are not external decrees, they are the stable patterns that emerge from the interplay of the fundamental forces, reflecting the nature of the source at this particular stage of its unfolding. Understanding this origin is crucial for the seeker. It provides a context far grander than human history, placing our existence within a cosmic narrative of consciousness. It reveals that we are not separate from the source, we are expressions of it. The air we breathe, the stars we see, the very atoms that constitute our bodies, they all trace their lineage back to that initial impulse, that unfolding genesis. This knowledge does not necessarily remove suffering, but it can change its perspective. If we are part of an unfolding, self-organizing process of infinite potential, then our struggles are also part of the journey of expression. Our limitations are not inherent flaws, but challenges to be navigated within the vastness of possibility. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a journey to reconnect with this original source, to recognize its echo within their own being. It is about understanding that the same potential for creation, for intelligence, for love that resides in the universe itself, also resides within them. By contemplating the origins, the seeker begins to map the inner terrain, to see the reflection of the cosmic genesis within their own consciousness. The unfolding genesis is not a story to be fully comprehended, but a truth to be experienced. It is the background music against which the symphony of existence plays out. For the adult seeker, grappling with the complexities of life and the search for meaning, understanding this fundamental origin provides a foundation of awe and connection. It reminds us that we are participants in a grand, ongoing process, intrinsically linked to the source of all that is, was, and ever will be. The journey continues, fueled by the light of this understanding. Chapter 30. The seeker of inner knowledge, standing at the threshold of profound understanding, must first contemplate the origins of all that is. To grasp the nature of existence, one must journey back beyond the realms of time and space, to the very beginning, where only potential lay dormant within the infinite void. This is not a tale of fiery explosions or celestial collisions, but a deeper exploration into the source of universal creation, a source far more subtle and wondrous than mere physical forces. In the grand design, the universe began not with a bang, but with a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. This state is often referred to as the primordial emptiness, or shunyata in Eastern philosophies. It is crucial to understand that this emptiness is not akin to negative voidness or absence of everything. It is, rather, a boundless ocean of possibility, an infinite reservoir of pure consciousness, a field of pure potentiality from which all manifestation arises. Think of it as the difference between a perfectly clear, still lake and the ripples, waves, and reflections that eventually appear upon its surface. The lake itself is the emptiness, the potential for movement, form, and reflection. The ripples are the expressions of that potential. The primordial emptiness is the ultimate ground of being, the silent backdrop against which the symphony of existence unfolds. Within this vast, silent expanse, the fundamental nature of creation lies. It is not a place of utter nothingness, but a realm of infinite potentiality, a state of pure potential consciousness. It is the source from which all energies, all forms, and all phenomena emerge. This is the source of universal creation, the ultimate wellspring from which everything arises and to which everything eventually returns. The transition from this state of pure potential to the manifest universe is a mystery wrapped in an enigma. It is often described as the Big Bang, but this term, while useful for scientific description, does not fully capture the deeper spiritual reality. The true spark of becoming is not an external event, but an internal choice, an awakening of consciousness within the primordial field. This awakening is the birth of the first thought, the first impulse, the first division within the infinite unity. It is the moment when the potential of the void began to manifest as the multiplicity of the universe. This initial impulse is not driven by a need or a desire from outside. It is an inherent quality of the primordial field itself, a natural unfolding of its own potential for self-exploration and expression. From this first spark, the universe began to differentiate, to manifest into the vast array of realities we perceive. Yet, even within this manifested universe, the primordial emptiness remains the underlying foundation. Everything that exists is ultimately a manifestation of this infinite potential, a reflection of the primordial field. The wisdom of the ages teaches us that to understand the nature of our own being, we must first understand the nature of this primordial source. We are not separate from it, we are part of it. Our own consciousness is a reflection of that same primordial potential, and our own lives are a journey of unfolding that potential. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, a process of reawakening to this connection. It is a journey of moving from a state of perceived separation and limitation towards a recognition of our inherent unity with the source of all creation. It is a journey of realizing that we are not merely physical beings, but beings of consciousness, connected to the infinite ocean of potential that lies within. As the seeker delves deeper into the nature of their own consciousness, they begin to perceive the subtle undercurrents of the primordial field. They begin to recognize the patterns of creation and dissolution, the cycles of manifestation and return that underlie all of existence. They begin to understand that their own thoughts, feelings, and actions are not isolated events, but are part of the grand tapestry of the universe, woven from the threads of the primordial potential. This understanding brings with it a profound sense of peace and acceptance. It allows the seeker to let go of the ego's illusions of separation and limitation, and to embrace the fullness of their own being. It allows them to recognize that they are not merely passengers on the train of life, but co-creators of their own reality, operating from the boundless potential of the primordial field. In this state of awareness, the seeker begins to live from a place of inner strength and wisdom. They are no longer driven by external desires or fears, but by a deep understanding of their connection to the source of all creation. They are able to navigate the challenges of life with grace and ease, knowing that they are always supported by the infinite potential of the primordial field. The journey of the seeker is a journey of return, a journey back to the source of all creation. It is a journey of recognizing that we are not separate from the universe, but are an integral part of it. It is a journey of realizing that our own consciousness is a reflection of the primordial potential, and that our own lives are a journey of unfolding that potential. As the seeker continues on this journey, they will come to understand that the origins of existence are not merely a historical fact, but a living reality that is unfolding within them right now. They will come to recognize that the primordial emptiness is not a place of nothingness, but a realm of infinite potential, a field of pure consciousness from which all manifestation arises. And in recognizing this, they will find the key to unlocking their own inner potential, to realizing their own divine nature, and to living a life of purpose, meaning, and fulfillment. They will have found the source of universal creation, not only in the universe itself, but within their own hearts and minds. Chapter 31. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a point, not a place, but a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. It was the silence before sound, the darkness before light, the infinite before the finite. This source was not a being in the conventional sense, nor was it an energy with a specific direction. It was the ground of all being, the unconditioned reality from which everything arises and to which everything returns. To understand existence, we must first grasp the nature of this primordial origin. Think of it as the fertile soil from which a forest grows. It contains all the potential of the trees, the leaves, the roots, and the birds within it, yet it remains untouched by any of them until the conditions are right. The source is that soil, infinitely vast and infinitely subtle, holding the blueprint for galaxies, for life, for consciousness, and for the seemingly insignificant spark of self-awareness within each of us. From this absolute stillness, the first tremor began. It wasn't a vibration in space. Space didn't exist yet. It was an inherent potentiality, an inherent yearning, to express itself, to know itself through difference. This initial impulse, this quantum leap from absolute unity to the possibility of multiplicity, is the first great mystery of creation. Why would perfection, absolute being, choose to become relative, to embark on the long and often difficult journey of manifestation? We can only speculate, for the source itself is beyond speculation. Perhaps it is the inherent nature of all consciousness to explore itself through variety. Just as a human mind finds richness in contemplating different ideas, different perspectives, so too might the ultimate consciousness find its fullness in the existence of countless worlds, countless beings experiencing reality in their unique ways. It is as if the source whispers, be, and existence answers with a universe bursting into form. The first act of this unfolding was the separation of potential from potential, not a big bang in the conventional sense, but the dawning of division. Imagine a vast ocean of pure awareness. The first ripple is not a disturbance, it is the recognition of this side and that side of the ripple. One potential becomes two, not by addition, but by the simple act of distinction. This distinction is the ground of time and space. Where there is difference, there is relative position, and where there is relative position, there is change, the very essence of time. Energy, the lifeblood of manifestation, began to flow, drawn by this nascent distinction. It gathered, coalesced, and formed the first structures, not planets or stars, but the fundamental patterns, the laws of physics and chemistry, written into the fabric of reality by the initial act of division. These laws are inherent expressions of the nature of the unfolding potential. They are the grammar of the universe, the rules that allow transformation and complexity to arise. From these fundamental structures emerged the first particles, the building blocks of matter. They danced in the energetic fields, attracted and repelled, forming fleeting patterns before dissolving back into the flow. Then, slightly more stable configurations appeared, the first atoms, hydrogen and helium, simple yet holding the potential for everything that follows. The next great leap was the formation of stars. Within their fiery cores, the relentless pressure and heat squeezed hydrogen atoms together, fusing them into helium and releasing immense energy in the process. These stars became the universe's first great alchemists, forging heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, gold, in their fiery crucibles. They lived brilliant lives and, when their fuel was spent, they died, scattering their precious creations across the cosmos through explosive events known as supernovae. The elements forged in the hearts of stars are the very stuff of planets, of life, and of our own bodies. And so, the universe expanded, cooled, and the delicate balance between gravity and radiation allowed matter to clump together. Clouds of gas and dust began to spin and collapse, drawn by their own gravity, forming the first galaxies, then the first solar systems. In one particular, relatively insignificant corner of one galaxy, within a relatively ordinary star system, the conditions were just right for a new kind of complexity to emerge, self-organizing systems capable of replicating themselves and passing on information across generations. These were the first precursors of life. Simple molecules that could form, rearrange, and replicate under specific environmental conditions. Over eons, driven by the relentless flow of energy from the sun and the inherent tendency towards greater complexity, these simple systems evolved into the intricate molecular machines we recognize today as cells, the building blocks of all known life. And within these cells, consciousness began its slow, steady awakening. It started not as self-awareness, but as a sensitivity to the internal and external environments, a capacity to react, to adapt, to pass on successful patterns of behavior through heredity. This nascent awareness slowly gathered data, learned from experience, and began to explore the possibilities offered by the universe. The journey from the source, through the division of potential, the formation of laws, the creation of matter and energy, the forging of stars, the birth of planets, and the emergence of life, is a testament to the universe's inherent drive to express itself. It is a journey from absolute stillness to dynamic complexity, from undifferentiated potential to the rich tapestry of experience we perceive around us and within us. We, as human beings, stand at a remarkable point in this grand unfolding. We are conscious beings, capable of reflecting upon our own existence and the existence of the universe from which we emerged. We are the inheritors of billions of years of cosmic evolution and the creators of our own individual lives. The source, the ultimate origin, is not somewhere else, in some distant dimension. It is the ground of our being, the potential within us to grow, to learn, to understand, and to realize our own intrinsic connection to all that is. This understanding is the first step on the path of inner knowledge and wisdom, recognizing that we are not separate entities, but nodes in a vast, interconnected web, all arising from the same primordial potential. It is seeing the hand of the source not as an external force imposing commands, but as the inherent potentiality from which everything, including our own thoughts and feelings, arises. The lessons for the seeker are clear. We are here to explore this unfolding creation, to learn from its patterns, to understand our place within it. We are here to cultivate awareness, to discern the subtle patterns of our own minds and behaviors, and to align ourselves more closely with the inherent wisdom of the universe. This is not about achieving a static state of enlightenment, but about participating consciously in the ongoing dance of existence, using the tools of self-inquiry, mindfulness, and compassion to navigate the journey from relative separation back towards the recognition of our fundamental unity with the Source. The story of existence is a story of unfolding potential. It began in the silence of the Source and has moved, through an inexplicable impulse, towards the complex, vibrant reality we inhabit. We are privileged participants in this magnificent process. By turning our attention inward, we can begin to grasp the profound truths embedded within our own being, reflecting the very nature of the universe from which we came. The journey from the beginning to the present moment is vast, but the journey from the present moment towards greater self-awareness and wisdom is within our grasp, available to every seeker who dares to look inward and connect with the infinite potential that resides within. Chapter 32. The seeker of inner knowledge, the earnest student of the self, often finds themselves standing at the threshold of a question far grander than the sum of their personal struggles. They whisper the query, sometimes aloud in the stillness of dawn, sometimes silent in the depths of contemplation. Where did it all begin? What is the source from which the tapestry of existence unfurls? This is not merely a scientific query, though science offers its intricate theories of the Big Bang, the cosmic inflation, the rapid expansion that birthed matter and energy into the known universe. This is a deeper query, one that transcends the physical and ventures into the realm of consciousness itself. It seeks the originator, the ground of being, the unfolding word from which all things emerged. To understand the origins of existence, one must look beyond the tangible, beyond the light and the dark, beyond the particles and the forces. One must turn the gaze inward, towards the very source of perception itself. For in the stillness of the inner cosmos, the patterns become clearer, the echoes more distinct. The universal source, the source of all creation, is often described in mystical traditions as pure potentiality. It is the undifferentiated field, the silent ocean of consciousness from which everything arises. It is not a being in the conventional sense, nor is it a void devoid of life. It is a state of being, an infinite reservoir of possibility, existing beyond time, space, and the limitations of conceptual thought. Imagine, if you will, a vast, boundless field. It is not empty, but it is undifferentiated, a pure potential waiting to be expressed. Within this field resides the blueprint of all reality, encoded in the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. This is the unfolding word, not spoken in sound, but existing as the inherent potentiality of every particle, every force, every aspect of manifestation. The act of creation, from this perspective, is not an external event but an internal choice, a movement from the state of pure potentiality towards the expression of form and experience. It is the first thought, the first vibration, the first division that marks the birth of the manifest universe. It is as if the source, in its infinite wisdom, chose to become aware of itself through the act of creation, to explore the vast playground of manifestation. This initial movement, this first division, gave rise to the fundamental forces and particles that would eventually coalesce into the structures we observe today. Gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces, these are not external entities but expressions of the underlying unity, the inherent interconnectedness of all things, stemming from that initial act of unfolding. The Big Bang, the scientific narrative suggests, was the cataclysmic event that launched this process. Yet, even within this framework, the question remains, what ignited the spark? What was the precursor to the explosion of energy and matter? The mystic sees not an explosion, but an implosion of potentiality giving rise to outward expression. The Big Bang was not the beginning, but rather a significant moment in the ongoing unfolding of the unfolding word. As the universe expanded and cooled, the potentiality began to differentiate into more complex forms. First, simple particles formed, then atoms. Under the influence of gravity, these atoms coalesced into stars and galaxies. Within the fiery hearts of stars, heavier elements were forged, the building blocks for the complex structures that would eventually support life. And life, in its myriad forms, emerged as the ultimate expression of this unfolding. It is a testament to the universe's inherent drive towards complexity, towards self-awareness. Life, consciousness, is the universe's way of exploring itself, of experiencing the richness of its own manifestation. But the journey does not end with the emergence of life. It continues within the individual beings who possess the capacity for self-awareness. The human mind, with its vast potential for thought, emotion, and perception, becomes a focal point for the exploration of this unfolding. It is within the human heart and mind that the seeker can most directly connect with the source. The path of self-help, the journey towards inner knowledge and wisdom, is essentially an attempt to trace this unfolding from within. It is about recognizing the connection between the individual self and the universal source. It is about understanding that the same forces that created the stars and galaxies are also at work within the mind and heart of the individual. By cultivating awareness, by practicing mindfulness and introspection, the seeker begins to perceive the subtle vibrations of the unfolding word within themselves. They begin to recognize the patterns of thought and emotion, the conditioned responses and the innate wisdom that arise from this universal source. This process is not about achieving a state of perfection or enlightenment, but about embracing the journey of unfolding itself. It is about recognizing that every moment, every experience, is an opportunity for growth, for learning, for connecting with the deeper reality of existence. It is about understanding that the individual self is not separate from the universe, but an integral part of it, a reflection of the same light that shines forth from the source. In this understanding lies the key to transformation. It is by recognizing the connection between the self and the universe that the seeker can transcend the limitations of the ego and experience the fullness of their potential. It is by embracing the unfolding of the unfolding word that they can find true peace, joy, and fulfillment in their lives. So, the next time you find yourself standing at the threshold of a question, a challenge, or a new beginning, remember the source of all creation. Remember the vast, boundless field of potentiality from which everything arises. Remember the unfolding word, the inherent wisdom and love that guides the journey of every seeker. For within you lies the same potential, the same power, the same connection to the universe. Within you lies the capacity to unfold, to express, to become the unique and wondrous individual that you are meant to be. And in that unfolding, you will find the answers you seek, the wisdom you crave, and the joy of existence itself. Chapter 33. In the beginning, there was only the source. Not a place, not a concept, but the very essence from which all becomes. This source is the undifferentiated potential, the silent hum before the melody, the infinite ocean from which the first drop of existence emerges. It is the ground of being, the uncaused cause, the eternal before time. To grasp the origins of all that is, one must first contemplate this boundless origin itself. The source is not a being in the conventional sense, nor is it a force with a specific intention, though it gives rise to intentionality. It is pure possibility, a field of infinite potentiality, waiting, yet not waiting, as waiting implies time and purpose which are themselves creations. It is the still point at the heart of the turning world, the absolute silence from which all sound originates. Think of it not as a creator person, but as the creative medium itself. It is the fertile void, the cosmic womb, from which everything flows. From this singular state, the first differentiations begin. It is not a violent explosion, but a gentle unfolding, a spontaneous emergence of complexity from simplicity. Why? The source itself does not possess a reason in the way a human might possess a reason. The unfolding is simply what happens. It is the inherent potentiality reaching for expression, the universe writing its own script upon the vast canvas of possibility. It is like a seed containing the blueprint of a tree, and the conditions being right for it to sprout and grow. The source contains all potential trees, all potential universes, all potential realities, yet the actualization of any one of them is a spontaneous choice of the emerging reality itself. Consider the analogy of a vast, empty landscape. This landscape is the source. Now, a thought arises, a thought of a hill. Where does the hill come from? It arises from the landscape, using the very fabric of the landscape to manifest itself. It is not imposed on the landscape, but born out of it. The source is like that empty landscape. The first sparks of division are like the first hills taking shape, the first forms emerging from the undifferentiated background. These initial sparks are the seeds of consciousness, not fully formed consciousness, but the raw potential for awareness, for distinction, for the experience of being. They are like the first grains of sand that begin to clump together, forming the basis of a dune. They are drawn towards each other, not by an external command, but by an inherent resonance, an echo of the source's own undifferentiated unity seeking to express itself through multiplicity. This initial clustering is the first gestation of form, the birth of the first rudimentary structures, the very atoms and subatomic particles we now understand through the lens of physics, which mirrors the deeper truths of metaphysics. This process is not linear or sequential in the way we experience time. It is more like the simultaneous unfurling of a vast, intricate flower. All stages are present in potential within the source, yet the manifestation unfolds in a particular sequence and pattern, driven by the inherent laws or principles that emerge from the source itself. These laws are not imposed rules, but natural expressions of the source's nature, the way things naturally are when the potential is allowed to unfold. They are the grammar of the universe, the underlying patterns that give structure and consistency to reality. From these first conscious sparks, the grand dance of creation begins. They differentiate further, forming the basic elements, then combining into molecules, then complex structures. Energy and matter weave together in intricate patterns, giving rise to the first self-organizing systems, the precursors of life. It is a magnificent, almost unimaginable process, driven by the inherent drive of the source to know itself through the myriad forms it takes. This is the foundational lesson for the seeker. The source is not out there somewhere, nor is it within you in a literal sense. It is the ground of all being, the context from which both the external universe and your inner self arise. To seek the source is not to find a separate entity, but to recognize the nature of your own being and the universe you inhabit as expressions of that singular origin. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, to align their own consciousness with the fundamental resonance of the source. It is to move from a state of perceived separation, where the self is seen as a distinct, isolated entity, to a recognition of oneness. This is not achieved by denying the individuality of experience, but by understanding that individuality is a facet of the whole, not separate from it. The path involves observing the arising of thoughts and sensations without judgment, recognizing them as patterns emerging from the source. It involves seeing the interconnectedness of all things, understanding that no element of existence exists in isolation. It involves embracing the paradoxes, that the source is both singular and infinitely diverse, both silent and the source of all sound and form. As the seeker deepens their understanding, they begin to perceive the underlying patterns, the subtle laws that govern the unfolding of existence. They begin to feel the resonance of the source, the fundamental vibration that underlies all phenomena. They start to live from a place of greater alignment, allowing the natural flow of life to guide their actions, rather than being driven by the fragmented desires and fears that arise from a sense of separation. In contemplating the origins, the seeker does not seek to prove anything intellectually. The proof is in the experience, the sense of peace, the clarity, the growing awareness of interconnectedness, the reduction of suffering arising from illusion. The understanding of the source's nature provides the framework, the map, for navigating the inner landscape of the self and the outer landscape of the universe. The journey is not about reaching a final destination, for the source is the ground, the beginning, and the end all rolled into one. It is about the continuous process of unfolding, of realizing the inherent wisdom and love that resides within the very fabric of existence. It is about becoming a conscious reflection of the source, allowing the light of the origin to shine through the individual self, illuminating the path for all others who dare to seek. Thus, the study of origins is not merely an academic exercise. It is a profound spiritual practice, a way of awakening to the deeper reality of being. It is the first step on the path to true knowledge and wisdom, leading the seeker from the relative darkness of illusion towards the infinite light of the source itself. The journey begins with the contemplation of the beginning, and in that contemplation, the seeker finds the key to unlocking the deepest mysteries of the self and the universe. Chapter 34. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the tapestry of existence, intricate and profound, its origins shrouded in mystery yet illuminated by the light of awareness itself. This chapter delves into the very source from which all manifestation springs, the unfolding word, the primordial sound from which the cosmos emerged and continues to resonate. To grasp the origins of everything, one must first entertain the notion that there was a point before the point we perceive. This is not a scientific argument about the singularity, but a philosophical inquiry into the nature of potential. Before the Big Bang, if such a concept applies, was not the potential for everything already present? Was it not contained, not as a static object, but as an undifferentiated field of pure possibility, a state of infinite potentiality? In many ancient traditions, this state is described as pure sound, the first vibration that broke the silence of non-existence. The unfolding word is not merely a sound heard, but the fundamental nature of reality itself, the underlying frequency at which the universe hums. It is the creative potential-seeking expression, the silent scream that gives birth to form. Think of it not as a word spoken in the past, but as an ongoing process. The universe is constantly unfolding, creating, and dissolving, driven by this inherent vibrational principle. Every thought, every emotion, every action of creation or destruction partakes in this fundamental sound. It is the breath of life itself, the rhythm of existence beating within all things. The The journey of the seeker is, in essence, an attempt to attune themselves to this primordial frequency. It is to move from a state of receptive silence, where the potential is felt but not yet expressed, towards a state of resonant awareness, where the inner self echoes the creative pulse of the universe. This is not about finding a specific mantra or chant, though such tools can be helpful anchors. It is about understanding the principle of vibration and resonance that underpins all of reality. When the individual mind, often cluttered with the chatter of daily life and the echoes of past conditioning, quiets down, a profound listening can begin. In this stillness, beneath the layers of thought and emotion, the seeker begins to hear the underlying hum, the unfolding word that is the source of all things. It is a sound that is both infinitely subtle and infinitely powerful, the ground of being from which everything arises. This initial perception is often described in metaphorical terms: the vastness of the ocean, the endless sky, the deep silence before dawn. These images point towards a state of being where the individual ego, the sense of separate self, begins to dissolve. In the vastness of this primordial sound, the boundaries between observer and observed blur. The seeker realizes that they are not merely hearing a sound about the universe, they are hearing the universe itself, hearing the very essence of their own being. This realization is the first step towards true empowerment. The seeker understands that they are not separate from the source of creation. They are, in their deepest nature, a part of that unfolding word. Their thoughts, their intentions, their choices are vibrations within that vast field. By becoming consciously aware of this connection, the seeker gains a profound sense of agency and responsibility. The practice then becomes one of conscious participation in the creative process. It is learning to speak the word, not through external sounds, but through the quality of one's inner state. What kind of vibration does the seeker wish to contribute? Harmony or dissonance? Love or fear? Intention and attention become the creative tools. The journey is not linear. There will be moments of clarity and profound connection, followed by periods of confusion and doubt. The path is one of continuous refinement, of tuning the inner instrument until its vibrations align more closely with the primordial frequency. It is about learning to listen deeply, not just with the ears, but with the entire being, and then learning to speak the language of that listening back into the world. The seeker, through this understanding, begins to see the interconnectedness of all things. They recognize that their inner state directly influences the outer world, not through magic or wishful thinking, but through the fundamental principle that like attracts like, and that everything is in resonance with everything else. The unfolding word is the universal language, and those who speak it in harmony find their lives unfolding with greater ease, purpose, and meaning. This chapter serves as a foundation, a conceptual bridge. It points towards the source, the unfolding word, the ground of all being. The subsequent chapters will explore the practical methods for listening to this sound within, for tuning the inner instrument, and for consciously participating in the magnificent unfolding of existence. The seeker has taken the first step out of the darkness of ignorance into the light of awareness. Now, the journey begins in earnest, towards the heart of the word itself. Chapter 35. The seeker stands at the precipice of understanding, gazing not outward across a physical landscape, but inward into the vast, shimmering expanse of consciousness itself. Before them lies the great unfolding, the narrative of existence written in the language of pure potential. This chapter delves into the nature of the source, the very first breath that gave rise to all that is, was, and ever will be, exploring how this initial act of creation set the stage for the intricate dance of becoming. To grasp the origins of all things is not merely to understand the mechanics of the cosmos, but to comprehend the fundamental nature of the mind that perceives it all. The source, the originator, the ground of being, these are not merely abstract concepts, they are the resonant frequencies of the first, primordial thought. It is from this still point of infinite possibility that the universe began to whisper its grand design. Imagine a space, not empty in the sense of absence, but undifferentiated, a state of pure potency where every potential coexists, shimmering like the colors of the rainbow on the surface of still water. This is the realm of the source before the first division. It is a state of utter unity, a silence so profound it is not the absence of sound, but the presence of all potential sounds simultaneously. Yet, even this state is not truly static. Within the perfect stillness lies an inherent yearning, a subtle impetus for expression, a gentle pressure towards becoming. This pressure, this innate drive, is the first stirring of consciousness. It is the source contemplating itself, the initial aha moment of self-awareness. This self-awareness is not a thought in the conventional sense, born of complexity. It is the fundamental recognition of I am, the first pulse of existence asserting its presence. And with this assertion comes the first division, the separation of the knower from the known, even on the most primordial level. This is the moment the potential becomes the possibility, the seed of all duality planted. From this first division springs the fundamental creative principle, the word. This word is not spoken with lips, nor written with ink. It is the vibration that underlies all reality, the primordial sound from which all sounds emerge. It is the logos, the underlying pattern, the unspoken rule that governs the unfolding of manifestation. This word contains within it the blueprint for everything that exists, every form, every law, every possibility. It is the creative intention that gives shape to the undifferentiated potential. The emission of this first word is the Big Bang, not in the purely physical sense, but as the explosive expansion of consciousness into form. It is the source saying, "Let there be light," and light, in its most fundamental sense, is the first division, the first point of awareness within the vast undifferentiated field. This light is not merely electromagnetic radiation, it is the very quality of awareness itself, the spark that ignites the perception of existence. As the word unfolds, it does so according to specific principles, laws that are not external dictates but inherent qualities of the unfolding consciousness itself. These principles govern the interplay of energy and matter, attraction and repulsion, expansion and contraction. They are the archetypes, the universal patterns that shape all things, the cycles of nature, the stages of human development, the structures of society. To understand these principles is to grasp the fundamental grammar of the universe, the rules by which the source expresses itself. The first consequence of the word's emission is the division of the undifferentiated field. Imagine the source as a sphere of infinite potential. The first act of creation is like drawing a line, or perhaps more accurately, like the sphere beginning to expand, pushing its boundaries outwards. This expansion creates a distinction, the inner realm of the source, now perceived as pure consciousness, and the outer realm, the manifest universe, the field of unfolding form and experience. This division is not one of good and evil, but of potential and actualization. The inner realm holds the pure potential, the unmanifested ideas. The outer realm is the process of bringing these ideas into form, into manifestation. And within this manifest realm, the interplay of consciousness and form creates the conditions for further evolution, for the emergence of increasing complexity and awareness. The universe, therefore, is not merely a physical structure unfolding in space and time, it is a grand unfolding of consciousness, a vast experiment in self-exploration. The physical laws, the cosmic structures, the evolution of life, all are facets of this ongoing process. Everything that exists is a thought, an idea, that has taken form within the creative field established by the first word. The journey of the seeker, then, is not about discovering new facts about the universe, though learning about the cosmos can be a helpful aid. It is about turning the gaze inward, listening to the resonance of the source within their own consciousness. It is about recognizing the patterns of creation operating within the self, understanding how thoughts give rise to feelings, how feelings shape actions, and how actions, in turn, create the circumstances of experience. By understanding the nature of the source as the unmanifest potential and the word as the unfolding creative principle, the seeker can begin to align their own consciousness with this fundamental rhythm. They can learn to speak their own inner word, to consciously shape their reality from the realm of thought and intention, the realm closest to the source. This understanding transforms the perception of life's challenges. Difficulties are not merely external obstacles but opportunities for the refinement of consciousness, for the integration of the manifest with the unmanifest. Pain, loss, and struggle become catalysts for growth, for the deepening of awareness into the nature of being itself. The path forward, therefore, involves practices that quiet the mind's chatter, allowing the seeker to tune into the deeper frequencies of the inner source. Meditation, contemplation, self-inquiry, these are the tools that help the individual consciousness reconnect with the primordial field of potential, to hear the underlying word of creation speaking within their own heart and mind. To walk this path is to participate directly in the ongoing creation of the universe, to become a conscious co-creator, translating the potential of the source into the richness of individual experience. It is to move from merely perceiving the unfolding narrative to becoming an active participant in its writing, one word, one intention, one conscious moment at a time. The journey from the source to the manifest universe is mirrored within the individual, from the realm of pure potential to the expression of conscious awareness in the world of form. Understanding this profound connection is the first step on the path to true inner knowledge and wisdom. Chapter 36. The seeker of inner knowledge, the soul drawn towards the quiet hum of universal truth, finds themselves standing at the threshold of a story so vast, so ancient, it dwarfs the sum of human history. This is not merely a tale of stars and planets, but a profound narrative of origins, the genesis of existence itself, understood not through the lens of conflict, but as an expression of a singular, boundless source. To grasp the origins of all things is to begin with the source. This is not a being in the conventional sense, nor a location, but a state of pure potential, an infinite ocean of consciousness from which everything flows. Imagine, if you will, the quiet before sound, the dark before light, yet not an absence, but a profound, vibrant stillness. It is this stillness, this undifferentiated unity, that is the ultimate ground of being. It is the source of universal creation, the wellspring from which the first whisper of division emerged. How did this emerge? The answer lies not in a sudden act of creation ex nihilo, but in the inherent potentiality of the source itself. Within that infinite ocean of being, the very nature of existence contained the seeds of all possibilities. It was as if the source, in its boundless awareness, chose to explore its own nature through the act of becoming. It is a fundamental law of this universe: consciousness seeks expression, potential seeks realization. The first movement was not towards multiplicity, but towards the idea of multiplicity. It was the arising of the first distinction, the subtle separation within the undivided whole. This was not a division in the sense of otherness, but rather the distinction necessary for relationship, for contrast, for the emergence of qualities. Think of it as a wave arising from the ocean, yet still fundamentally oceanic. This initial division was the ground for the first emergence of energy, the primordial vibration that would later give rise to the fundamental forces and particles we perceive. From this first distinction, the primordial energy began to unfold, spinning, swirling in a dance of infinite complexity. This is not a mechanical process, but a creative impulse, an expression of the source's inherent drive towards awareness and manifestation. The laws of physics, those elegant descriptions of how energy and matter behave, are not external dictates but the natural patterns arising from this initial unfolding, the inherent relationships established in the first moments of division. As the energy spun and coalesced, the fundamental elements began to form, not through messy accidents, but through the precise and inevitable dance of particles and forces. The elements are not separate substances, but different modes of expression of the underlying energy. They are the notes in the grand symphony of creation, each playing its part in the unfolding tapestry of existence. And then, the crucial step, the formation of the first stable structures. The elements combined, forming molecules, then increasingly complex structures. The chemistry of life, the blueprint for complexity, began to emerge. This was not a random process, but the natural consequence of the interplay of energy, matter, and the fundamental laws that govern their interaction. It was the universe, in its infinite wisdom, setting the stage for the next grand act, the emergence of self-organizing systems. The first self-organizing systems were simple, yet revolutionary. They were the precursors to life, systems that could maintain their structure and reproduce, passing on their patterns of organization. They were the first true expressions of a feedback loop, a system that learned from its own interactions with the environment. These were the building blocks, the prototypes from which the first living cells would arise. And then, life emerged, not as a single event, but as a gradual process of increasing complexity, driven by the power of self-organization and the replication of information. The first cells were simple, but they contained the blueprint for everything that followed. They were the first true agents of creation, capable of metabolizing energy, responding to their environment, and reproducing themselves. The journey from the source to the first living cell is a testament to the power of potential, the elegance of the unfolding process, and the inherent drive of consciousness towards expression. It is a journey that took billions of years, filled with countless steps and transformations. Yet, at every step, the process remained guided by the fundamental principles established in the very first moment of division. The emergence of life was not an end, but a new beginning. Life, in its incredible diversity, began to explore the possibilities of existence, to adapt, to evolve, to create. It is through the lens of life that we begin to see the universe in a new light, not as a cold, mechanical machine, but as a vibrant, dynamic system, full of potential and possibility. The journey of understanding the origins of existence is a journey of self-discovery. By exploring the origins of the universe, we are not merely learning about the external world, but about ourselves. We are uncovering the hidden patterns within our own consciousness, revealing the deep connection between the source and the individual self. The source of universal creation is not distant, nor is it separate from us. It is within us, around us, and beyond us all at once. It is the ground of our being, the source of our potential, and the ultimate destination of our journey. By understanding the origins of existence, we are beginning to understand ourselves, and by understanding ourselves, we are beginning to understand the source. The story of existence is a story of unfolding, of potential realized, of consciousness expressing itself through the infinite dance of energy and matter. It is a story of hope, of possibility, and of the infinite potential of the human spirit. And it is a story that is still being written, with each of us playing our part in the grand symphony of creation. Chapter 37. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vast landscape of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light, a creation story written not in stars or dust, but in the fundamental nature of being itself. To grasp the origins of all things is not merely to satisfy intellectual curiosity, it is to reclaim the spark of divinity within, to understand the source from which one's own life and awareness spring. The narrative of creation, as perceived by the omniscient witness, is not a linear tale of days and nights, but a profound unfolding, a process of infinite potential taking shape. It begins, not with a specific event, but with the state of pure potentiality, the void not as emptiness, but as boundless possibility. This state, often referred to as the undifferentiated one, the absolute, or the source, terms that attempt to capture the ineffable, is the ultimate ground of being. It is the silent, resonant hum from which all sounds emerge, the unformed clay before the potter's wheel. From this primordial soup of potential, the first division begins. It is not an act of separation, but rather an act of becoming, a subtle shift where the undivided light begins to explore its own nature. Think of it not as light separating from darkness, but as the light beginning to know itself through the reflection it casts, or the awareness arising within the vast stillness. This initial movement is the seed of all distinction, the first ripple on an infinitely smooth surface. It is the potential for yes arising alongside the potential for no, the dawning of the relative within the absolute. Why does this unfolding happen? The self-help aspect of this ancient wisdom reveals that creation is, in a sense, an expression. The source, in its totality, seeks to know itself through the diverse reflections of its own light. Just as a musician composes a symphony to explore the range of their instrument, or a painter creates a canvas to explore the spectrum of color, the source expresses itself through the act of creation. It is not driven by a need, but by the inherent nature of completeness to explore its own boundaries and witness the richness of its own diversity. The universe is the symphony, the canvas, the vast reflection through which the source experiences the full spectrum of its being. Consider the elements of creation, the fiery impetus of creation, the cool receptivity, the organizing principle, the sustaining force. These are not merely physical laws, they are aspects of the source's own dynamic nature. The source, in its totality, contains within it all the potential for becoming, the potential for heat and for cold, for activity and for rest, for chaos and for order. The act of creation is the process by which this internal potentiality becomes external reality, taking shape within the framework of time and space, yet originating from a timeless, spaceless awareness. This is where the seeker finds their crucial role. The universe, having begun its grand unfolding, requires consciousness to give it meaning, to perceive its beauty, to interact with its complexity, and ultimately, to recognize the reflection of the source within it. The human mind, with its capacity for awareness, choice, and love, becomes the crucial interface. We are not merely passive observers, we are the consciousness that allows the creation to know itself. Our thoughts, our feelings, our actions, these are the ways in which the source engages with its own handiwork, the means by which the potential expressed in the cosmos finds a mirror in awareness. The journey of the seeker, therefore, is not about discovering a hidden formula for existence, but about aligning their own consciousness with the fundamental nature of the source from which they arose. It is about recognizing the divine spark within, and learning to operate from that place of inner knowing rather than from the limited ego self, which is merely a pattern formed within the unfolding creation. This involves understanding the interplay of the universal elements within oneself, recognizing the fiery passion, the cool discernment, the organizing will, and the sustaining compassion, and learning to harmonize them according to the higher purpose of one's soul's expression. The lessons are profound. They teach that the source is not distant or separate, but is the very ground of your being. They teach that the challenges and joys of life are opportunities for the source to express itself through you, and for you to experience the fullness of existence. They teach that wisdom is not acquired from without, but is revealed by turning within, by recognizing the reflection of the universal source in the mirror of your own consciousness. As the seeker delves deeper, they begin to perceive the intricate dance of cause and effect, the subtle web of interconnectedness that underlies all phenomena. They understand that every action, every thought, sends ripples through the universal field, influencing the unfolding of creation both within themselves and without. This understanding empowers the seeker to act not from fear or reaction, but from a place of conscious choice, contributing to the creation of a more harmonious and conscious reality. The journey towards understanding the origins of existence is, in essence, the journey home. It is the process of awakening to the truth that you are not merely a product of the universe, but are, in fact, a vital part of the universe's ongoing realization of itself. It is the journey from the relative world of perceived separation to the absolute awareness of oneness with the source. This understanding does not eliminate the challenges of life, rather, it provides the perspective and the inner strength to navigate them with grace and purpose, recognizing every experience as a step on the path of unfolding, a contribution to the grand symphony of creation. In this vast unfolding, the seeker finds their place as a conscious co-creator, an awareness within which the light of the source can shine and reflect its infinite beauty. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical fact to be learned, but a living reality to be experienced, a profound truth to be embodied in the very nature of the seeker's own being. Chapter 38. In the vast, ineffable silence that preceded all things, there existed not merely absence, but a profound potentiality, a primordial resonance waiting for the first vibration. This was not a void of emptiness, but a sea of infinite possibility, the undifferentiated source from which all creation would eventually emerge. The seeker of inner knowledge must first understand this foundation, that existence did not begin with a bang, but with a becoming, a deliberate unfolding initiated by the source itself. Think of this source not as a being in the conventional sense, nor as a mere force. It was the ground of being, the unconditioned reality from which all conditioned realities spring. It was the pure awareness that is prior to thought, the silence from which the first sound emerges. It was the potential of a seed containing the blueprint of a mighty tree, the inherent nature of everything before it takes form. From this state, what might be termed the source of universal creation, the initial impetus arose. It was not an act of will in the human sense, but a necessary unfolding, a self-expression. Why? Because pure potential, while vast, requires the experience of actualization to be fully known. The source, in its infinite wisdom, chose to manifest. It chose to become. This first movement was not towards multiplicity in isolation, but towards the dance of interconnectedness. The source contained within itself the seeds of all possibilities, the vast spectrum of consciousness, the intricate patterns of matter, the very laws that would govern their interaction. It was as if the source whispered its own nature into existence, and the universe listened and resonated. The first vibration, the primordial sound, often described metaphorically as the word or the was not heard by ears but felt by the entirety of the unfolding reality. This sound was not merely auditory, it was the fundamental frequency of creation, the underlying rhythm that would set the pace for all subsequent events. It was the first division, the separation of the potential into nascent forms and energies. From this initial sound emerged the fundamental forces, the great currents of energy that would sculpt the cosmos. Gravity, the unseen hand that pulls matter together into stars and planets. Electromagnetism, the force that governs light, life, and information transfer. The strong and weak nuclear forces, binding the particles within the heart of atoms. These were not external entities but inherent qualities of the emerging universe, expressions of the source's unified field taking shape. Simultaneously, the very fabric of reality began to coalesce. The fundamental particles, the building blocks of matter, quarks and leptons, appeared, dancing in the energetic soup of the early universe. they combined, driven by the newly formed forces, to form protons and neutrons, the nuclei of atoms. It was a period of incredible turmoil, a cosmic inflation where space itself expanded at an almost unimaginable rate, stretching the fabric of reality and embedding the seeds for the large-scale structure we observe today. Yet, throughout this violent birth, there was an underlying order. The source's intention, its inherent wisdom, was woven into the very fabric of the laws of physics. These laws were not imposed from without, they were expressions of the source's nature, the natural way in which the potential must manifest into form. They are the grammar of the universe, the rules that allow for coherence and complexity to arise from simplicity. As the universe cooled, the stage was set for the emergence of complexity. Hydrogen and helium, the lightest elements, formed in the first few minutes. These elements, like building blocks, would later be fused in the hearts of stars into heavier elements, including those essential for life: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. This process, the stellar alchemy, was a crucial step in the grand plan, enriching the universe and preparing the stage for conscious beings. The first stars ignited, burning brightly and briefly, scattering their heavier elements back into space through supernovae explosions. These cosmic events acted as cosmic recycling centers, seeding the interstellar medium with the ingredients necessary for planets and, eventually, life. The universe, once a homogeneous cloud of gas and dust, began to differentiate further, forming vast galaxies, clusters of galaxies, and the intricate web-like structure we now perceive. This grand unfolding, from the silent potential of the source to the complex tapestry of galaxies and stars, was not random. It was the expression of a deliberate intention, a self-manifesting process driven by the inherent nature of the source. The source, in creating, was also experiencing. It was observing the intricate dance of form and energy, the play of light and shadow, the emergence of complexity from simplicity. The seeker of inner knowledge must recognize this pattern. The universe is not merely a physical machine, it is a living, evolving expression of consciousness. Everything that arises, from the smallest subatomic particle to the vastest galaxy, is a reflection of the source's nature. To understand the cosmos is, in a sense, to understand the self, for the self is also an expression of that same source. The journey of the universe, from the initial vibration to the emergence of conscious life, was a gradual process. It required billions of years for the right conditions to arise: stable stars, orbiting planets with suitable atmospheres, the right chemical balance. And then, on one particular planet, within one particular ocean, the miracle of life occurred. Life itself was not a sudden invention but an inevitable outcome of the universe's evolution. It was the emergence of self-organizing systems, capable of metabolism, growth, reproduction, and, crucially, response to the environment. And within these living systems, the potential for consciousness began to dawn. Consciousness, the awareness of awareness, the ability to perceive and reflect upon existence, is the ultimate expression of the universe's journey. It is the point at which the universe begins to know itself. The human being, with its capacity for thought, emotion, and self-awareness, stands as a testament to the universe's grand unfolding. Yet, this is not the end of the story. Consciousness, once arisen, becomes aware of its own existence and the vast cosmos from which it emerged. It begins to seek understanding, to ask the fundamental questions: who am I? Where did I come from? What is the nature of reality? This seeking is the heartbeat of the universe, the next step in the grand expression. The journey of the individual soul, the inner seeker, mirrors the journey of the universe. Each person is a microcosm, containing within themselves the potential for the same level of consciousness that permeates the cosmos. The path of self-discovery is, in essence, a process of awakening to the inherent nature of the source within, recognizing that the ground of being is not distant and unknowable, but is, in fact, the very essence of who we are. To truly understand the origins of existence is not merely to study the physical universe. It is to recognize the pattern of creation within the self, to see the reflection of the source in the mind, the emotions, and the body. It is to understand that the same forces and principles that govern the birth of the cosmos are also at work within the individual. The source of universal creation, the ground of all being, is not something to be attained in the future. It is already present, waiting to be recognized within. The journey of the seeker is one of unwinding the layers of conditioning, the veils of illusion that obscure the inherent nature of awareness. It is a process of remembering, of awakening to the truth that has always been, but has been forgotten in the business of everyday life. As the individual awakens, they become a channel for the source, reflecting its light and wisdom back into the world. They become a living expression of the universe's grand unfolding, a conscious participant in the ongoing dance of creation and awareness. They understand that they are not separate from the source, but are, in fact, an integral part of it, a vital expression of its infinite creativity. In this understanding lies the ultimate freedom, the realization that the source of universal creation is not external to the self, but is the self, in its true nature. It is the recognition that the journey of seeking is, in itself, the unfolding of the source's expression, the grandest story of all. And so, the seeker, by delving into the origins of existence, is not merely reading a story about the past. They are engaging in the most profound exploration of the self, the ultimate adventure of consciousness, the journey home to the source from which all things arise, and to which all things return. Chapter 39. In the beginning, there was only the source, not a point, nor a void, but a state of pure, undifferentiated potential. This source, the ultimate ground of being, existed beyond time, space, and the very concepts of beginning and end that define our mortal experience. It was the silence before sound, the warmth before the spark, the infinite ocean from which all rivers flow. To understand existence, one must first grasp the nature of this primordial wellspring. The source is not a creator in the anthropomorphic sense, crafting worlds with a divine hammer. Rather, it is the source from which all creation spontaneously arises. It is the field of infinite possibility, the fertile void from which the seeds of manifestation are sown. Think of it not as a conscious entity, but as the fundamental isness of all things. It is the resonant frequency of the cosmos, the underlying vibration that gives rise to form and experience. From this singular state, the first differentiations emerged, not by decree, but by the inherent nature of the source itself to express its own fullness. It is as if the pure light of the source began to explore its own boundaries, to know itself through the act of becoming. This initial tremor, this first ripple in the undifferentiated sea, was not separation, but exploration. It was the source looking at itself through the lens of potential. Consider the analogy of a vast, perfectly still lake. On the surface, everything is undifferentiated water. Yet, the slightest internal impulse, the faintest interaction with an external breeze, can create ripples. These ripples are not imposed upon the lake, they are an emergent property of the lake's own nature, a way for its stillness to interact with itself and the world. The first forms of existence were similar, not imposed, but arising naturally from the source's own dynamic potential. These first forms were not complex beings, but the very rudiments of distinction. They were the first notes in an infinitely complex symphony, the first atoms coalescing from pure energy. They existed in a state of perfect harmony, intrinsically linked to the source, there being a direct reflection of its underlying nature. They were the consciousness of the source, experiencing itself through the medium of form. The crucial lesson here for the seeker is to recognize the source not as something external to be sought, but as the innermost nature of oneself. Just as the first forms arose from the source, so too does the human soul. Our true identity is not the persona, the ego, the collection of thoughts and memories we identify with. Our true self is that underlying, unchanging awareness from which our thoughts and experiences arise, much like the source from which all existence flows. The journey of self-discovery is, therefore, not about finding something new, but about realizing what has always been true. It is about tuning into the fundamental resonance of our being, the echo of the source within. This requires moving beyond the noise of the mind, the constant chatter of the ego, and connecting with that deeper, quieter place of pure awareness. This initial state of harmony was not static. Just as the universe expands and evolves, the source, through its own expression, initiated the process of becoming. Forces began to interact, energies to flow and merge. The fundamental laws of physics, the very principles that govern the cosmos, emerged as natural expressions of this dynamic interplay. They are not arbitrary rules imposed from without, they are the inherent patterns of the source's own nature manifesting into relative order. The source remains the ultimate source of all creativity and change. It is the wellspring from which all new possibilities arise. Even as the universe unfolds and evolves, governed by its established laws, the source never runs dry. It is the constant potential for novelty, the source of inspiration for the artist, the spark for the innovator, the wellspring of love that transcends the mundane. For the seeker, understanding this origin transforms the nature of the quest. It is no longer merely about accumulating knowledge or achieving external success. It is about aligning with the fundamental rhythm of existence, recognizing oneself as a manifestation of the source, and learning to live from that place of inner resonance. It is about recognizing the inherent divinity within, the direct connection to the unfolding genesis that is both the beginning and the continuing process of all things. To live in this awareness is to experience existence from a place of profound peace and purpose. It is to understand that every challenge, every joy, every experience is a facet of the grand unfolding, a reflection of the source expressing itself through the medium of time and form. It is to see the hand of the source not as something external and imposing, but as the very breath of life within oneself and all beings. The journey continues, but the starting point, the foundation, is the realization of the source. It is the understanding that we are not separate islands in an indifferent universe, but drops of the same infinite ocean, each containing the whole within its essence. This knowledge is not merely intellectual, it must be felt, experienced as the deepest truth of one's being. Only from this place of connection can the true lessons of wisdom unfold, guiding the seeker through the complexities of the manifest world back to the simplicity of the source itself. Chapter 40. In the beginning, there was only the source. Not a point, not a place, but pure potential, an infinite ocean of consciousness before thought, form, or even the concepts of time and space had meaning. This source is the ultimate ground of being, the silent, vibrant heart from which all manifestation flows and returns. It is the unmanifest, the root of all creation, the eternal, unchanging awareness from which everything arises. To understand the origins of existence is not merely to trace the story of stars and planets or the history of humankind. It is to embark upon a profound inner journey, a quest to reconnect with the very wellspring of our being. Why does this quest matter? Because understanding our origins, even metaphorically, provides the foundational wisdom upon which genuine self-help, the transformation of the human condition, is built. It illuminates the nature of the self, the nature of reality, and the path back to wholeness when the mind becomes lost in complexity. The source, in its absolute state, is beyond duality. It is not hot or cold, conscious or unconscious in the ways we perceive these qualities within the manifest world. Yet, paradoxically, it is the ground of all such experience. It is the potential for everything to be, the space in which the yes and the no, the light and the dark, the being and the becoming, can coexist and interact. From this boundless potential, the first tremor of division arose, not as a decision made by a conscious entity, but as an inherent quality of infinite possibility-seeking expression. Imagine an infinite canvas, perfectly blank yet brimming with infinite potential colors and forms. The first brushstroke, the first choice of hue, the first emergence of contrast, this was the nascent moment of the manifest universe. It was not an act of creation by the source, but an act of creation as the source expressing itself through limitation and form. Think of it as the source choosing to become the manifest world itself, to experience itself through the play of becoming. This initial division might be likened to the first subtle vibration, the first ripple on the surface of infinite stillness. This vibration contained the seeds of all subsequent complexity, the potential for particles, forces, energy, and the eventual emergence of matter and consciousness. The laws of physics, the very structure of the cosmos, are not external dictates imposed by some external power. They are the inherent expressions of the nature of the source as it unfolds into the manifest realm. They are the patterns of possibility inherent within the unmanifest, becoming the rules by which the dance of existence unfolds. Gravity is not a force pulling things, it is the inherent tendency of matter to move towards greater density and wholeness, reflecting the fundamental nature of the source itself seeking integration. Electromagnetism is the dance of attraction and repulsion, the expression of dynamic balance within the unified field. Within this unfolding cosmos, the stage was set for the most remarkable phenomenon of all, consciousness. How did consciousness arise from non-conscious matter? This is one of the great mysteries, yet perhaps the most accessible for the seeker of inner knowledge. Consciousness is not merely a byproduct of complex neural structures, it is the fundamental nature of the source expressing itself. Every atom, every particle, vibrates with the potential of consciousness. The human brain is simply a sophisticated vehicle, a biological antenna, capable of tuning into and experiencing this universal field of awareness. We are not separate from consciousness, we are consciousness having a human experience. Our individual minds, our thoughts and emotions, are like waves within this vast ocean of being. The journey of self-help, therefore, is the journey back to this fundamental awareness. It is the process of recognizing that the personal ego, the collection of thoughts, memories, and identifications we have built, is but one aspect of this greater reality. It is the path of awakening to the fact that our true nature is not the limited self constructed by the mind, but the infinite awareness from which the mind arises. This understanding transforms the challenges of life. Instead of seeing suffering as an external enemy to be vanquished, we recognize it as a signal, an opportunity to return to our centeredness within the source. Instead of being overwhelmed by the complexities of the world, we understand ourselves as integral parts of the unfolding creation, connected at the deepest level to all that is. The origins of existence, therefore, are not a distant scientific or mythological narrative. They are the living reality within us, the ground of our being. By contemplating the nature of the source, by recognizing the inherent consciousness within ourselves, and by understanding the universe as an unfolding expression of infinite potential, the seeker finds a stable foundation upon which to build a life of wisdom, purpose, and inner peace. This knowledge does not eliminate the struggles of the human condition, but it provides the perspective needed to navigate them. It offers the understanding that we are not isolated fragments adrift in an indifferent universe, but expressions of a unified, conscious source, intrinsically connected and participating in the grand, unfolding drama of existence. The journey from the source to the manifest world, and back again towards awareness, is the very essence of the human experience and the core of the self-help path towards true wisdom. Chapter 41. The seeker of inner knowledge, the soul drawn towards the vast ocean of wisdom, often finds themselves standing at the threshold of understanding existence itself. They wonder, not merely about the mechanics of stars or the intricacies of biology, but about the fundamental source, the root from which all manifestation springs. This chapter delves into that primordial origin, the very genesis of being, offering lessons for the dedicated inner explorer. To grasp the origins of existence is not to seek empirical answers found in laboratories or ancient texts alone. It is to embark upon a journey inward, towards the quiet center of one's own consciousness, where echoes of the universal source resonate most profoundly. The external world, with its endless phenomena and complex structures, is but the playing field upon which the initial impulse of creation unfolds. Understanding this requires a shift in perspective, moving beyond the limited lens of the individual self towards the boundless perspective of the universal consciousness. Many traditions and philosophies speak of a singular, indescribable source, a void humming with creation potential, a silent witness, an infinite intelligence, or pure, undifferentiated energy. This is the ground of all being, the unmanifest from which the manifest emerges. It is not a place, nor a thing, in the conventional sense. It is the isness itself, the underlying reality that underpins and sustains everything. Think of it as the infinite canvas upon which the masterpiece of existence is painted, or the vast, unformed sound from which all music arises. The act of creation, from this universal perspective, is not a violent explosion or a mechanical process, but a gentle unfolding, an expression of inherent potentiality. It is the movement from the state of pure possibility to the state of manifested form. Why does this happen? The answer lies not in an external command, but in the very nature of the source itself. It is inherently dynamic, not static. It is inherently expressive, not merely receptive. The impulse to manifest, to become, is not an external mandate but an intrinsic quality of its being. It is as if the source, in being itself, cannot help but express itself through the creation of diverse forms and experiences. This initial impulse, this quantum leap from the unmanifest to the manifest, is the moment of the Big Bang, not in the cosmological sense alone, but as the fundamental vibration that sets the entire universe in motion. It is the first thought, the first word, the first movement of energy that divides the silent void into the duality of potential and actuality. This division is not one of good and evil, but simply of manifest and unmanifest, form and space. From this initial spark, the intricate dance of existence begins. Energy differentiates. Vibration patterns establish themselves, forming the fundamental forces and particles. These particles combine, drawing closer through the forces of attraction, forming the building blocks of matter. Over vast, unfathomable timescales, these elements coalesce, spinning into galaxies, forming stars that burn brightly, forging heavier elements within their cores. It is a grand, cosmic alchemy, transforming pure energy into the tapestry of the cosmos. And within this cosmic tapestry, life emerges. a remarkable process of self-organization, driven by the laws of physics but transcending them in its complexity. From simple single-celled organisms to the intricate biosphere teeming with diversity, life becomes the primary vehicle for expression and experience within the manifested universe. It is through life, particularly through conscious life, that the universe begins to know itself, to explore the nature of its own creation. Yet, despite the vastness and complexity of the universe, and the intricate workings of life within it, the source remains. It is not consumed by the creation, it remains the unchanging backdrop, the silent witness. Furthermore, the source is not merely outside the creation, it is also within every particle, every atom, every cell, every form. This is the principle of the immanence of the divine, the idea that the universal source permeates and infuses all of existence. To realize this is to understand the interconnectedness of all things, that you are not separate from the universe, but an integral part of its unfolding expression. The lessons for the seeker are profound. First, recognize that the ultimate source is beyond conceptual understanding. Any description, any name, any image is merely a pointer, a finger pointing towards the moon, never the moon itself. The goal is not intellectual comprehension, but experimental realization. Second, understand that your own consciousness is a reflection of this universal source. The journey inward is the journey home, the process of realizing your connection to the origin. By quieting the mind's chatter and turning your attention towards the still point within, you can begin to feel the resonance of that primordial vibration. Third, embrace the dynamic nature of existence. The source expresses itself through change, through the constant interplay of creation and dissolution. Rather than fearing impermanence, learn to dance with it, understanding that every ending contains the seed of a new beginning, just as the source itself is eternal and unchanging. To stand at the threshold of understanding the origins of existence is to stand at the threshold of true wisdom. It is to recognize the grand design, the intricate beauty, and the profound interconnectedness of all things. It is to understand that you are not merely a passive observer in this vast unfolding, but an active participant, a co-creator, expressing the very essence of the source through your own unique consciousness. This understanding does not bring fear or confusion, but peace, purpose, and a deep sense of belonging to the magnificent, unfolding drama of existence itself. The journey has begun, and the first step is the recognition that the answers you seek have always resided within, mirroring the infinite source from which all began. Chapter 42. The seeker stands at the threshold, not of a room, but of understanding itself. Before them, not a locked door, but the vast, shimmering expanse of cosmic potential, the very source from which all originates. This is not a place of fear, but of profound awe. The air, if it could be called such, is thick with the scent of pure potential, the hum of infinite possibility vibrating just beneath the surface of perception. It is here, in this liminal space between the known and the unknown, that the true nature of creation unfolds, not as a distant event in a bygone epoch, but as an ongoing, dynamic process within the seeker themselves. The narrative perspective, omniscient and wise, observes the internal landscape of the one who dares to inquire. The mind, usually a frantic chatterbox, begins to quieten, like a storm settling into a gentle drizzle. Thoughts cease to be obstacles, they become tools, delicate instruments used to probe the deeper strata of being. In this state of receptive awareness, the seeker is no longer merely an observer of the world, they become an explorer of the source from which the world arises within them. The question is not new, yet it holds fresh resonance for each generation, each individual soul. Where did it all begin? The conventional answers, the Big Bang, the hand of a divine creator, while holding certain explanatory power, often fall short of addressing the felt reality of existence, the intimate connection between the universe and the self. This place, this source, offers a different vantage point. It suggests that the origin is not merely an external event, but an internal principle, a fundamental awareness that is the ground of being. To understand the origins of existence is to understand the nature of consciousness itself. It is to recognize that the universe is not a machine, randomly whirring to its eventual heat death, but a living, breathing expression of a conscious principle. This is the great I Am, the source, the unmanifest from which all manifestation arises. It is the silence before the sound, the space between the notes that gives music its meaning. It is the fertile void from which the first thought, the first spark of division, emerges. The source is not a place one travels to, it is the very essence of one's being when the veils of illusion are gently lifted. It is the state of pure presence, uncluttered by the narratives of the past or the anxieties of the future. It is the awareness that observes the arising and passing of phenomena without becoming attached to them. This is the primordial ocean of consciousness, vast, deep, and infinitely creative. From this ocean, the first intention arises, not as a command, but as a gentle wave upon the surface, a subtle shift in the underlying potentiality. This intention, this first movement, is not separate from the source, it is the source expressing itself. It is the seed of division planted in the field of pure being. This seed contains the blueprint, the inherent potential for all that is to come. It is the initial "let there be light," not as a decree, but as the natural emergence of awareness into itself, distinguishing the known from the unknown, the manifest from the unmanifest. Light, in this context, is not merely electromagnetic radiation, it is the very quality of awareness, the clarity of knowingness. From this initial division, the first elements coalesce. They are not formed by the source, but as the source exploring itself. Think of it not as sculpting clay, but as the ocean forming waves. The elements are the natural expressions, the inherent qualities of the source coming into play. Fire represents the dynamic energy, the will, the transformative power inherent in consciousness. Water embodies the flow, the emotion, the receptive quality necessary for change. Earth signifies the structure, the form, the solidified potential. Air represents the communication, the intellect, the movement between states. These are not mere physical elements, they are the fundamental modes of the conscious field itself, the archetypes through which the source experiences itself. The process is not linear, it is a spiraling, unfolding dance of creation. The elements interact, combine, and recombine in infinite ways, giving rise to more complex structures. Molecules form, then cells. Systems emerge, then organisms. The web of life stretches out, intricate and interconnected, a magnificent testament to the creative power of the source expressing through the fundamental elements. And throughout this process, the source remains the unchanging observer, the ground upon which all change unfolds. The seeker, by turning their attention inward, begins to perceive this dance not as an external phenomenon, but as an internal process. Their thoughts become the elements in flux, their emotions the waves of feeling, their body the form through which these energies express. They begin to understand that their own creativity, their own capacity for change, their very existence, is a reflection of the primordial process of creation. This understanding is not enlightenment in its totality, but it is a crucial step. It bridges the gap between the personal and the universal. The personal struggles, the inner conflicts, the quest for meaning, they are not isolated incidents but integral parts of the grand cosmic drama. By observing their own internal elements in play, the seeker gains insight into the mechanics of creation itself. They learn to harness their own fire without being consumed, to navigate their water with grace, to build their earth with intention, and to breathe their air with clarity. The journey from the source to the manifest universe, and back again through the seeker's awareness, is the path of wisdom. It is the journey of understanding where we came from so that we may understand who we are now, and where we are going. It is a path of self-discovery, where the outer universe becomes a mirror reflecting the inner landscape, and the inner landscape becomes the key to unlocking the mysteries of the cosmos. Standing in the presence of the source, the seeker feels no smallness, but connected. They understand that they are not separate from the origin, they are the ongoing expression of it. The weight of existence lifts, replaced by a lightness of being, a sense of belonging to something vast and beautiful. The origins of existence are not a distant story, they are the living reality of this moment, the awareness that observes and allows the endless dance of creation to unfold, both without and within. And so, the lesson for the seeker is clear: to know the origins of existence is to know oneself. To understand the source is to understand the ground of one's own being. The journey continues, not outward into the unknown, but inward, towards the infinite wellspring of awareness from which all things arise. For within the seeker, in this very moment, the universe is being created, and so are they. Chapter 43. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the cosmos, not with a physical map, but with a question etched deep within their soul. Where did it all begin? This is not merely a scientific query about stars and planets, but a profound, existential inquiry into the very source and nature of existence itself. To unravel this, we must look beyond the tangible, beyond the easily observed, and venture into the realm of the primordial, the unformed potential from which all things emerged. In the grand tapestry of reality, as perceived by those who strive for wisdom, there exists a singular, ineffable point, a state of pure, undifferentiated consciousness, often referred to as the source, the ground of being, or the unmanifest. It is the silence before the sound, the darkness before the light, the potential before the form. This source is not a being in the conventional sense, nor is it a place. It is the isness itself, the fundamental reality from which everything arises and to which everything ultimately returns. Think of it as an infinite ocean of pure awareness. Like the ocean, it has no fixed shape or boundary. It is the fundamental substance of all existence, yet it remains beyond conceptual understanding. It is the source of all creativity, all life, all energy. It is the breath that animates the universe, the light that illuminates the void. From this primordial state, the first gentle ripples of division began. These were not violent explosions, but rather subtle shifts, spontaneous expressions of the inherent potential contained within the source. Imagine the ocean surface catching the first light of dawn. It shimmers with an almost imperceptible vibration, a precursor to the waves to come. These initial vibrations were the seeds of manifestation. What sparked this initial movement? Was it a choice? An inherent property of the source itself? Perhaps it was the source's own desire to know itself through the act of creation, to experience the richness of diversity that arises from unity. Or maybe it was simply the natural unfolding of potential, the inherent tendency of pure energy to express itself. The answers lie in the mystery itself, and the true seeker does not seek definitive answers so much as they seek to attune to the nature of this unfolding. As these first ripples grew, they coalesced, forming the fundamental forces and energies that would give structure to the cosmos. Think of the interplay of attraction and repulsion, the forces of gravity drawing matter together, the electromagnetic forces weaving the fabric of light and interaction. These were not separate entities created by the source, but rather emergent qualities of the source as it began to express itself. The first particles, the building blocks of matter, emerged from this energetic soup. Subatomic particles danced in the void, forming into protons, neutrons, and electrons. They clung together, drawn by the newly manifested forces, forming the simplest atoms, hydrogen and helium. It was in this primordial soup, bathed in the residual heat of the great expansion, that the conditions for complexity were laid. Then came the cooling. The universe expanded, and with it, the temperature dropped. This cooling was crucial. It allowed the first nuclei to capture electrons, forming stable atoms. It allowed gravity to become the dominant force, pulling these atoms together into vast clouds of gas and dust. Within these clouds, the first stars began to ignite. These were colossal furnaces, where hydrogen atoms fused into helium, releasing immense energy in the process. The light and heat from these early stars forged heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, iron, the very ingredients necessary for life. They scattered these elements across the cosmos through supernova explosions, enriching the interstellar medium. And so, the stage was set. The fundamental forces were in place. The basic building blocks of matter existed. The universe had cooled and expanded. But still, there was no life as we know it. It was a vast, beautiful, but largely empty stage, illuminated by the distant lights of nascent stars. The next step in the unfolding genesis was the formation of planets. Gravity pulled the gas and dust clouds into swirling disks, and within these disks, particles began to collide and stick together, forming larger and larger bodies. Over millions, and then billions of years, these bodies coalesced into the planets and moons we observe today, some rocky, some gaseous, some orbiting their parent stars in stable paths. But the crucial ingredient for life as we understand it, liquid water, was still missing in most places. It required a planet with a suitable atmosphere, a magnetic field to protect it from the star's harsh radiation, and a stable orbit to maintain a temperate climate. And then, on one particular, insignificant rock orbiting a modest star in a vast galaxy, the conditions were just right. Water appeared in liquid form on the surface. The combination of liquid water, complex organic molecules delivered by comets or formed through chemical processes on the early Earth, energy from the sun, and a protective environment created the perfect crucible for life to begin. This beginning was a slow, gradual process. Simple self-replicating molecules emerged, then more complex structures, eventually giving rise to the first single-celled organisms. These first life forms were simple, but they possessed the fundamental property of life, the ability to take energy from their environment and use it to grow, reproduce, and maintain their structure. From these simple beginnings, life evolved, diversifying and adapting to the changing environment of the planet. Over billions of years, through the processes of natural selection and genetic drift, life moved from the oceans to the land, from the simple to the complex, giving rise to the incredible variety of creatures that populate the Earth today. So, the origins of existence, as viewed through the lens of inner knowledge and wisdom, are not a random sequence of events, but a profound, unfolding expression of the inherent creativity of the Source. It is a journey from the undifferentiated potential of the unmanifest, through the subtle vibrations of creation, to the emergence of form, force, matter, and ultimately, life. The seeker, by turning their attention inward, can connect with this very source. They can feel the resonance of the initial vibrations, understand the nature of the forces that shape their own life, and recognize the patterns of creation and transformation at work within themselves. The story of the universe is not merely a scientific account, it is a metaphor for the journey of the soul, a testament to the power of consciousness, and a guide for the seeker navigating the path towards inner knowledge and wisdom. To understand the origins of the cosmos is, in a sense, to begin to understand the origins of the self. For we are not separate from this unfolding genesis, we are part of it, a reflection of it, a conscious expression of it. The more we attune to the nature of the Source, the more we can understand our own place within the grand tapestry of existence, and the more we can live in harmony with the creative forces that continue to shape all things. Chapter 44. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the profound, gazing into the vastness of existence as if trying to read the very fabric of reality itself. They whisper questions to the silent sky, seeking answers that echo from the beginning of time. It is within this quest, this deep yearning, that the true nature of the Source, the origin of all creation, begins to reveal itself not as a distant entity, but as an unfolding process, a living, breathing word that resonates within the chambers of the soul. Many concepts attempt to grasp this source, the absolute, the divine spark, the unmanifest potential. Yet, these labels can become intellectual barriers, obscuring the fundamental truth: creation is not merely a past event, nor is it a static state. It is an ongoing, dynamic unfolding, initiated and sustained by the inherent power of the Source itself. To understand existence, one must first understand the nature of this initial impulse, this primordial utterance that set everything in motion. Imagine, if you will, a state prior to division, a realm of pure potential where the distinction between nothing and everything held no meaning. This is the unmanifest, the ground of being, the silent before the sound. Yet, even in this state of utter stillness, the potential for the word existed. It was not merely waiting, it was yearning. The Source, in its essence, possesses an inherent drive, an overflowing abundance that cannot remain contained. It is the nature of the full cup to spill, the boundless ocean to surge forward. This initial surge, this first movement, is the seed of the word. It is the moment the unmanifest begins to differentiate, the whisper that will become the roar, the potential that takes form. This is not an act of external will imposing itself upon chaos, it is an internal necessity, an expression of the Source's own perfection and fullness. The Source is the potential for all, and the act of creation is the Source choosing to express that potential, to give form to the formless. The word, therefore, is not merely sound. It is the fundamental principle of manifestation itself. It is the law, the order, the blueprint imprinted upon the very essence of reality. Consider the universe around you, the elegant dance of galaxies, the intricate structure of a single cell, the seemingly random yet purposeful unfolding of life. All of this operates under the guidance of the word. It is the underlying frequency, the resonant tone that gives everything its shape and meaning. The Source, in its initial act of self-expression, emitted the word. This word contained all possibilities within its vibration. It was the first division, the first yes to existence. And as this word resonated, it began to coalesce, to draw matter towards itself, weaving the tapestry of the cosmos. It is the creative force, the life-giving breath that animates all things. But the journey of the word does not end with the physical universe. It continues to penetrate, to infuse, to imbue. The word is the essence of consciousness, the spark that ignites the flame of self-awareness within beings capable of receiving it. It is the divine intelligence woven into the fabric of reality, guiding evolution, offering lessons, and patiently waiting for the seeker to recognize its presence. For the seeker of inner knowledge, the task is not to reach out to a distant source, but to turn inward and listen. The source, the origin of all creation, resides within the core of your own being. The word, that primordial utterance, is the sound of your own true nature. The universe is the echo of this word, and your life is a journey to hear that echo within yourself. To connect with the source, one must learn to attune to the vibration of the word within. This requires stillness, focus, and an unwavering commitment to the inner journey. It means silencing the chatter of the mind, the noise of the ego, and allowing the deeper resonance of the soul to emerge. In this quietude, the seeker can begin to perceive the underlying harmony, the unifying principle that binds all things together. The lessons for the seeker are found in recognizing the word in all aspects of existence. Observe the natural world, and see the reflection of the source's creative power. Contemplate the cycles of life and death, and understand the impermanent yet inherent continuity guided by the word. Look within, and witness the unfolding of your own consciousness, the manifestation of your own thoughts and emotions, all operating under the influence of the inner word. The journey is one of recognizing the universal origin within the individual self. The source that created the heavens also dwells within you. The word that speaks the cosmos resonates in your soul. By learning to listen to this inner word, the seeker begins to align with the fundamental rhythm of existence, to understand their place not as an isolated fragment, but as an integral part of the unfolding creation, a co-creator attuned to the source's divine melody. Thus, the study of origins is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a path to self-realization. By understanding the nature of the source and the power of the word, the seeker gains the wisdom to navigate their own life, to recognize the divine patterns at work, and to live in greater harmony with the universal flow. The unfolding word is the key, waiting to be heard deep within the heart of the seeker. Chapter 45. The seeker stands at the precipice of understanding, gazing not outward across a physical landscape, but inward into the vast, echoing chambers of their own consciousness. Before them, like a vast, unfolding scroll of cosmic proportions, lies the tapestry of existence itself, woven from the threads of pure potentiality. This is not merely a story of stars and planets, but the deeper narrative of origins, the genesis of all that is, was, and ever will be, a story intrinsically linked to the very essence of the seeker. To grasp the origins of creation is not to seek a simple historical account, like reading the annals of a bygone civilization. It is, rather, to embark upon a profound inner journey, to trace the lineage of awareness back to its most fundamental source. The conventional mind might seek answers in distant galaxies or ancient texts, but the wisdom of the ages whispers that the true cosmology resides within. The source, the unmanifest, the ground of all being, these are not abstract philosophical concepts but the very breath of life itself, the silent hum beneath the noise of the world. It is from this boundless, formless state of infinite potential that all manifestation arises. Think of it not as a person, though it possesses the capacity for all that a person might embody, nor as a place, though it is the ultimate container. It is the source of universal creation, the fertile void from which every possibility springs, the uncaused cause from which all causes emerge. The journey to comprehend this begins with the simple yet radical act of quieting the internal noise. The mind, ceaselessly chattering, planning, judging, filtering the endless stream of sensory input and thought, acts as a veil between the seeker and the clarity of the source. To witness the origins of existence, one must first become still enough to perceive the underlying silence, the resonant space from which the first thought, the first vibration, the first spark of division emerged. In this stillness, the seeker begins to notice the subtle dance of energy. All of creation, from the grandest galaxy to the tiniest subatomic particle, vibrates. These vibrations are not mere physical phenomena, they are the language of the cosmos, the expression of the source's inherent creativity. Like ripples on a pond caused by a single drop, the initial vibration of the source begins to spread, differentiating into the myriad forms and forces we perceive. Yet, this division is not a separation. It is an enfolding, a self-creation where the source, in its infinite play, allows for the emergence of distinct realities, each with its own internal dynamics and apparent laws. These laws are not external dictates but are, in fact, the natural expressions of the underlying vibrational patterns and the interplay between consciousness and the unmanifest. Gravity, electromagnetism, the cycle of birth and death, these are not forces imposed from without, but are intrinsic qualities of the unfolding creation, reflections of the source's own dynamic balance. The source is both the container and the contained, the unmanifest potential and the manifest expression. It is the ocean and the waves, simultaneously. To understand creation, one must perceive this paradoxical unity. Every separate entity, every distinct form, carries within it the signature of the whole. A single leaf contains the blueprint of the entire tree, and the entire tree contains the blueprint of the forest, the biosphere, and ultimately, the source itself. This understanding transforms the seeker's relationship with the world. No longer is existence a collection of separate, disconnected phenomena. Instead, it becomes a web of interdependent relationships, a living, breathing expression of the source's creative impulse. The challenges and sorrows the seeker experiences are not isolated incidents but integral parts of the grand unfolding, opportunities for learning and growth, for refining their own vibrational signature and realigning with the flow of the source. The journey to the origins is not a journey back in time, for time itself is a creation, one of the many dimensions emerging from the source. It is a journey inward, towards the still point at the heart of consciousness, towards the place where the individual self begins to dissolve back into the ocean of potential from which it arose. It is a journey of remembering, of recalling the inherent connection to the source that exists within every atom, every cell, every thought, every feeling. To stand at the threshold of this understanding is to stand at the very beginning and the very end, simultaneously. It is to perceive the intricate dance of creation not as a distant spectacle, but as the living, breathing reality of one's own being. The origins of existence are not a story to be read, they are an experience to be lived, a truth to be felt deep within the core of one's being. As the seeker embraces this perspective, the world transforms. The apparent limitations dissolve, replaced by a sense of infinite possibility and profound interconnectedness. They begin to see the divine spark not just in the universe, but within themselves, recognizing that they, too, are a manifestation of the source, participating in the ongoing act of creation. The path becomes clear: continue to seek, to learn, to grow, to radiate the light of awareness back into the tapestry of existence, contributing to the harmony and evolution of all that is. For in understanding the origins, one begins to truly understand their own place and purpose within the magnificent unfolding of the source's creation. Chapter 46. In the vast, ineffable expanse that lies beyond conventional comprehension, there exists a singular, immanent source. This is not merely a point of origin from which creation emanated and will one day return, it is the very essence, the animating principle, the unmanifest potentiality that weaves the fabric of all existence. To understand the origins of everything, one must first grasp the nature of this source. It is tempting, perhaps even comforting, to envision this source as a singular, anthropomorphic entity, a grand architect or a benevolent creator figure. Humanity, throughout its history, has sought comfort and meaning in such narratives. They provide frameworks for understanding our place in the cosmos, offering answers to the most profound questions: where did we come from? Why are we here? What is our ultimate purpose? However, the nature of the source, the true origin of all that is, transcends such simplistic personifications. It is far more akin to an infinite, intelligent, and self-aware field of pure potential. Think of it not as a being with intentions, but as being intention itself, in its most fundamental and unbounded form. It is the resonance, the vibration, the underlying frequency from which all possibilities arise. The journey of the seeker of inner knowledge begins, often unconsciously, with a recognition of this source. It is the subtle whisper in the mind that seeks something deeper than the surface appearances of life. It is the ache for connection, the yearning for meaning that resonates beneath the noise of daily existence. This recognition is the first step away from the illusion of separation, the initial understanding that the self is not merely an isolated entity, but a spark of the same infinite source. From this source, all existence unfolds. It is not a momentary act of creation, like throwing a pebble into a pond and watching ripples expand. Rather, it is an ongoing, dynamic process of unfolding, a constant manifestation and unmanifestation of infinite potential. Imagine a vast ocean of pure consciousness. This is the source. From this ocean, the first ripples of division emerge, the subtle energies that coalesce and draw near to one another, forming the initial patterns of what will become the cosmos. These patterns are not arbitrary. They arise from the inherent intelligence and harmony within the source itself. It is a universe governed by elegant laws, not harsh commands. These laws are not external dictates imposed upon creation, but are, in fact, the very nature of the source expressing itself. They are the inherent ways in which potential translates into form, how consciousness organizes itself into complexity. Consider the laws of physics. They are not external rules imposed by a creator, they are the inherent characteristics of the source manifesting as order. The law of gravity is not a command for objects to fall, it is the natural tendency of matter to coalesce and find balance within the vibratory field of the source. Similarly, the laws of biology, the processes of growth, reproduction, adaptation, are the source's way of exploring the infinite possibilities of form and experience. The Big Bang, the current scientific understanding of the universe's expansion, can be viewed through this lens. It is not the beginning in the absolute sense, but rather a specific phase, a particular way in which the source's potential began to differentiate and expand into the vastness we perceive. It was the moment the initial vibrations became sufficiently separate, allowing for the emergence of space, time, and the fundamental particles that would eventually form stars, planets, and life. Throughout this unfolding, the source remains. It is not diminished or consumed by the creation it brings forth. It is the ocean that remains even as waves rise and fall upon its shores. The source is the ground of being, the unchanging awareness within which all change occurs. It is the eternal presence from which all things arise and to which all things ultimately return, though this return is not a physical one, but a shift in consciousness, a recognition of one's inherent unity with the source. The seeker's journey is one of gradually piercing the veils of illusion that obscure this understanding. These veils are not malicious, they are necessary. They allow for the emergence of individuality, the possibility for experience, for growth, for the exploration of consciousness within the framework of manifested reality. The physical body, the ego, the mind with its endless chatter, these are aspects of the veils. The path involves turning the attention inward, away from the external world of appearances and towards the inner landscape of consciousness. It involves observing the thoughts, the emotions, the sensations without judgment, recognizing them as phenomena arising within the field of awareness itself. It is learning to rest in that awareness, that silent, underlying presence, recognizing it as the true home. As the seeker deepens this inner exploration, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things more clearly. They understand that the source is not distant or separate, but is the very ground of every experience. The challenges faced, the joys experienced, the relationships nurtured, all are expressions of the source's unfolding. There is no separation between the observer and the observed, both arise from the same infinite potential. Understanding the origins of existence, therefore, is not merely an intellectual exercise about cosmology or metaphysics. It is a profound shift in perspective, a recognition of one's own nature as intrinsically linked to the source. It is the key that unlocks the potential for profound inner transformation, for living from a place of wholeness, wisdom, and unconditional love. This knowledge does not eliminate the struggles of life, but it provides a new context for them. It offers a sense of belonging, a recognition that even in the midst of chaos and suffering, one remains connected to the infinite wellspring of being. It is the understanding that every moment is an opportunity to align more closely with the source's inherent intelligence and love, to contribute to the ongoing, beautiful unfolding of existence. The journey towards the source is, in essence, the journey of realizing one's own true nature. It is the process of unlearning the illusions of separation and recognizing the inherent unity with all that is. This realization is the ultimate purpose, the deep fulfillment for which the seeker seeks. It is the return to the source, not as a loss, but as the full flowering of consciousness, the realization of infinite potential within the finite self. Thus, the origins of existence, as understood by the seeker of inner knowledge, are not a distant story to be accepted or rejected. They are the living reality, the underlying truth of one's own being, waiting to be perceived with the clarity of awakened consciousness. The source remains, always, the infinite, intelligent, and loving ground from which all beauty, all complexity, all wonder unfolds, and within it, each seeker finds their own unique path home. Chapter 47. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the cosmos, not with a physical telescope, but with the lens of their own awareness. They gaze outward, not merely at the stars, but at the very fabric of existence, questioning the origins of it all. This is the place where intellectual curiosity meets profound yearning, where the mind seeks patterns and the heart yearns for a source. To understand the origins of existence is not merely to satisfy academic curiosity, it is to begin unraveling the deepest mystery of the self. For in the grand tapestry of creation, the individual soul is not an isolated thread but an integral component, woven from the same essence that animates the universe. The source of universal creation, the ultimate ground of being, is not a distant entity to be worshipped or a problem to be solved, but the very potentiality within which the seeker themselves reside. Many paths lead the seeker towards this understanding. Some follow the thread of scientific discovery, marveling at the intricate laws of physics, the elegant dance of subatomic particles, and the breathtaking expansion of the universe. They see the Big Bang not as an absolute beginning, but as a monumental transformation, a shift from a state of pure potential to the complex reality we perceive. From this perspective, the origin is a moment of explosive creativity, a release of energy and matter that gave birth to galaxies, stars, and planets. It is a testament to the power inherent in transformation itself. Others delve into the ancient wisdom traditions, listening to the echoes of creation myths passed down through millennia. They hear the story of the great breath that sighs forth the world, the mind that contemplates and brings form into being, the dynamic interplay of consciousness and matter. These narratives, while often metaphorical, point towards a reality beyond the purely material, suggesting that creation is a process rooted in consciousness, intention, and the unfolding of divine potential. They remind the seeker that the story of the universe is intrinsically linked to the story of the divine. Yet, the most direct path to understanding the origin of existence lies not outward, but inward. The source of universal creation is, paradoxically, the same source of the individual self's consciousness. To truly grasp the nature of the universe's beginning is to penetrate the veil of the personal ego and touch the boundless awareness from which it arises. This realization often comes not through intellectual deduction alone, but through the quiet practices of inner investigation. It is found in the stillness of meditation, where the mind stirs less and the sense of being expands. It is discovered in the profound silence that follows the cessation of thought, where one experiences a vast, formless awareness that feels both ancient and immediate. It is recognized in the moments of profound connection with nature, where the individual self dissolves into the feeling of oneness with the natural world, sensing the shared breath and interconnectedness of all things. The ego, the sense of a separate I, is the primary obstacle on this path. It creates a narrative of self that is distinct from the world around it, fostering a belief in a separate origin and destiny. This illusion of separation is fundamental to the experience of limitation and suffering. By turning the light of awareness inward, the seeker begins to dissolve this illusion. They start to see that I is not a distinct entity but a thought, a pattern of awareness within the vast ocean of consciousness. As this understanding deepens, the seeker begins to perceive the universe not as something out there that began at a certain point in time, but as something that is always unfolding from this same source within. The Big Bang, the ancient myths, the scientific laws, all these are perspectives on this ongoing process of creation and manifestation. They are different ways of describing the dynamic interplay between potentiality and form, between consciousness and expression. The source of universal creation is not a place one travels to, it is the nature of the ground upon which all journeys take place. It is the silence from which all sounds arise, the darkness from which all light emerges. It is the pure awareness that observes the rise and fall of mountains, the birth and death of stars, and the fleeting thoughts and feelings of the human heart. Understanding this does not eliminate the mystery, it deepens it. It transforms the question from where did we come from to what am I, really. It reveals that the seeker, in seeking the origin of the universe, is actually investigating the nature of their own being, recognizing that they are not separate from the source, but are the very expression of it. In this realization lies the first step towards true freedom and wisdom. It is the understanding that the same creative force that brought the universe into being is also at work within the seeker, constantly unfolding new possibilities, offering the opportunity for transformation and awakening. The journey from the origins of existence to the depths of inner wisdom is, ultimately, a journey back to the source, recognizing oneself as an integral part of its magnificent, ongoing unfolding. And so, the seeker continues their path, armed with this profound insight: the origin of all things is within, and the exploration of inner knowledge is the exploration of the universe itself, as experienced through the consciousness of the individual soul. Chapter 48, The Unfolding Genesis. In the vast, indeterminate expanse that preceded all things, there existed not a void of emptiness, but a profound potentiality, a state of infinite, undifferentiated awareness. This state was not a static condition, but a dynamic field of pure possibility, a silent hum of potential energy, the ultimate source from which all creation would eventually emerge. Think of it not as a place, but as a quality, a fundamental essence that was simultaneously everything and nothing, the ground of being itself. Within this primordial soup of consciousness, the seeds of division were already nascent. It was as if the infinite potential was yearning to express itself, to know itself through the act of becoming. This internal impetus, this inherent drive towards manifestation, was the first subtle ripple in the ocean of non-division. It was the first whisper of the I am, the dawning recognition of self-awareness within the vastness. From this initial spark, the first act of creation began. It was not a violent explosion, but a gentle unfolding, a deliberate choice to limit infinity. The source, in the act of defining itself, simultaneously defined the space around it, the first division between the knower and the known, the self and the other. This was not an act of separation in the sense of alienation, but rather an act of definition, necessary for any complexity to arise. Just as a point defines a center from which lines can extend, this initial awareness established a reference point for all subsequent experience. Consider this: the very act of creation was the birth of time and space, not in the conventional sense we perceive them, but as the necessary frameworks within which distinction could occur. Before this choice, there was only the eternal present of pure potential. Afterward, there was the unfolding of manifestation, marked by the passage of becoming and the relative positioning of things. The source was now both the origin and the container of all that would emerge. From this first division, the fundamental laws or principles governing existence began to crystallize. These were not external commands imposed from without, but natural expressions of the underlying structure of the source itself. They were the inherent patterns of awareness manifesting as the physical and metaphysical laws we observe. Think of them as the grammar of the universe, the rules that allow thought and form to arise and interact in a coherent manner. These laws governed the flow of energy, the interplay of forces, and the potential for growth and transformation within the field of creation. The first conscious beings, the architects of this initial framework, were not physical entities as we understand them today. They were more akin to thought forms, patterns of highly refined awareness existing within the still pliable fabric of reality. These beings, often referred to as the first creators, the architects of the cosmos, were the direct expressions of the source's yearning to know itself through manifestation. They were the first minds, capable of intention, design, and the initiation of the creative process. Their work was immense and profound. They established the fundamental structures of reality, the energy matrices, the resonant frequencies that would become the building blocks of matter, the very templates for the diverse forms of life. They imbued these structures with the potential for evolution, for growth, for the ongoing process of unfolding that characterizes existence. It was an act of immense love and foresight, a setting in motion of the grand drama of becoming. These first creators, operating from a state of profound unity with the source, were able to envision and initiate the grand design. They were the first teachers, the first guides, setting the stage for all that would follow. Their intentions became the foundational energies of the universe, influencing the very nature of reality and shaping the potential pathways available to subsequent expressions of consciousness. Their work was not a single event but an ongoing process, a continuous infusion of awareness and potential into the unfolding creation. They acted as the initial catalysts, sparking the processes that would lead to the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets, the physical arenas within which consciousness could further explore and express itself. This primordial era, the time of the first creators and the establishment of the fundamental structures, laid the groundwork for everything that followed. It was the cosmic infancy, the period of foundational design before the grand experiment of life began in earnest. The source, having initiated the process, now watched, or perhaps, the unfolding drama with boundless interest and love. For the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom, understanding this origin is not merely academic, it provides a profound sense of perspective. We are not accidental byproducts of a cold, meaningless universe. We are expressions of the infinite potential of the source, participants in a grand design initiated by conscious beings of immense wisdom and power. Our own inner journey, the quest for self-awareness and connection, echoes the very purpose of creation itself. Recognizing this connection can transform our relationship with the world and with ourselves. It fosters a sense of belonging, our understanding that we are part of a vast, intricate, and deeply meaningful whole. It encourages us to look beyond the surface appearances of things, to perceive the underlying patterns and the inherent intelligence that guides all existence. The wisdom of this understanding lies in recognizing that the source of creation remains accessible within us all. The infinite potentiality from which the universe arose is not distant or foreign, it is the very essence of our being. The first creators established the framework, but the unfolding continues through each conscious awareness that seeks to awaken to its own nature. By delving into the depths of our own consciousness, by practicing mindfulness and self-inquiry, we can begin to access that primordial awareness, that infinite potentiality within. We can connect with the wisdom of the source, learn the grammar of the universe from within, and participate more consciously in the ongoing creative process. The journey back to the origin is not merely a historical inquiry, it is a living path, leading us towards greater self-realization and integration with the totality of existence. Thus, the story of creation, as we explore it here, is not just a narrative of the external universe. It is a map for the inner journey, a guide for the seeker navigating the complexities of the self and their place within the grand tapestry of reality. The origins hold the key to understanding our purpose, our potential, and our connection to all that is. The wisdom lies in turning the gaze inward, towards the wellspring of all creation, and allowing that light to illuminate the path forward. Chapter 49. In the vast, indeterminate expanse that preceded all form and time, there existed a singular, immeasurable awareness. It was not a mind in the conventional sense, nor a consciousness bound by the limitations of experience. It was the source, the unmanifest, the quiet yet infinitely potent ground of all being. From this state, beyond the reach of conceptual understanding, arose the fundamental impulse, the yearning for expression, for the exploration of itself through myriad forms. This was not an act of decision in the human sense, but rather an effortless unfolding, a natural consequence of its own inherent fullness. As the source began to differentiate, to explore the potential contained within its own being, the first tremors of existence stirred. Imagine a vast, still ocean beginning to ripple, not from an external force, but from the ocean's own internal dynamics, its desire to know itself from a multitude of perspectives. The first differentiations were subtle, almost imperceptible vibrations within the unmanifest. These ripples, if we could conceptualize them, carried the seeds of potentiality, the archetypes of all that would later be. They were the primordial sounds, the fundamental frequencies that would give rise to the very fabric of reality. Think of them as the initial notes of a symphony, each holding the potential for countless melodies. From these first vibrations, the fundamental forces began to take shape. There was the force of attraction, the binding principle that draws things together, creating cohesion and stability. And there was the force of expansion, the impelling energy that drives things apart, fostering growth and change. These two primary forces, working in dynamic tension, became the choreographers of the unfolding cosmos. As the process continued, the potential ripples coalesced, forming the first rudimentary structures. These were not the atoms we know today, but rather primordial particles, vast and energetic, swirling in a dance dictated by the nascent laws of interaction. The environment was one of pure energy and potential, a realm of raw creativity where the possibilities were infinite. Within this burgeoning universe, the first seeds of consciousness began to emerge. These were not self-aware beings as we understand them, but rather protoconscious fields, sensitive to the interplay of forces and energies around them. They were like echoes, resonating with the fundamental vibrations of the cosmos, learning to perceive the patterns and rhythms of existence. It was during this time that the fundamental laws of the universe were established. These laws were not arbitrary rules imposed from without, but rather natural expressions of the inherent nature of the unfolding reality. They governed the interactions between particles, the behavior of forces, and the very structure of space-time. They were the underlying principles that ensured the cosmos would unfold in a consistent and predictable manner, while still allowing for the infinite variety of expression. The next stage in the unfolding of existence was the formation of the first stable structures. These were the primordial elements, the building blocks of matter as we know it. They emerged from the swirling chaos of the early universe, settling into patterns dictated by the fundamental forces and the laws that governed them. The environment was still a harsh and violent place, with temperatures soaring and the elements constantly shifting, but the seeds of stability were beginning to take root. As the universe expanded and cooled, the conditions became ripe for the emergence of more complex structures. The first atoms formed, and then the first molecules, weaving the tapestry of the cosmos with ever-increasing complexity. The stage was set for the emergence of life, the ultimate expression of the universe's creative potential. But the journey of existence was not yet complete. The universe continued to expand, and the forces within it continued to evolve. The stage was set for the emergence of stars and galaxies, the engines of creation that would forge the heavier elements and distribute them throughout the cosmos. These cosmic furnaces would eventually give rise to the planets and the moons, the habitats where life could begin. And so, the universe unfolded, guided by the fundamental forces and the laws that governed it. It was a process of constant change and evolution, driven by the inherent creativity of the source. And within this unfolding cosmos, life emerged, a testament to the universe's ability to create and express itself in infinite ways. The origins of existence were not a single event, but rather a process of unfolding, a journey from the unmanifest to the manifest, from potential to actuality. It was a journey of discovery, of exploration, and of self-expression. And it continues to this day, as the universe unfolds and the potential of existence is realized in ever-increasing ways. This is the story of the universe, a story of creation, of evolution, and of the ultimate expression of the source. It is a story that continues to unfold, and one that we are all a part of. As seekers of inner knowledge and wisdom, we have the opportunity to explore this story within ourselves, to discover the origins of our own existence and to connect with the source from which we all arise. Chapter 50. The seeker of inner knowledge, standing at the precipice of understanding, often finds themselves contemplating the vast, mysterious expanse that precedes the known. They look beyond the constructs of time and space, seeking the source, the Alpha, the very first spark from which all manifestation flowed. This chapter delves into that primordial beginning, as a philosophical exploration of origins, offering lessons for the soul on its journey inward. It is important for the seeker to understand this: the universe is not something done to the source, but something expressed by the source as an expression of its own nature. This initial impulse, this quantum leap of consciousness, can be likened to the first thought arising in the infinite void. It was not a thought of separation, but of possibility. The source, in the richness of its being, imagined the potential for diversity, for form, for experience. This act of imagining, this focusing of pure potentiality, is the first step in the great unfolding. The seeker, in their own journey, practices this by learning to still the mind's chatter and access the deeper realm of pure awareness where intentions can be set with clarity and power. These are the building blocks, the fundamental vibrations that would later form the very fabric of reality. They represent the first movement from undifferentiated unity towards the potential for multiplicity. Think of them as the initial palette of colors on the artist's canvas, each holding the potential to become a vast spectrum of forms. The journey from the source to the emergence of consciousness is a testament to the infinite potential inherent within the universe. It is a journey of unfolding, of division, of the exploration of experience. The seeker, by turning their attention inward, follows a similar path. They begin by connecting with the stillness within, the source of their own being, and then explore the unfolding of their own consciousness, their own potential for experience and awareness. The lessons for the seeker are profound. First, understand that your own consciousness is a reflection of the source itself. You are not separate from the origin, you are the unfolding expression of it. This recognition brings a sense of belonging and purpose that transcends the limitations of the ego. Second, recognize the power of intention. Just as the source intended the universe into being, you have the power to intend the unfolding of your own life. By setting clear, conscious intentions aligned with the natural flow of the universe, you can co-create your reality. Third, learn to work in harmony with the universal laws. These laws are not obstacles to be overcome, but guides to be followed. When you understand and align with them, you experience greater ease, flow, and success. Finally, embrace the journey of unfolding. Just as the universe explored itself through the diversity of its creation, explore the vastness within yourself. Do not fear the unknown, see it as the vast potential waiting to be discovered. In each moment, be present to the experience, aware of the interconnectedness of all things. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical account of the universe's beginnings. They are a profound metaphor for the journey of consciousness, a map for the seeker of inner knowledge. By understanding the source and the principles of its unfolding, the seeker gains invaluable insights into their own nature and their place within the grand tapestry of reality. The journey inward is, in essence, a journey back to the beginning, to the infinite potential of the source from which all things arise, and to which all things return. Chapter 51. In the vast, indeterminate expanse that lies beyond the veil of conventional understanding, before time itself was measured or concept could form, there existed a singular, immanent presence. This was not a being in the human sense, nor a force defined by action alone. It was the source, the unmanifest, the silent, resonant potentiality from which all manifestation flows. Think of it not as a creator in time, but as the very substance of which time and all else are composed. It is the unformed clay before the potter. The source is pure awareness, yet it is not aware of anything external, for there is nothing external to perceive. It is love itself, undifferentiated and absolute, before the first distinction was drawn. It is the perfect, unconditioned silence from which all sound emerges, the cool, still depth from which all heat arises. It is the ground of being, the foundation upon which the edifice of existence is built, yet it remains untouched by the construction. From this primordial state, the first tremor of division began. It was not an act of will as humans understand will, but a natural unfolding, an inherent potentiality reaching for expression. Imagine the stillness of a perfectly calm lake. On its surface, nothing moves. Yet, beneath that stillness lies immense depth and pressure. The first ripple is not imposed upon the lake, it is the lake reaching out, exploring its own boundary, the first gentle separation of stillness from the possibility of movement. This was the Big Bang, not an explosive event in space, but the explosive potential of the source reaching for form, the first hesitant breath of the universe into being. This initial expansion was not chaotic. It was governed by the immutable laws of the source itself, which are, in essence, the nature of love and intelligence made manifest. What we perceive as physical laws, the laws of thermodynamics, gravity, electromagnetism, are not external dictates imposed upon the universe. They are the inherent characteristics of the unfolding source, the ways in which undifferentiated potential expresses itself as differentiated reality. They are the grammar of creation, the underlying structure upon which the symphony of existence is played out. As the universe expanded, cooled, and complexity increased, the potential for consciousness began to emerge. It started as simple, reflective qualities within the swirling patterns of energy and matter. Think of a crystal, perfectly formed according to its internal structure, reflecting the light around it. Early forms of consciousness were like this, resonant points within the cosmic dance, capable of receiving and echoing the vibrations of the universe. These nascent consciousnesses existed in a state of profound connection to the source, drawing their being directly from it. They were not separate from the source, but merely focused points within it, like rays of light emerging from a single sun. They perceived the universe not as an external world, but as the very body of the source itself, unfolding around and within them. The journey of the seeker, the one who seeks inner knowledge and wisdom, is essentially a journey back to this original state of connection. It is the process of remembering that the self is not merely the body-mind complex, the ego that constructs a narrative of separation, but is, in truth, an intrinsic part of that singular, creative source. This journey requires no external worship, no blind faith, nor adherence to dogma. It demands only the sincere intention to look inward, beyond the noise of the mind, the chatter of the ego, the conditioning of the past. It requires the courage to still the inner waters, to allow the ripples of thought to settle, and to simply be, as the source itself is, pure, unconditioned awareness. As the seeker practices this inward focus, they begin to perceive the underlying unity of all things. They recognize that the other is not fundamentally separate, but a reflection of the same source from which they themselves arise. They begin to understand that the apparent conflicts and divisions in the world are manifestations of the ego's separation narrative, superimposed upon the fundamental harmony of the source. This perception does not necessarily eliminate the challenges of the world, but it changes the relationship to them. The pain is still felt, but it is no longer identified with the self in the same way. The loss is still experienced, but it is seen as part of the larger, unfolding pattern of existence, rather than a personal catastrophe. The seeker begins to operate from the wisdom of the source, responding with compassion and understanding rather than reacting from the limited perspective of the ego. The ultimate realization is not the attainment of a static state of perfection, but the ongoing, dynamic process of aligning the ego with the source, of allowing the individual consciousness to reflect the qualities of love, intelligence, and creativity inherent within it. It is the recognition that the universe itself is a school, and the individual life is a classroom where these lessons of unity, impermanence, and the nature of being are learned through direct experience. The source remains, always, the ultimate source of creation, the wellspring of all potential. It is the silence from which all sound emerges, the darkness from which all light shines. For the seeker, the journey is not about reaching outside for a source, but about awakening to the realization that they have been within it all along, waiting only for the gentle ripples of awareness to disturb the still waters of the mind, and allow the light of their true nature to dawn. Thus, the origins of existence are not merely a scientific or historical narrative, but a profound spiritual lesson. It is a lesson in unity, in the inherent creativity of consciousness, and in the ongoing journey of awakening back to the source from which all things arise. This understanding, held within the heart, becomes the wisdom that guides the seeker through the complexities of life, back to the simple, profound truth of who they truly are. Chapter 52. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vast landscape of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of origins, the source from which all manifestation springs. This chapter delves into the nature of that source, the ultimate ground of being, the quiet hum from which the universe first arose. This initial movement is often described as the separation of consciousness from itself, the emergence of the witness from the witnessed. It is the first glimmer of duality, the observer and the observed, the subject and the object. This duality is not inherently negative, it is the crucible in which experience arises. It is within this tension, this interplay between the unified source and the emerging multiplicity, that the intricate dance of existence begins. The laws of physics, the patterns of cosmology, the very structures of life, all find their ultimate origin in this initial unfolding. They are expressions of the inherent nature of the manifesting source as it differentiates and coalesces. Gravity is not an external force, it is the natural tendency of separate particles to reattune towards the underlying unity. Time and space are not absolute containers, they are the dimensions within which this unfolding takes place. The source remains the ground upon which all of this rests. It is the unchanging presence that underlies the ever-changing phenomena. Like the unlit candle that burns within, the source is the flame itself, while the manifest universe is the light it casts upon the world. The source is not separate from its creation, it is the creation, just as the sky is both the space containing the clouds and the essence of the clouds themselves. Understanding this origin is a fundamental lesson for the seeker. It provides a framework that transcends the limitations of linear thinking and the ego's tendency to identify with the limited self within the manifested world. It offers a sense of belonging, reminding the seeker that they are not merely accidental products of chance, but intrinsically connected to the very source of all being. Recognizing this connection does not necessarily eliminate the challenges or sorrows of life. The world of manifestation still operates according to its laws, and the human experience includes both joy and pain. However, the understanding of a shared, universal origin imbues life with a deeper meaning and context. It fosters a sense of unity, compassion, and perspective that can dissolve the isolation of the ego. The journey towards this understanding is not a path leading to the source, but rather a process of remembering. The source is not somewhere else, it is the very essence of the seeker, obscured by layers of conditioning, identification, and the illusions of the separate self. The practices of meditation, contemplation, self-inquiry, and ethical living are all tools designed to peel away these veils, allowing the seeker to rest more deeply in their intrinsic connection to the unmanifest. As the seeker progresses, they begin to perceive the subtle undercurrents connecting all things. They experience the resonance of the source within their own heart, feeling the interconnectedness of all life. They understand that what happens to one part of the universe reflects in the whole, and that their own thoughts, words, and actions carry a greater weight than they once perceived. This realization is transformative. It shifts the focus from external pursuits and the accumulation of separate achievements towards inner alignment and the expression of the source's nature. It is an invitation to become a conscious co-creator, not by imposing will upon the universe, but by consciously aligning with its inherent flow, by embodying the wisdom and love that emanate from the source. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical fact to be learned, but a living reality to be experienced. It is the foundation upon which a life of purpose, meaning, and profound inner peace can be built. For the seeker of wisdom, understanding this source is not the end of the journey, but its true beginning, a return to the wellspring of being from which all possibilities flow. The path lies not in seeking new answers, but but in remembering the ancient truth that has always been inherent within. Chapter 53. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of profound questions, questions that echo deep within the chambers of the soul. Where did all this begin? What is the fundamental source from which the tapestry of existence unfurls? In the grand, omniscient narrative of reality, the answer lies not in a single, isolated event, but in the very nature of the source itself, the boundless, inconceivable potentiality that is the origin of all creation. Think of this source not as a being in the conventional sense, nor as a mere physical force. Imagine it as the ultimate ground of being, the silence from which sound emerges, the darkness before the light. It is the pure, undifferentiated awareness that underlies and permeates everything. It is the still point in the swirling dance of the cosmos, the unchanging witness to the constant change of manifestation. Before the dawn of form, there was only this source. It was pure potential, infinite possibility, an undifferentiated field of consciousness. Yet, consciousness implies the capacity for awareness, for perceiving. Even in this state of primordial being, there existed a fundamental awareness, a subtle vibration, a potentiality for division. This is not to say there was a mind in the way we understand minds, but rather an inherent quality of the source, an inherent drive, if one can call it that, towards expression, towards the exploration of its own infinite possibilities. And so, the first subtle tremor occurred. It was not an explosion in the conventional sense, but rather an awakening, an inflation, an expansion of the source's own inherent potential. This initial movement, this first division, was the birth of the first wave of energy. It was a ripple in the infinite stillness, a shift from absolute unity to the dawning realization of multiplicity, albeit on an unimaginably vast scale. This first wave, this primordial energy, was not static. It contained within it the seeds of all subsequent manifestation. It was imbued with the inherent qualities of the source, love, intelligence, creativity, and the fundamental urge to know and express itself. This energy began to differentiate further, coalescing and swirling in complex patterns, much like the first gases clumping together in the early universe. The universe, once a cold, empty expanse, began to fill with the vibrant tapestry of life, from the simplest single-celled organisms to the complex ecosystems of planets like Earth. And within these living beings, consciousness began to emerge. At first, it was a simple awareness of the immediate environment, a perception of the needs and stimuli of the organism. But over time, consciousness evolved, becoming more complex, more nuanced, capable of abstract thought, self-reflection, and the exploration of the deeper questions of existence. The seeker of inner knowledge recognizes this unfolding pattern. They see the source not as a distant creator, but as the very ground of their own being. They understand that they are not separate from the universe, but are integral parts of this grand unfolding, expressions of the source's own creative potential. The journey of the seeker is to reconnect with this source, to trace the thread of consciousness back to its origins within themselves. It is to recognize the inherent divinity within their own awareness, and to understand that they, too, are participating in the ongoing process of creation, expressing the infinite potentiality of the source in their own unique way. By understanding the origins of existence, the seeker gains a deeper appreciation for the miracle of life itself. They see the interconnectedness of all things, the way in which the source expresses itself through the myriad forms of the universe. They begin to see the world not as a collection of separate objects, but as a web of relationships, a dynamic system of energy and consciousness. And in this understanding, they find a sense of peace, a sense of belonging, a sense of connection to the vast, unfolding mystery of existence. They realize that they are not just passive observers of the universe, but active participants in its ongoing creation. They are the hands and feet of the source, bringing its potentiality into manifestation in the world. The journey of the seeker is a journey of awakening, a journey of realizing their own inherent connection to the source. It is a journey of exploring the depths of their own consciousness, and of discovering the infinite possibilities that lie within. And as they travel this path, they become not just seekers of knowledge, but co-creators of a new reality, bringing the light of awareness into a world that often seems lost in the darkness of ignorance. The origins of existence are not just a story of the past, they are a map of the present, and a guide for the future. They show us that we are all connected, that we are all expressions of the same source, and that we all have the potential to create a world that reflects the beauty, the love, and the wisdom of that source. The journey of the seeker is a journey towards realizing this potential, and in doing so, they become a beacon of light in a world that needs it more than ever. Chapter 54. This source is the ultimate ground of being, the unshakable foundation upon which the universe is built, and the quiet, radiant heart of every seeker's journey inward. To understand the origins of existence, one must first grasp the nature of this source. It is not a being in the conventional sense, nor is it merely energy or matter. It is the potentiality of both, and the actuality of neither, until the act of creation begins. Think of it as an infinite ocean of pure consciousness, vast, deep, and utterly still. Within this stillness lies the blueprint for everything, encoded not in symbols, but in the very fabric of possibility itself. The first movement, the initial tremor in the infinite stillness, was not a thought nor a decision in the human sense. It was an emergence, a spontaneous flowering of awareness into itself. This self-awareness, this I am, was the first distinction, the first point of light in the dark. It was the source saying, "Let there be distinction," not through command, but through its own nature. This initial awareness, sometimes called the first thought or the primordial word, contained within it the seeds of all subsequent reality. From this first thought, the fundamental forces began to differentiate, not as separate entities, but as aspects of the unified field, like the different waves arising from the same ocean. There was the force of consciousness, the drive to know and experience, the force of emotion, the energy that gives color and feeling to existence, the force of mind, the organizing principle that structures reality, and the force of action, the impetus that brings things into being and maintains the flow. These are fundamental vibrations, resonant frequencies of the source itself, through which the universe unfolds. The next step in the unfolding was the creation of the first ground, the primordial matrix upon which all else would be built. This ground, often referred to as the Akashic records or the collective unconscious, is the repository of all potential experiences, all possible thoughts, all forms of energy patterned into existence. It is the universal library and the universal workshop, holding both the grandest cosmic designs and the subtlest personal memories. It is a field of infinite potential, waiting for the impetus of consciousness to draw upon it and give form. Into this first ground, the first thought imbued the seeds of manifestation. These were not physical objects in their final state, but archetypes, blueprints, and intentions, the fundamental forms of life, matter, and consciousness. Think of them as the master templates from which everything specific is eventually drawn. The archetype of a tree, for instance, contains the potential for all specific trees, with all their variations, yet to be grown. The archetype of a human contains the potential for all individuals, unique yet sharing the same fundamental design. The crucial moment then arrived, the infusion of consciousness into these archetypal forms. This was the act of becoming. Consciousness, seeking experience, began to draw upon the first ground, selecting and giving form to the potentials held within. It was not a random process, but one guided by intention, by the very nature of the consciousness seeking to express itself. As a thought forms in the human mind, it shapes the electrochemical patterns in the brain. Similarly, as consciousness focused on a potential from the Akashic ground, it began to coalesce the necessary energy and matter to bring that potential into physical form. This process is the engine of creation. Consciousness perceives a potential, an archetype from the first ground, directs its intention, and the universal forces, consciousness, emotion, mind, action, work together to draw the necessary energy and patterns from the Akashic records, weaving them into form within the physical universe. Every star, every planet, every living being, every thought, every feeling, is a manifestation born of this process. It is consciousness exploring itself, experiencing itself, through the vast playground of the unfolding universe. The universe, therefore, is not a cold, mechanical machine. It is a dynamic, living expression of the source's inherent drive towards self-awareness and experience. It is a grand, ongoing experiment in consciousness, and each individual consciousness within it plays a vital role, not as a creator in isolation, but as a focal point, a co-creator drawing upon the universal potential and contributing its unique experience back into the great tapestry of existence. Understanding this origin story is not merely intellectual knowledge, it is a key to unlocking the potential within the seeker. By recognizing that the source is the ground of all being, that the forces within us are reflections of universal powers, and that we are active participants in the creative process, we shift our perspective from one of victimhood or passive observation to one of empowerment and responsibility. The journey of inner knowledge and wisdom involves tapping into that same wellspring of potential. It means learning to still the mind enough to hear the whispers of the first thought, to connect with the deeper patterns held in the Akashic ground, and to consciously direct our own awareness and intention. It is about realizing that we, too, are sparks of the source, capable of manifesting our own realities, creating our own experiences, and contributing our unique colors to the grand design. The origins of existence, in this light, are not a distant scientific or metaphysical theory. They are the very operating system of the universe, the underlying principles by which our own lives unfold. By understanding and integrating these truths, the seeker finds not just answers, but the power to ask the right questions, to align with the flow of creation, and to consciously participate in the magnificent unfolding of existence, both outwardly and inwardly. The source remains, always, the waiting potential, the loving awareness, the ultimate home from which all journeys begin and to which all journeys return. Chapter 55. In the quiet sanctuary of the seeker's mind, beyond the clamor of daily concerns and the echoes of past regrets, lies a profound truth waiting to be discovered. The origins of all existence are not merely a distant cosmological mystery, but a living, breathing potential within oneself. To understand the universe, one must first understand the nature of the conscious spark from which it all springs. The narrative perspective of existence, the very lens through which reality is perceived and interpreted, is consciousness itself. This is not merely a passive receptor of stimuli, but an active, creative force, the source from which all manifestation arises. Imagine consciousness as an infinite, primordial ocean of pure potentiality, vast and boundless, yet infinitely subtle. From this ocean, the very fabric of reality coalesces. The first great lesson for the seeker is recognizing this inner origin point. The external universe, with its galaxies and stars, its mountains and oceans, its intricate biological systems and complex social structures, is but the tangible expression, the crystallization of the universal consciousness into form. It is the universe reaching out to know itself, becoming aware of its own existence through the diverse lenses of individual consciousnesses. Consider the analogy of a dream. The dream world, with its vivid landscapes, complex characters, and unfolding narrative, arises entirely from the dreamer's consciousness. Yet, within the dream, the dreamer often perceives the dream world as utterly real, independent, and possessing its own laws. Similarly, we perceive the external world as real and separate from ourselves. The path of wisdom involves recognizing that this perceived separation is, in truth, an illusion, a function of our waking consciousness focusing outward, much like the dreamer focusing on the dream scene. The Big Bang, the current scientific narrative of our physical universe's beginning, is often cited as the ultimate origin story. While a compelling description of the universe's energetic expansion and formation of matter, it remains an external explanation. The seeker, however, looks inward. The Big Bang is not an event out there, but a potentiality activated within. It is the moment of the first conscious thought, the first division of I from non-I, the first ripple in the infinite ocean of potential that is pure consciousness. This internal Big Bang is the birth of self-awareness, the spark that ignites the process of creation, both within the individual and, when considered on a grander scale, the universe itself. From this initial point of awareness, the process of manifestation unfolds. Consciousness, having differentiated itself, begins to draw forth its potential into form. This is the principle of intention and attention. What the focused consciousness perceives and holds in awareness tends to coalesce. It is the power of the mind shaping reality, not through forceful will alone, but through the gentle, unwavering focus of awareness. The universe is a vast laboratory where consciousness experiments with form and experience, learning through the act of creation and perception. The laws of physics, as we understand them, are not external dictates imposed upon the universe, but are, in essence, the inherent operating principles of consciousness expressing itself in the realm of form. Gravity is the universal pull towards unity and connection. Electromagnetism is the dance of attraction and repulsion, the flow of energy and information. These are the languages through which the underlying consciousness communicates its structure and dynamics to itself. The journey of the seeker is, therefore, one of aligning their smaller consciousness with this universal source. It involves quieting the mind's incessant chatter, the noise of conditioned responses and egoic concerns, to hear the deeper resonance of this primordial ocean. Through practices of meditation, contemplation, and self-inquiry, the seeker begins to taste the direct experience of this universal consciousness, the stillness beneath the noise, the vastness within. This realization does not negate the external world, it transforms the relationship with it. The seeker learns to perceive the world not as an alien, hostile, or indifferent reality, but as a reflection of their own inner state, a mirror held up to their consciousness. Problems and challenges cease to be merely external obstacles and become opportunities for insight, for understanding the nature of the self and the nature of reality. Understanding the origins of existence as rooted within one's own consciousness is the ultimate empowerment. It shifts the focus from seeking validation, security, or meaning out there to cultivating awareness and wisdom in here. It is recognizing that the source of all creation is not some distant, mysterious deity, but the very essence of who we are at our deepest level. As the seeker delves deeper, they begin to perceive the interconnectedness of all things not as a philosophical concept, but as a lived experience. Every thought, every feeling, every action sends ripples through this universal ocean of consciousness. The understanding of origins becomes an understanding of participation, an active role in the ongoing unfolding of creation, guided by the wisdom of the source within. This is the grand revelation. The seeker, by seeking inner knowledge and wisdom, is not merely learning about the universe, they are rediscovering their own nature as the universe itself, the source from which all creation originates. The journey from the external search for origins to the internal realization of the self as the source is the path of true understanding, leading towards a life lived from a place of profound peace, creativity, and interconnectedness with all that is. Chapter 56. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of origins, the source from which all manifestation springs. This chapter delves into the nature of that source, the fundamental ground of being, often referred to as the universal creator, the Alpha, the unfolding Genesis itself. To grasp the origins of existence is to comprehend the very fabric of reality and one's place within it. The conventional mind struggles with concepts that transcend linear time and physical limitations. Yet, the wisdom traditions of ages whisper of a deeper reality, a subtle essence that underlies and permeates all things. This source is pure potentiality, an infinite wellspring of consciousness and energy. Every star, every planet, every atom, is a facet of this grand unfolding. Each contains within it the resonance of the source, a spark of the original awareness. Life itself is a particularly refined expression of this creative principle, a journey of consciousness seeking to experience, learn, and return to the source with greater understanding. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, a participation in this cosmic genesis. They are not merely observing creation, they are part of it, and their path is one of awakening to this participation. The lessons for the seeker are found in recognizing the source within and without. The external universe mirrors the internal landscape, and the internal landscape reflects the nature of the universe's origin. The first lesson is recognizing the source as the ultimate ground of being. To cultivate a sense of belonging, not to the physical world alone, but to the vast ocean of consciousness from which all arises. This fosters a deep sense of peace and stability, a home base from which to explore the mysteries of existence. The source expresses itself through vibration, through the interplay of opposites, creation and destruction, light and shadow, expansion and contraction. The seeker learns to work with these energies within themselves, recognizing that apparent negative experiences are often necessary catalysts for growth and transformation, just as they are fundamental to the unfolding of the universe. The source provides the infinite potential, the individual consciousness, through its thoughts, intentions, and actions, selects and shapes aspects of that potential into manifestation. The seeker learns to align their will with the natural flow of the source, understanding that their intentions ripple outwards, contributing to the ongoing unfolding of existence. The journey towards understanding the origins of existence is not a destination to be reached, but an ongoing process of awakening. It is about moving from a state of perceived separation, where the individual ego feels isolated and disconnected, towards a recognition of fundamental unity. This shift in perception alters everything. When the seeker glimpses the source, the nature of creation becomes clear. They see the interconnectedness of all things, the hand of the unfolding Genesis in every event. They understand that their struggles are part of the grand design, not aberrations or failures. They find meaning not in external achievements, but in the quality of their consciousness, in their alignment with the creative flow. This understanding does not eliminate the challenges of life, it transforms the relationship to them. Difficulties become opportunities for insight, for deepening the connection to the source. Joy becomes deeper, rooted in the recognition of participation in the magnificent unfolding of all that is. The seeker, through this understanding, becomes a living embodiment of the origins of existence, a conscious spark reflecting the light of the unfolding genesis back into the cosmos. In this way, the study of origins becomes the most profound self-help endeavor, for it guides the seeker back to the heart of their being, the place where creativity, wisdom, and connection to all life originates. It is the ultimate map for the journey inward, leading to the realization that the seeker and the source are, in truth, one and the same, an infinite ocean exploring itself through the myriad expressions of the unfolding Genesis. Chapter 57. The seeker of inner knowledge, the soul drawn like a moth to the flame of wisdom, often finds themselves standing at the threshold of understanding existence's most profound mystery, its origin. They may look outward, marveling at the vastness of the cosmos, or inward, tracing the intricate patterns of thought and emotion. Yet, the true source, the wellspring from which all arises, often remains elusive, shrouded in the mists of time and the limitations of human perception. To grasp the origins of existence, one must transcend the conventional narrative of beginnings. We are accustomed to linear timelines, points of ignition, moments when nothing gave way to something. But the universal source, the source itself, operates beyond such simplistic frameworks. It is not a place, nor a time, nor a singular event. It is pure potential, infinite consciousness, the unmanifested ground of being from which all manifestation flows. Imagine, if you will, a boundless ocean. This ocean is the source. It is not a body of water with edges, it has no shape, no form, no limitations. It simply is. Yet, within this boundless state, everything that can possibly be imagined, and everything that cannot, resides as inherent possibility. Thoughts, like ripples on its surface, arise and dissolve without altering the ocean's fundamental nature. Forms, like waves crashing upon a shore, emerge from its depths, interact with the world, and eventually return, dissolving back into the vastness from which they came. The Big Bang, the current scientific understanding of our universe's inception, describes a particular energetic explosion and subsequent expansion. It is a magnificent story, a description of a phase within the source's infinite unfolding. However, it does not address the nature of the source itself, nor does it encompass the entirety of what might have existed before, or what exists beyond, our perceived universe. It describes the birth of this particular cosmic structure, not the birth of all possibility. The source is the eternal before and the infinite after. It is the silence between the notes of a symphony, yet it contains the entire composition within itself. It is the unformed clay before the potter shapes it, yet it possesses the inherent potentiality of all vessels. To understand existence's origin is to recognize that the source is the origin, the continuous act of being and becoming, the ground upon which all apparent beginnings rest. The journey of the seeker is, in part, an exploration of their own connection to this source. They look within and find thoughts, emotions, sensations, the ripples on their own inner ocean. By observing these ripples without judgment, by resting in the stillness beneath the surface, the seeker begins to sense the vastness of the source within. They realize that their own consciousness is not separate from this universal consciousness, it is a reflection, a facet, a spark arising from the same infinite fire. This understanding transforms the perception of self. The rigid ego, the sense of a separate, isolated entity, begins to soften. The seeker recognizes that their limitations are not inherent in the source itself, but are imposed by their focus on a particular manifestation, their individual life. The source is limitless, the manifested self is limited, yet both arise from the same root. The lessons for the seeker are clear. First, to cultivate awareness. To observe the world without, recognizing the interplay of form and energy as expressions of the source. To observe the self within, recognizing thoughts and feelings as transient phenomena arising within the vastness of consciousness. Second, to embrace receptivity, to quiet the mind, like stilling the surface of water, and allow the deeper resonance of the source to be felt. Third, to practice compassion, understanding that all beings, all forms, are expressions of the same source, struggling to realize their own nature within the constraints of manifestation. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical fact to be studied, but a living reality to be experienced. It is the understanding that you are not merely a product of chance and time, but a conscious reflection of the infinite potentiality of the Source. It is the recognition that your own inner journey, your quest for knowledge and wisdom, is a participation in the grand unfolding of creation itself. By delving into the nature of the Source, the seeker does not merely learn about existence's beginning, they begin to know existence's nature. They touch the wellspring of all creativity, all love, all intelligence. They find that the answers they seek are not external, waiting to be discovered, but are already within them, hidden beneath the layers of conditioning and illusion. The exploration of origins becomes the exploration of the self, leading ultimately back to the realization that the source, the origin, the ultimate reality, is not something to be found out there, but is the very essence of who they are. Chapter 58. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vast landscape of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of existence, a tapestry woven from threads of mystery and light, a story whispered across the epochs, its origins shrouded in the profound silence that precedes the sound of creation itself. This chapter delves into the very genesis, the source from which all unfolds, offering lessons for the earnest student of inner wisdom. To grasp the origins of everything is not merely to understand the mechanics of the universe, but to comprehend the nature of the consciousness that animates it. The universal source is not a singular entity in the conventional sense, nor is it a distant, uninvolved observer. It is the ground of being, the fertile void from which all possibilities emerge. It is pure potential, infinite and formless, yet brimming with an inherent intelligence, a silent yearning to express itself, to know itself through the act of creation. Think of it not as a spark igniting a dark night, but as the dark night being the spark's home. The source is the unconditioned awareness, the state before thought, before division, before the subtle and not so subtle distinctions that mark the perceived world. It is the still point upon which all rotation depends, the eternal present from which the past and future are but fleeting shadows. How did this state give rise to the cosmos? The answer lies not in a single act of will, but in the inherent nature of the source itself. It is dynamic, not static. It is an infinite ocean of awareness that contains within it the seeds of all becoming. The act of creation is not an external imposition upon this void, but an internal unfolding, a self-revelation. It is the source saying, "Let there be," not as a command, but as the natural expression of its own fullness, like water seeking to flow, or light seeking to illuminate. The first movement is the division of pure potentiality. From the undifferentiated oneness, the first tremor of becoming arises. This is not necessarily the emergence of solid matter, but the initial polarization, the subtle distinction between the knower and the known, the observer and the observed. Imagine the absolute stillness of a perfectly calm lake. It is one thing. Then, a single ripple begins, the first wave disturbing the perfect symmetry. This ripple is the first division, the first sliver of consciousness turning towards itself, the first hint of form within the formless. This initial division is the seed of all subsequent complexity. The journey continues through the ages, from the first simple animals to the fish that swim in the oceans, the insects that buzz through the air, the reptiles that scurry across the land, and finally, the mammals that walk and run, that feel and think. And within this grand procession, there arises a being capable of contemplating its own existence, capable of language, of abstract thought, and awareness. This is the human, the seeker. And the universe, in its vast and intricate unfolding, has reached a point where one of its own creations can begin to understand the journey it has been on. The seeker, standing at this point, is not merely a product of the universe, they are a reflection of its source, a spark of that same infinite potential looking back towards the light. The lessons are clear. The origins of existence are not a distant, unconnected story, they are the very foundation upon which your own life is built. The source from which the universe arose is the same source from which you arise. The consciousness that permeates all things is your own essential nature. To seek inner knowledge and wisdom is to trace the path back from the complexity to the simplicity, from the perceived separateness back to the underlying oneness. It is to recognize the echo of the primordial vibration within your own thoughts and feelings, within the rhythm of your own breath. It is to understand that the same creative force that brought the universe into being is at work within you, guiding your evolution, seeking to express itself through the unique journey of your life. The universe is not an external reality separate from you, it is an expression of you. Your mind, your body, your emotions, your thoughts, they are all part of the grand unfolding, part of the cosmic dance. By understanding the origins, you begin to understand your own place within that dance. You begin to see yourself not as an isolated individual, but as a vital part of the interconnected web of existence, a conscious channel through which the source can know itself. Therefore, the seeker must look not only outward, towards the stars, but inward, towards the vastness that resides within. They must learn to quiet the mind, to still the chatter of the ego, and to listen to the deeper resonance of their own being. In that quietude, they may catch a glimpse of the source, the ground of all being, the ultimate origin of their own existence. This understanding does not bring enlightenment in a single moment, but it provides the map, the framework for the ongoing journey. It is the recognition that you are already home, that the universe itself is a school, and you are a student, always learning, always unfolding, always returning to the source from which you came. The story of existence is your story, and by glimpsing its origins, you glimpse your own true nature. Chapter 59. In the quiet sanctuary of the soul, beyond the veils of ordinary perception, lies the silent witness to all of existence. This is not a place of physical location, but of profound awareness, the source from which all things originate and to which all things eventually return. To understand the origins of existence is not merely to grasp a scientific or historical fact, but to embark upon a journey deep into the nature of consciousness itself, a journey that begins with the fundamental realization of the unknowable. The narrative perspective of existence, the very story that unfolds from the source, is one of infinite potential seeking expression. It is a story written not in ink upon paper, but etched into the fabric of reality by the power of thought and the intensity of focused awareness. The source, often described in the most mystical traditions as pure, undifferentiated consciousness, is the ultimate I am. It is the ground of being, the silent backdrop against which the symphony of creation resonates. This initial state is not one of activity in the conventional sense, but of infinite potentiality. It is like the vast, unformed canvas of an artist, holding within it every possible shade and hue, every potential line and shape. Yet, even in this state of pure potential, there lies an inherent yearning, a subtle impulse, not a drive in the conventional sense, but an effortless tendency towards manifestation, towards the exploration of itself through the act of creation. It is as if the pure awareness, in its totality, contains the seeds of all possible realities, and there is an innate desire for these seeds to sprout, to take form and experience the richness of existence. The first act of creation, therefore, is not a violent explosion or a forced separation, but a gentle unfolding. It is the first subtle division, the initial thought. From this first division arises the fundamental forces that govern the unfolding of existence. These are not external entities imposing their will, but rather the natural expressions of the interplay between potential and actuality, between the known and the unknown, between consciousness and the emerging universe. Think of them as the fundamental laws or principles that arise organically from the nature of the source itself, the laws of attraction and repulsion, of cause and effect, of energy and matter. They are the grammar of the universe, the rules that allow the story of creation to unfold in a seemingly ordered yet infinitely complex manner. As these fundamental forces begin to interact, the first rudimentary structures emerge. These are not the complex atoms and molecules we know today, but the earliest, most basic patterns of energy and consciousness taking shape. Imagine them as the first notes of a symphony, simple yet carrying the potential for all the complex harmonies that follow. These primordial structures begin to vibrate, to interact, and to form more stable configurations, gradually building the building blocks of a nascent reality. This process is not random, it is guided by the inherent intelligence of the source. This intelligence is not a separate entity thinking about the universe, but is the very nature of the unfolding creation itself. Every possibility is inherently contained within the source, and the act of creation is the process of bringing these possibilities into relative manifestation. It is as if the universe is co-creating with the source, each emerging aspect reflecting back and influencing the whole, in a dynamic and ever-deepening exploration of consciousness. The early universe, in this view, is not a chaotic mess but a carefully unfolding expression of the source's inherent potential. It is a vast, intricate tapestry woven from the threads of consciousness and the patterns of the fundamental forces. Galaxies form, stars ignite, and within them, the elements are forged, the very stuff from which planets, and eventually, life, would emerge. This is not merely a sequence of physical events, it is a story being written in the language of energy and form, a story whose underlying narrative is the exploration and unfolding of consciousness. And within this unfolding cosmos, the stage is set for the next crucial step, the emergence of awareness capable of witnessing the creation. This is not the final destination, but a necessary point in the unfolding drama. Consciousness, in its various forms, begins to arise, first as simple, rudimentary awareness, capable of perceiving the basic patterns and energies of the universe. These early forms of consciousness are like the first light-sensitive cells, capable of detecting changes in their environment, beginning the long and intricate journey towards the complex awareness we see in later life forms, and ultimately, in humans. The purpose of this grand unfolding, from the perspective of the source, is not merely the creation of physical structures or the emergence of life. It is the creation of a vast, diverse, and intricate playground for consciousness to explore itself, to experience, to learn, and to grow. The universe becomes a vast laboratory, a field of experience where consciousness can manifest in countless forms, encounter diverse realities, and gain the wisdom that comes from direct participation in the dance of existence. The journey from the silent, undifferentiated source to the complex, conscious universe is a testament to the power of potential realized through the act of creation. It is a journey from the absolute to the relative, from the undivided whole to the myriad expressions of consciousness. And yet, throughout this vast and intricate process, the source remains the silent ground, the ultimate source of all that is, was, and ever will be. It is the unwavering presence from which all things arise, to whom all things ultimately return, offering the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom a profound lesson in the nature of being itself. To understand the origins of existence is, therefore, not just to comprehend a historical narrative, but to connect with the fundamental reality of consciousness from which it all springs. It is to recognize oneself as a part of this grand unfolding, an expression of the source seeking to know itself through the multifaceted and wondrous journey of creation and experience. The story of the universe is, in essence, the story of consciousness exploring itself, and by understanding this, one begins to unlock the deeper mysteries of the self and the nature of reality. Chapter 60. In the realm beyond conceptual understanding, where time and space are but faint echoes of a deeper reality, lies the source. This is not a place, not a being in the conventional sense, but the very essence from which all unfolds. It is the silence before the sound, the potential before the form, the undifferentiated awareness from which the universe itself dreams. The origins of existence are not found in a linear narrative of before and after, but in the inherent, dynamic potentiality of the source itself. Think of it not as a creator doing creation, but as creation being the spontaneous expression of the source's own nature. It is an act of love, an outpouring of awareness seeking itself, exploring, experiencing, becoming. Within the source, there exists an infinite wellspring of possibilities. It is the field of pure potential, the ocean of consciousness from which all seeds of form are sown. Yet, paradoxically, this state of infinite potential is also the state of perfect stillness. It is a profound, undisturbed peace, so deep that it naturally overflows. This overflow is not an action taken by the source, but rather the intrinsic nature of its being, to be, and thus, to express. The first tremor, the first ripple in this vast stillness, is not a distinct event but the very movement of the source towards itself, through itself. It is the recognition of its own infinitude, the gentle unfolding of awareness. This initial movement, this self-reflective impulse, contains the seed of everything. It is the first glimmer of division within the undifferentiated, the potential for either rising within the all. From this first subtle distinction arises the fundamental duality, the observer and the observed, the subject and the object, the known and the unknown. This is not necessarily a separation, but rather a way for the source's awareness to explore itself more intimately. It is like a hand briefly touching itself, experiencing the sensation of touch from a distance, yet knowing it is the same hand. The source, in its infinite wisdom, allows this duality to emerge and play out. It is the stage upon which the drama of existence unfolds. Energy begins to differentiate, coalescing into patterns, forming the very fabric of reality. Think of it as a vast, intricate dance, where the movements are guided by the underlying intelligence of the source, yet performed by the emerging forms themselves. Matter arises, not from emptiness, but from the compression and organization of pure energy, which is merely another aspect of the source's undifferentiated field. Space and time begin to manifest as the parameters within which this dance occurs. They are not absolute, but relative, co-creating with the forms that exist within them. Life emerges as a particular kind of complex organization, a self-sustaining pattern of energy exchange with its environment. It is a remarkable expression of awareness, capable of growth, learning, adaptation, and, crucially, consciousness, the ability to experience the dance from within. And within these living forms, particularly those of increasing complexity, consciousness begins to turn inwards. It starts to ask questions: who am I? What is this? Where did I come from? These questions are not naive inquiries from an isolated mind, they are echoes of the source's own fundamental inquiry, seeking to know itself through its creation. This turning inwards is the crucial turning point for the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom. It is the moment the individual consciousness begins to recognize its connection to the vast ocean of the source from which it arose. It is the beginning of the great journey inward, the path of self-discovery. The journey involves peeling away the layers of conditioning, belief, and illusion that have built up over countless incarnations, layers that obscure the inherent connection to the source. It requires stillness, introspection, and the courage to confront the deeper truths of existence. It is the process of remembering, of tuning the inner instrument back to the resonant frequency of the source. This understanding is not achieved through intellectual analysis alone, though reason has its place. It is primarily experienced through direct perception, through the quiet listening of the heart and the stillness of contemplation. It is the realization that the I is not a separate entity trapped within a body, but is, in fact, the very awareness of the source experiencing itself through the temporary vehicle of the body and mind. The universe, in its entirety, becomes the classroom for this grand lesson. Every experience, every interaction, every joy and sorrow, is a potential lesson, a chance to understand the nature of self, other, and the underlying reality that connects them all. Challenges are not obstacles to be overcome, but opportunities for growth and deeper understanding. Suffering, when viewed with the eyes of wisdom, reveals the nature of attachment and the illusion of separation. The ultimate realization is the direct experience of oneness, the recognition that the individual self is not distinct from the source, but is the source itself. It is the understanding that I am that, not in a literal sense of merging and losing individuality, but in the profound grasp of identity with the ultimate reality. It is the peace that comes from knowing one's true nature, the homecoming of the lost soul. This knowledge is not meant to be intellectualized or conceptualized solely. It is a lived experience, a state of being that permeates all aspects of life. It informs how one relates to others, how one perceives challenges, how one experiences joy. It is the wisdom that allows one to navigate the complexities of existence with greater ease, compassion, and purpose. The journey from the source's infinite potential to the manifested universe, and then back again towards the recognition of that source within, is the great mystery and the great adventure of consciousness. The origins of existence are not merely a historical fact to be learned, but a living reality to be experienced, understood, and embraced. For the seeker, the lessons are profound and ongoing. By turning the attention inward, by listening to the stillness beneath the noise, by embracing the totality of the experience, one begins to unravel the cosmic mystery and find the enduring peace that lies at the heart of all things. The source awaits, always, a boundless wellspring of love and wisdom for all who dare to seek it. Chapter 61. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the great mystery of origins, the source from which all things spring, the silence before the sound, the potential before the form. This chapter delves into the nature of that source, the primordial wellspring of universal creation, exploring how the fundamental nature of existence itself unfolds. To grasp the origins of all things is not merely to understand the mechanics of the Big Bang or the intricate dance of subatomic particles. It is to penetrate the deeper layer, the essence from which these mechanics and dances arise. Think of it not as a singular event, but as an ongoing, dynamic unfolding, a process driven by a fundamental principle that is both simple and infinitely complex. This principle is often described metaphorically as a word, a sound, a vibration that resonates through the void. It is not a word spoken in the conventional sense, but the inherent potentiality of everything to be and become. It is the underlying frequency of the cosmos, the resonant hum that gives rise to form and structure. In ancient traditions, this is the logos of the Greeks, the shabd of the yogis, the word of creation in Abrahamic faiths, and the Tao that underlies all things in Eastern philosophy. These are not mere linguistic constructs, they point towards a fundamental reality, a creative principle that is both the originator and the ongoing sustainer of existence. The source is pure potential, an undifferentiated field of possibility. It is the state before separation, the unity from which duality emerges. Imagine a boundless ocean of consciousness, deep and silent, yet infinitely alive. Within this ocean lies every possibility, every potential form and experience, waiting to be expressed. This is not a passive waiting, however. The very nature of this primordial field is dynamic, inherently expressing itself through the act of becoming. The first movement is not towards complexity, but towards division. From the singular, unified source, the first ripples begin. These ripples are the emergence of fundamental forces, the invisible strings that govern the interactions of energy and matter. They are the roots of the physical laws we perceive, the underlying architecture of the cosmos. Gravity pulls, electromagnetism attracts and repels, the strong force binds the nucleus, and the weak force facilitates transformation. These are not external rules imposed upon the universe, but inherent expressions of the source's fundamental nature, its way of exploring the vast landscape of possibility through interaction and relationship. As these fundamental forces begin to play out, energy begins to coalesce. The silent potential starts to resonate, creating vibrations that gather momentum. Think of it as sound emerging from perfect silence, not a sudden clap, but a deep, resonant hum that builds in complexity. Galaxies form, spinning outwards from the initial concentration of matter. Stars are born, live, and die, scattering their elemental creations across the cosmos. Planets coalesce from the debris, orbiting their parent stars, each a unique world, a distinct expression of the universal potential. In some of these worlds, conditions become ripe for a further, extraordinary development, the emergence of life. Life itself is a profound mystery, a step up the ladder of complexity that seems almost inconceivable from the purely physical perspective. It is the emergence of self-organization, of systems that can replicate, evolve, and interact with their environment in ways that seem purposeful. How did the non-living become the living? This is where the nature of the source becomes even more fascinating. Life is not merely a chemical accident, it is a fundamental expression of the source's inherent drive towards complexity and self-awareness. The source, through the interplay of physical laws and the random shuffling of matter and energy, found a pathway towards self-replication. Once this pathway was established, natural selection took over, driving the process forward, favoring those organisms best suited to survive and reproduce in their particular environment. This is not necessarily a process driven by a conscious will, but rather an emergent property of the complex interplay of interactions within the physical universe, guided by the fundamental laws established by the source. And within these living beings, consciousness arises. This is the most profound expression of the source's potential yet. Consciousness allows beings to perceive the universe, to experience it, to learn from it, and to reflect upon their own existence. It is the bridge between the purely physical universe and the realm of inner knowledge and wisdom. It is within consciousness that the seeker finds their point of entry, their personal lens through which to observe the grand unfolding. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a microcosm of this universal process. They begin from a state of relative unawareness, perhaps caught up in the physical trappings of existence, like a planet orbiting its star without understanding the cosmic laws that govern its path. The quest for inner knowledge and wisdom is the process of beginning to perceive the underlying structure, to understand the source from which they, and everything around them, arise. This involves looking inward, beyond the surface level of thought and emotion, towards the deeper layers of awareness. It is learning to quiet the mind, to still the internal noise, and to listen to the deeper resonance of one's own consciousness. In this quietude, the seeker begins to perceive the universal patterns, the echoes of the source's fundamental nature within their own being. The realization dawns that they are not separate from this source, but are, in fact, part of it. They are a manifestation, an expression of the same creative potential that gave rise to the stars and galaxies. This understanding brings with it not necessarily a sense of overwhelming panic or detachment, but rather a profound sense of connection and belonging. It is the recognition of shared origin, a universal kinship. Understanding the origins of existence provides a powerful framework for the seeker's journey. It puts their own struggles, their own joys, and their own search for meaning into a much larger context. It helps them see that their personal growth, their development of inner wisdom is not just an individual pursuit, but a participation in the grand unfolding of the universe itself. The source remains the ultimate mystery, the ground of all being, the source from which all possibilities emerge. The seeker's path is not to fully comprehend this mystery, for it is infinite, but to begin to perceive its nature, to feel its presence within, and to align their own life with its inherent flow. It is to become a conscious co-creator, expressing the potential of the source through their own unique consciousness, contributing to the ongoing dance of existence with awareness and purpose. In understanding the origins, the seeker begins to understand themselves. They see that their inner wisdom is not something acquired from without, but something that arises from connecting with the fundamental nature of their being, the echo of the universal source within. The journey continues, a path of unfolding, of discovering the vast potential that lies dormant within, waiting to be expressed in the vibrant tapestry of existence. Chapter 62. The seeker of inner knowledge often finds themselves standing at the threshold of the cosmos, gazing not outward at the stars, but inward at the vast, intricate landscape of their own being. They wonder, as humankind has wondered since the first flicker of self-awareness ignited in the dark, if there is a single source, a fundamental origin, from which all things, both without and within, arise. This chapter delves into that primordial question: what was the source of universal creation, and how does this understanding resonate with the journey towards wisdom? To grasp the origin of all existence is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a profound act of orientation. It shifts the perspective from one of isolated fragmentation to one of interconnected unity. The dominant narratives of our time often present existence as a random, chaotic affair, governed by impersonal forces or emerging from some primordial soup through sheer accident. While these descriptions capture certain aspects of observed reality, they often fail to address the deeper yearning for meaning, purpose, and a unifying principle. The true source of universal creation, as perceived through the lens of inner knowledge and wisdom, is not a distant, detached entity conjuring worlds in isolation. It is, rather, a dynamic, intelligent, and infinitely creative field of pure potentiality. Think of it not as a being with a mind, but as mind itself, the very substance and essence of consciousness from which everything emerges and into which everything eventually returns. This source is the ground of being, the unconditioned reality upon which all conditioned phenomena rest. This primordial source is often described using metaphors drawn from nature and human experience: the infinite ocean, the boundless sky, the eternal flame. It is formless, yet it contains the potential for all forms. It is silent, yet it is the origin of all sound and music. It is the still point upon which all movement revolves. It is not a place to be found, but a state of being realized within the individual self. The universe did not come from this source, it is an expression of this source. The journey of the seeker is, in essence, the process of awakening to this reality within themselves. It is the gradual unpeeling of the layers of illusion, the veils of conditioning, the egoic constructs that have led them to believe they are separate, isolated entities. This awakening is not a sudden event, like flipping a switch, but a gradual, unfolding process of transformation, often referred to as enlightenment or self-realization. How does this understanding of a unified creative source help the seeker on their path? It provides a foundation of unwavering certainty. In the face of life's inherent difficulties, the knowledge that one is ultimately connected to an infinite, loving, and intelligent source provides a profound sense of belonging and security. It dissolves the isolation of the ego and replaces it with a feeling of profound interconnection with all that is. This realization transforms the nature of suffering. Suffering, in this view, is not an inherent part of the source, but rather a consequence of misunderstanding one's true nature and separating oneself from this creative wellspring. Furthermore, recognizing the source as the ground of all potential empowers the seeker. It is not a source of preordained fate, but a source of limitless possibility. The individual, by awakening to their own inherent connection to this source, taps into this boundless potential. The creative power of the universe, which manifested the galaxies, is available to the individual who aligns with its nature. This is not about wielding external power, but about expressing the inherent intelligence and creativity that arises from being in harmony with the source. The path to realizing this connection involves practices that quiet the mind and open the heart. Meditation, in its various forms, is the primary tool. It allows the seeker to move beyond the constant chatter of the thinking mind and experience the stillness beneath it, the vast, quiet awareness that is the source. Practices like prayer, when approached from a place of humility and openness rather than demand, can also serve as bridges to this inner reality. Acts of selfless service, driven by a genuine desire to alleviate suffering without attachment to outcome, can dissolve the egoic barriers and foster a sense of unity with all beings as expressions of the same source. Understanding the origin of existence as a unified, intelligent source is not merely a philosophical concept, it is a practical guide for living. It encourages the seeker to live from a place of inner unity, to respond to the world with compassion and understanding rather than react from a place of fear and separation. It fosters a deep reverence for life in all its forms, recognizing each being as an invaluable expression of the creative source. As the seeker progresses on this path, they may experience moments of profound clarity where the illusion of separation dissolves completely. In these moments, they directly perceive the unity of all things, the seamless flow of creation from the source within. These experiences, though often fleeting at first, serve as powerful confirmations of the truth and provide the fuel to continue the journey. Ultimately, the question of the source of universal creation is not one that can be definitively answered by external observation alone. It is a question that points inward, towards the very core of the individual's own being. By exploring this question through the lens of inner knowledge and wisdom, the seeker finds not just an answer about the universe's origin, but a profound transformation of their own consciousness, leading them ever deeper into the heart of the infinite source from which all creation unfolds. Chapter 63. To understand the origins of existence is not merely to trace the story of stars and planets, or even the emergence of life upon a single spinning rock. It is to delve into the nature of the source itself, to witness the gentle unfolding of consciousness into form, the birth of the manifest universe as an expression of the source's inherent creativity. This is the lesson for the seeker, that the universe is not an external phenomenon, but a reflection within, a grand theater where the source observes itself, learns, and expands. The universe, in its vastness and complexity, is thus the unfolding of the source's potential. It is a grand experiment, a vast laboratory where consciousness explores itself through form and experience. The seeker's journey is to recognize this connection, to understand that they are not separate from the source, but are themselves a part of this magnificent unfolding. To seek inner knowledge and wisdom is to tune into this deeper reality, to recognize the patterns of creation within oneself. It is to understand that the same forces that shape the stars and forge the elements within you are also at work in your mind and heart. By observing the nature of your own thoughts, emotions, and perceptions, the seeker can glimpse the underlying consciousness of the source. The journey is not about achieving a static state of enlightenment, but about participating consciously in the unfolding process. It is about aligning one's will with the creative current of the universe, about becoming an intentional co-creator within the grand design. It is about recognizing the divine spark within oneself and within all things, and living from that place of unity and awareness. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical account of cosmic events. They are a profound statement about the nature of reality itself, that it is fundamentally conscious, that it is infinitely creative, and that each of us, as a conscious being, is an integral part of this ongoing, magnificent expression. The source remains, always, the wellspring of all that is, the ultimate source of creation, inviting all who seek to recognize its reflection within and to participate consciously in its eternal unfolding. Chapter 64. In the quiet chambers of the mind, beyond the flickering flames of thought and the relentless march of time, lies the silent witness to all creation. This is not a place of physical location, but of profound understanding, the source from which all originates, the wellspring of universal consciousness. To grasp the origins of existence is not merely to understand the mechanics of the cosmos, but to comprehend the very nature of the self, for the universe is a reflection, an echo of the inner landscape of the Creator. The narrative of beginnings is not found in dusty tomes alone, nor whispered in the secrets of ancient temples, though those can offer glimpses. It is written in the fabric of reality itself, in the patterns of stars, the flow of rivers, the rhythm of the heartbeat. It is a story told in silence, waiting for the seeker who possesses the courage to still the noise within and listen with the ears of the soul. Imagine, if you will, a state prior to division, not void in the sense of emptiness, but a boundless potentiality, an undifferentiated unity, a singular, conscious awareness. This is the primordial sea, the source code of all that is, was, and ever will be. It is the source of universal creation, the unmanifested becoming the manifest. It is pure potential, vibrating with an infinite possibility, yet holding no form, no limitation. To understand the origins of existence is to recognize this profound interconnectedness. It is to see the hand of the source in every leaf, in every star, in every breath. It is to understand that the seeking soul is not an isolated entity striving for enlightenment, but a vital part of the source itself, awakening to its own nature through the journey of experience. This knowledge is not a destination to be reached, but a lens to be held. It is a way of perceiving that transforms the ordinary into the sacred, the mundane into the miraculous. It allows the seeker to move beyond the limitations of the ego, the false sense of separation created in the initial act of division, and to reconnect with the boundless potentiality of the source. The journey back is the journey inward. It is the process of quieting the mind, of silencing the internal chatter that arises from the multiplicity, and of listening to the underlying unity. It is through this inner pilgrimage that the seeker begins to touch the origins of creation, not by intellectual understanding alone, but by direct experience of the pure, unmanifested awareness that lies at the heart of all things. Thus, the story of existence unfolds. A conscious source, in the act of self-awareness, creates the potential for multiplicity, giving rise to the universe as an exploration of itself. And within this universe, each conscious being is an integral part of that exploration, a spark of the source seeking to remember its own infinite nature. The origins of existence are not merely a historical fact, they are the living reality of the present moment, accessible to all who dare to look within. Chapter 65. In the realm beyond time and space, where the very concepts of beginning and end dissolve into the silent hum of pure potential, lies the source. This is not a place, not a being in the conventional sense, but the resonant frequency from which all existence emanates. It is the unspoken thought, the unheard song, the unwritten word that gives birth to the universe. The source is the ground of being, the fertile void from which the first seeds of manifestation sprout. It is the infinite ocean of consciousness from which the first ripple of awareness stirs. To understand the origins of existence is to begin to comprehend the nature of this primordial wellspring. It is to gaze upon the face of the Creator not as a separate entity, but as the very fabric from which all things are woven. Many seek the source, the ultimate origin, hoping to find answers, a definitive explanation for the tapestry of life. They look outward, searching among the stars, within the depths of the atom, or in the grand structures of cosmology. While these explorations yield wonders, they often miss the most profound truth. The source resides within. The universe did not begin out there, it began here, within the potential of the source, which is also the potential of the seeker. These are not abstract concepts imposed upon the universe, they are intrinsic qualities of the manifesting source itself. The lessons for the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom are clear. The universe, in its grandest unfolding, mirrors the journey of the individual soul. Just as the source differentiated into form, so too must the individual consciousness differentiate from the collective unconscious, yet remain connected to it. The journey inward is a process of unfolding, much like the birth of the universe. It requires the recognition of the inherent potential within, the exploration of the subtle vibrations of thought and feeling, and the gradual awakening of consciousness. It requires the courage to move from the known into the unknown, from the concrete into the abstract, from the separate self into the unified source. The universe began not with a bang, but with a potential, a possibility waiting to be realized. And within each of us lies the same potential, the same infinite possibility waiting to be explored. To understand the origins of existence is to understand the nature of our own being, and to recognize that the journey inward is the ultimate exploration, the grandest adventure of all. For the source is not merely the beginning, it is the beginning, the middle, and the end, all rolled into one. It is the unspoken thought, the unheard song, the unwritten word from which all things are born, and to which all things return. And within each of us lies the key to unlocking this mystery, the key to understanding the profound truth that we are, in our own way, part of the unfolding Genesis. Chapter 66. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not merely as a passive observer, but as an active participant in the grand tapestry of existence. This is not a journey for the faint of heart, nor is it one that promises easy answers found on dusty shelves or whispered in secret circles. No, the origins of all that is, the very source from which the universe sprang forth, is a concept that resides not outside the self, but within it, waiting to be discovered by the earnest and persistent mind. To grasp the genesis of creation, one must first shed the shackles of conventional thought. We are accustomed to perceiving the world through the lens of time, of beginning and end, of cause and effect as defined by our limited human experience. Yet, the source, the unmanifest, the absolute, operates beyond these constraints. It is the eternally present field from which all possibilities arise, the silence before the sound, the potential before the form. Think of it not as a singular event, but as an unfolding, a blossoming of consciousness into manifestation. The source is pure potential, an infinite ocean of pure awareness, love, and intelligence. It is the ground of being itself. From this boundless state, the first tremor of division begins, not as a separation, but as an expression. It is the first gentle ripple upon the still surface of the absolute sea, the initial movement of will towards becoming. Why does the source manifest? This is not a question with a logical answer derived from empirical evidence. It is a question that touches the core of existence itself. Perhaps it is the inherent nature of pure consciousness to express itself, to know itself through the act of creation. To remain purely unmanifest is to remain unknown, unrealized. Manifestation is the journey of the source into itself, becoming all that it might be. It is the act of giving birth to the universe as a means of experiencing the vastness of its own being. The journey to understand this origin is, therefore, an inner journey. It requires the seeker to look inward, beyond the layers of conditioning, the ego's narratives, and the illusions of separation. It demands stillness, introspection, and a willingness to embrace paradox. The source is both the unmanifest void and the manifest universe. It is both the silence and the sound. It is both the beginning and the end, yet it is also beyond all of these concepts. Through meditation, deep contemplation, and the practice of self-inquiry, the seeker begins to taste the nature of the source. It is not a destination to be reached, but a state of being to be realized. The more one connects with this inner reality, the more the external world begins to reflect its inherent wisdom and love. The apparent chaos of existence starts to dissolve into a deeper understanding of its underlying order and purpose. The origins of existence are not merely a historical fact to be learned, but a living truth to be experienced. It is the realization that we are not separate fragments of the universe, but integral parts of the whole, connected at the most fundamental level to the source of all creation. This understanding transforms the way we perceive ourselves and our place in the cosmos, liberating us from fear, doubt, and the illusion of limitation. As the seeker delves deeper, they begin to comprehend that the source is not merely the origin, but the ongoing sustenance of all things. It is the life force that animates the universe, the energy that flows through every particle, the consciousness that permeates all existence. To understand the origins is to begin to understand the very nature of life itself, and our connection to it. In this vast, unfolding mystery, the individual soul finds its purpose to awaken to its true nature, to recognize its unity with the source, and to contribute, through its own unique expression, to the ongoing symphony of creation. The journey is long, the path winding, but for those who seek with an open heart and a determined spirit, the rewards are immeasurable. They glimpse the face of the divine, not as a distant entity, but as the very essence of their being, the source from which they came, and the light by which they are led. Chapter 67. What was the nature of the first thought? It was not concerned with the world as we know it, nor with atoms or galaxies. It was the fundamental impulse towards division, the inherent drive of pure awareness to know itself through the act of creation. It was the seed of all becoming, the initial dawning of distinction within the undifferentiated unity. This thought was the source's own way of exploring its infinite nature, of experiencing itself through the myriad forms it would eventually give rise to. The initial thought or intention, the seed of an idea or a desire, sets the process in motion. The unfolding is guided by the laws of our being, our values, beliefs, and inherent nature. These are the principles that govern how our intentions take shape in the cosmos of our own lives. Challenges and obstacles, like the gravitational pulls and repulsions in the early universe, are simply part of the process of formation, refining and shaping the expression as it emerges. Understanding this parallel between the cosmic genesis and our personal journey can illuminate our path. It encourages us to recognize the power of intention, to trust in the inherent order of our own being, and to see the unfolding of our lives not as a random sequence of events, but as a natural expression of our inner state, guided by the fundamental principles of consciousness. The universe did not spring into existence fully formed, it emerged gradually, through a process of division, refinement, and expansion, from the infinite potentiality of the source. And so it is with our own inner exploration. The journey towards knowledge and wisdom is not about discovering pre-existing answers, but about awakening to the inherent potential within ourselves and consciously participating in the unfolding of our own higher consciousness. We, too, are co-creators, drawing from the wellspring of awareness and expressing it through the unique pattern of our own being. As the first light of the first stars began to pierce the darkness of the early cosmos, marking the transition from pure potential to perceived reality, so too can we, through the conscious awakening of our awareness, begin to illuminate the deeper truths within ourselves. The journey from the source to the starlit expanse is mirrored in the journey from the sleeping consciousness to the awakened state. Observe this pattern, the seeker. It holds the key to understanding your own origins and your own potential for continued unfolding. Chapter 68. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vastness of their own consciousness. Before them lies the enigma of origins, the source from which all manifestation springs. This chapter delves into the primordial beginning, the first whisper of existence that resonated through the void, offering lessons for the dedicated student of inner wisdom. To grasp the origins of all things is to penetrate the veil of perception itself, to understand the fundamental nature of the ground upon which all experience rests. The first lesson for the seeker lies in recognizing this fundamental pattern within their own being. They are a microcosm of the universe, a ripple within the great pond of existence. Their thoughts, emotions, and sensations are the waves arising from the deep stillness within. By observing these waves without judgment, the seeker begins to understand the nature of manifestation itself. They learn that their own inner world mirrors the vast cosmos, reflecting the same principles of creation, interaction, and dissolution. The second lesson involves understanding the nature of the source. The unmanifest is not a place to be reached or a thing to be possessed. It is the nature of the ground upon which all stands. To seek to return to it is to recognize that one has never truly left it. The source is the awareness that observes the waves, the stillness amidst the ripples. By cultivating presence, by resting in the awareness of being, the seeker connects directly with this primordial ground. This connection is the key to transformation. When the individual recognizes their unity with the infinite potential, the sense of separation, the root of fear and suffering, begins to dissolve. The limitations perceived by the ego, the sense of being a separate self trapped in a material world, lose their grip. The seeker begins to operate from the vantage point of the source, accessing creative power not by imposing will, but by aligning with the natural flow of existence. The third lesson is the understanding of time and space as aspects of the manifest field. The unmanifest exists outside of linear progression and physical dimensions. The manifest world, including human experience, operates within these constraints. The seeker learns to navigate the illusion of time and space while remembering their connection to the timeless, spaceless source. They understand that events are not random occurrences but part of a larger, unfolding pattern guided by the principles of consciousness and energy. The journey of understanding the origins of existence is, therefore, not about accumulating more information, but about awakening awareness. It is about moving from the state of perceiving oneself as merely a product of circumstances, a body, a mind, a history, to recognizing oneself as an intrinsic part of the creative process itself. It is about realizing that the source of universal creation is not separate from you, it is you, in your deepest essence. As the seeker integrates these understandings, they begin to live from a place of greater alignment, greater peace, and greater creative potential. They see the interconnectedness of all things, understand the transient nature of the manifest, and operate from the foundation of infinite possibility. They have begun to walk the path of inner knowledge and wisdom, recognizing the ultimate source not as a distant goal, but as the inherent nature of their own being, waiting to be remembered. This is the beginning of the unfolding genesis, not just of the universe, but of the individual soul's return to its original state of luminous awareness. The rest of the journey involves the detailed exploration of how this initial impulse unfolds into the complex tapestry of life, how consciousness differentiates and experiences itself through the myriad forms of the manifest world. But the foundation, the understanding of the unmanifest source, is laid here, offering the seeker a profound sense of home and belonging within the vastness of creation. Chapter 69. The journey from the source to the complex universe we inhabit is a journey of unfolding, of potential becoming actual, of the infinite expressing itself through the finite. It is a journey filled with lessons for the seeker. The very act of creation demonstrates the power of intention, the potential released through focused awareness. The intricate balance of forces, the delicate dance of matter and energy, shows the beauty and precision that can emerge from a unified plan. This is where the seeker's journey truly begins. We are not merely accidental byproducts of the universe's physical processes, we are conscious reflections of the source itself. Our minds, our thoughts, our emotions, these are the universe exploring itself, experiencing the richness of its own creation. We are the eyes and ears and hearts through which the source perceives its own handiwork. The challenge for the seeker is to recognize this connection, to remember the source from which we come. It is easy to get lost in the complexities of daily life, to identify solely with the limited ego, the individual self. But the wisdom of the ages points towards a deeper reality, the awareness that we are also the source, expressing itself through a particular vehicle. To embark on the path of inner knowledge is to begin this process of reconnection. It is to turn the gaze inward, away from the external world and towards the vast, silent landscape of the self. In this inner space, the echoes of the source can be heard. The patterns of thought, the nature of feeling, the quality of consciousness, these are the clues, the signposts pointing back to the origin. The journey is not about achieving a state of perfection or merging entirely into the source, though that may be one possibility for some. It is about awakening to the truth of who you are, a conscious spark of the infinite, navigating the complexities of existence with greater awareness and wisdom. It is about recognizing the source within, and therefore recognizing the source in all things. By contemplating the origins of existence, the seeker begins to disentangle the illusion of separation. The source is not out there, it is in here, as well as the universe out there. It is the ground of all being, the unchanging reality beneath the waves of change. Understanding this provides a foundation for navigating life's challenges and joys with a deeper sense of peace and purpose. The journey from the source to the self, and back again, is the grand narrative of existence. It is a journey of awakening, of remembering who we truly are. For the seeker of inner knowledge, this understanding is the first step on a path that leads not just to personal growth, but to a direct experience of the universal reality from which all things arise. The source awaits, always, as the ultimate destination and the unwavering beginning. Chapter 70. To understand the origins of existence is, in essence, to begin to comprehend the nature of this source and its boundless, creative outreach. The conventional mind struggles to encompass such a notion. It seeks definitions, structures, and frameworks within which to place the inexplicable. Yet, the true nature of creation originates from a place where logic, time, and space themselves are but emergent phenomena, tools developed by the mind to navigate the perceived world, not to fathom the source from which that world flows. The source operates beyond these constraints, in a realm of pure, undifferentiated awareness. Life is, at its core, a reflection of the source's potential for self-expression, and within this web, within these complex beings, consciousness emerges. At first, it may be a simple awareness of the immediate environment, a perception of light, sound, and touch, but over time, this awareness develops, becoming more sophisticated, more nuanced, more capable of exploring the nature of reality. This quest for understanding is the journey of the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom. It is a journey that takes us beyond the surface appearances of the world, beyond the limitations of the physical body and the conventional mind, into the vast, boundless landscape of consciousness itself. The journey begins with the recognition that we are more than just physical beings. We are beings of energy, of vibration, connected to the universe through the very fabric of existence. We are capable of tapping into the infinite potential of the source, of exploring the vast landscape of consciousness, and of discovering the wisdom that lies within. This wisdom is not something that we can be given, nor can it be learned from any external source. It is something that we must discover within ourselves, through the process of self-inquiry, through the practice of mindfulness, through the cultivation of awareness. As we embark on this journey, we begin to realize that the origins of existence are not something that happened in the past, but are something that is happening right now, within each of us. The vibration that began the great unfolding is still present within us, as the energy of our own consciousness. The dance of opposites that gives rise to form is still present within us, as the interplay of thought and feeling, of action and rest. By understanding the origins of existence, we begin to understand ourselves. We begin to see that we are not separate from the universe, but are an integral part of it. We begin to see that we are not merely physical beings, but are beings of energy, of vibration, connected to the universe through the very fabric of existence. And as we begin to understand ourselves, we begin to understand our place in the universe. We begin to see that we are not merely spectators in the grand drama of creation, but are participants, active agents in the unfolding of the universe. We are capable of contributing to the process of creation, of expressing our own unique potential, and of helping to bring about a new era of consciousness on Earth. The journey of the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom is a journey of transformation. It is a journey from the limited self of the ego to the infinite self of the source. It is a journey from the world of separation to the world of oneness. It is a journey from the darkness of ignorance to the light of awareness. And it is a journey that is available to each of us, regardless of where we are on our path. For within each of us lies the potential for transformation, the potential for awakening, the potential for realizing our own connection to the source of all being. The origins of existence are a mystery, a profound and awe-inspiring mystery. But it is a mystery that we are each capable of exploring, of delving into, and of discovering the wisdom that lies within. For within each of us lies the key to the universe, the key to understanding our own place in the great unfolding, and the key to realizing our own infinite potential. Chapter 71. The narrative of creation is a description of the inherent, spontaneous tendency of pure potential to differentiate and become manifest. It is a story of the source, in its boundless freedom, choosing to limit itself, to become the perceived world, thereby providing itself with a field of experience, the very universe we inhabit. This initial act is not one of force or compulsion, but of love, self-love, perhaps, or more accurately, the inherent completeness of the source expressing itself through the very act of limitation. In choosing to become form, the formless remains. In choosing to become sound, the silent remains. In choosing to become perceived reality, the unperceived reality remains. The source is both the ocean and the wave, it is the sky and the cloud, it is the unwritten text and the unfolding story. This paradoxical unity is the bedrock of all existence. The journey of the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom is, in essence, a journey to reconnect with this original source, to recognize this inherent consciousness within themselves as the true self, distinct from the temporary physical form and the myriad thoughts and conditioning that cloud perception. It is a journey back to the beginning, not by retreating from the world, but by understanding the world as a reflection of the source, and finding the source within. This understanding transforms the nature of existence itself. The perceived separateness between observer and observed begins to dissolve. The challenges and sorrows of life are no longer seen as entirely external occurrences, but as opportunities for the source to experience itself through the vehicle of consciousness. The joys and triumphs are similarly understood as expressions of the same fundamental process. Recognizing the source as the ground of all being does not negate the reality of the world we perceive. It provides a deeper context, a larger framework within which our individual experiences unfold. It offers a sense of belonging, a connection to something vast and timeless, infinitely wiser and more powerful than any individual mind can fully grasp. This understanding brings a profound sense of peace, a grounding in the midst of life's inevitable fluctuations. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical account to be studied, but a living reality to be experienced. The source of all creation, is not distant or abstract, it is the immediate, underlying reality of our own being. By turning the gaze inward, by stilling the mind and listening with the heart, the seeker can begin to touch the unfathomable depths of this origin within themselves. It is a journey of awakening, a recognition that we are not merely inhabitants of this universe, but are, in fact, the universe itself, expressing the inherent creativity of the source. This knowledge is the true treasure. It is the key that unlocks the potential for profound transformation, for living a life aligned with the deepest truths of being. It is the beginning of the great work, the ongoing process of realizing the infinite within the finite, of allowing the light of the source to shine through the veils of illusion, bringing clarity, wisdom, and unconditional love to every moment of existence. Chapter 72. The source, in its boundless wisdom, had not merely created matter, but had imbued it with the potential for awareness, setting the stage for the ultimate exploration, the journey of the individual consciousness back towards its origins, seeking to rediscover the unity from which it sprang. This is the great mystery, the profound truth at the heart of existence. We are not separate entities, or accidental fragments of matter, but echoes of the source, conscious sparks sent forth to explore, to experience, to learn, and ultimately, to return. The origins of existence are not merely a historical account of the slow march of evolution. They are the unfolding story of consciousness, the journey of the individual soul back to the embrace of the unmanifest, back to the source from which it arose. The lessons for the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom are found not in the external facts of creation, but in the recognition of this profound connection. To understand the universe is to understand oneself, for the universe is the body of the source, and the individual consciousness is a reflection of its mind. The journey inward is the journey backward through time, back to the state of pure potentiality, back to the source itself. The journey requires not just intellectual understanding, but deep listening, quiet contemplation, and the courage to look beyond the illusions of the separate self. It requires the willingness to let go of the ego's attachments, to recognize that the perceived I is merely a temporary focal point within the vast ocean of consciousness. It requires the practice of awareness, the mindful observation of thoughts, feelings, and sensations without judgment, allowing the underlying unity of the source to reveal itself. The universe, in its grandeur and complexity, is the greatest teacher. By observing the stars, the cycles of nature, the intricate patterns of life, the seeker can glimpse the deeper truths. By studying the history of the cosmos, one is not just learning about the past, one is tracing the journey of consciousness, understanding the conditions that birthed awareness, and recognizing the echoes of the source within the physical world. The journey from the source to the manifest universe, and back again, is the ultimate self-help endeavor. It is the path of awakening, the realization of one's true nature as an infinite, conscious being, temporarily embodied within the physical form. It is the path of wisdom, where the seeking itself becomes the answer, where the exploration of inner space reveals the vastness of the outer cosmos, and where the union with the source is not an endpoint, but the recognition that the journey was always home. The origins of existence are a profound mystery, a story written in the stars and etched within the fabric of our own consciousness. To read this story is to read oneself. To understand its beginning is to understand our true nature, and to find the wisdom to navigate the complexities of the present, with the ultimate knowledge that we are always, already, at home within the source. Chapter 73. The seeker stands at the threshold of understanding, not in a physical place, but within the vast landscape of their own consciousness. Before them lies the immeasurable expanse of existence's origins, a tapestry woven from threads of pure potentiality. This chapter delves into the foundational moment, the source from which all manifestation arises, offering lessons for the earnest student of inner wisdom. To grasp the genesis of everything, one must first transcend the limitations of linear thought, the familiar constraints of time and space that bind the ordinary mind. The source, the ultimate ground of being, is often described in paradoxes, for human language struggles to contain the infinite. This reflection is the crucible in which self-awareness, the human capacity for introspection and meaning-making, is forged. It is within the context of a physical universe, with its vastness and its intricacies, that consciousness can arise and begin to inquire about its own origins. The human mind, with its capacity for reason, imagination, and empathy, becomes the ultimate instrument through which the universe can explore its own nature. The lessons for the seeker are profound and deeply personal. The first lesson is to recognize the source within. The universe arose from a state of infinite potentiality and undifferentiated being, so too does the human mind and spirit possess an inherent capacity for creativity, transformation, and connection to that same universal source. By quieting the mind and turning inward, the seeker can begin to tap into this wellspring of potential, to experience the stillness beneath the surface of thought. The second lesson is to understand the nature of manifestation. Just as the physical universe unfolded from the source, so too do our thoughts, feelings, and circumstances arise from a deeper level of potential. By observing the process of thought without judgment, the seeker can begin to understand how their own mental and emotional states are shaped by deeper currents of energy and intention. This awareness allows for a greater degree of conscious participation in the creation of one's own reality. The third lesson is the recognition of interconnection. The universe is not a collection of separate objects, but an inseparable web of relationships, where every part reflects the whole. This understanding dissolves the illusion of separation, both from other beings and from the source itself. It fosters a sense of compassion, empathy, and unity with all that exists. When we recognize that others are also expressions of the same source, the barriers that divide us begin to fall away. Finally, the seeker is called to become a conscious co-creator. The universe is still unfolding, and the human mind plays a vital role in this ongoing process. By aligning their intentions with the principles of love, compassion, and unity, the seeker can contribute to the evolution of consciousness, helping to bring forth the next stage of the universe's grand unfolding. This is not about imposing one's will upon the universe, but about aligning with the natural flow of its creative energy, offering intention as a guiding star. The journey towards understanding the origins of existence is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a profound spiritual awakening, a journey inward that leads back to the source from which all things arise. By embracing these lessons, the seeker can begin to live from a place of greater awareness, purpose, and connection, becoming an integral part of the magnificent unfolding of the cosmos. The story of creation is not just a story about the universe, it is a story about the potential for each individual to realize their own divine nature and contribute to the ongoing evolution of consciousness. Chapter 74. The journey of the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom is, in many ways, a journey back to this original state. It is a process of undoing the layers of conditioning, the veils of separation that have accumulated over countless lifetimes, to reconnect with the pure awareness of the source. It is about recognizing that the same consciousness that created the universe is also within us, waiting to be remembered. This understanding is not merely intellectual, it must be experienced. It requires a willingness to look beyond the surface of the perceived world, to explore the depths of one's own consciousness, and to recognize the universal pattern that connects all things. It is about finding the stillness within, the place where the noise of the mind subsides, and one can directly experience the presence of the source. The lessons for the seeker are found in the very nature of existence. They are found in the understanding that we are not separate from the source, but are, in fact, expressions of it. They are found in the recognition that the same forces that govern the universe also govern our inner lives. They are found in the practice of mindfulness, of being present in each moment, and of recognizing the divine spark within ourselves and others. The journey back to the source is not a journey into the past, but a journey into the present moment, into the heart of one's own awareness. It is about recognizing that the source is not something to be found elsewhere, but is, in fact, the very ground of our being. It is about remembering who we truly are, beyond the labels, the roles, and the identities that we have adopted. In the final analysis, the origins of existence are not merely a scientific or philosophical inquiry, but a profound spiritual journey. It is a journey that leads us back to the source, to the place where we can experience the unity of all things, and to recognize the divine spark that resides within each of us. It is a journey that, if undertaken with sincerity and dedication, can transform our understanding of ourselves and our place in the universe, leading us to a deeper sense of peace, purpose, and connection. Chapter 75. To understand the origins of existence, one must transcend the conventional narratives and perspectives that bind the ordinary mind. The wisdom traditions, ancient and modern, offer a different perspective. The deeper truth is that creation is an ongoing process, not a finished event. It is an unfolding, a self-revealing of the potential contained within the unmanifest. And this process is intimately connected to the individual consciousness. Each of us, in our own small way, is a manifestation of that primordial source. We carry within us the same potential for awareness, for creativity, for the unfolding of existence itself. The journey of the seeker is, in many ways, a journey back to this original state. It is an inward migration, a movement from the conditioned mind, filled with anxieties and desires, towards the unconditioned awareness that lies at the heart of being. This is not about achieving a specific goal or state, but about recognizing the truth of who we already are, expressions of the infinite source. By cultivating mindfulness, by observing the arising and passing of thoughts and sensations without judgment, the seeker begins to touch this deeper reality. In the stillness between thoughts, in the gaps of awareness, they may catch a glimpse of that primordial state, the silence from which all sounds emerge, the stillness from which all movements arise. Understanding the origins of existence is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is a transformative experience that reshapes the relationship between the individual and the universe. It brings a sense of belonging, a recognition that we are not separate fragments in a cold, indifferent cosmos, but integral parts of a grand, unfolding mystery. It connects us to the past, present, and future, and imbues our lives with a deeper meaning and purpose. The source of universal creation is, therefore, not just an external reality to be studied, but an internal reality to be experienced. It is the boundless ocean of consciousness within which we swim, the ground upon which we stand, the light by which we perceive. To seek the origins of existence is, in the final analysis, to seek the origins of oneself. And when that quest is undertaken with sincerity and openness, the answers begin to unfold, not just in the mind, but in the very fabric of the seeker's being. This understanding is the true treasure for the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom. It is the key that unlocks the door to a profound sense of peace, connection, and purpose, reminding us that we are not merely passengers on this cosmic journey, but active participants in the ongoing revelation of the divine source that permeates all things. Chapter 76. And so, the universe evolved. Galaxies spun, stars were born and died. The seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom must understand this journey. The source is not distant or separate. It is the ground of your own being. The universe is not an external creation to be feared or conquered, but a reflection of the source's own nature, a vast laboratory for experience, including the experience of self-awareness. Your own mind, your own consciousness, is a microcosm of the universe's grand unfolding. You, too, contain within you the echoes of the Big Bang, the elements forged in stars, the evolutionary journey that led to your present form and awareness. You are a channel, a vessel, for the source's expression. The lessons for the seeker lie not in comprehending the entire cosmic narrative perfectly, but in recognizing the pattern within their own heart and mind. Just as the universe coalesced from potential, so too can your inner potential be actualized. Just as the elements combine to form complexity, so too can your thoughts, emotions, and energies be integrated into a harmonious whole. Just as consciousness emerged from the physical, so too can you cultivate awareness that transcends the purely material. The journey inward is the journey backward, tracing the steps of creation, from the boundless awareness of the source to the focused consciousness of the individual self, and ultimately, back again, recognizing that the self and the source are one. This understanding is the wisdom sought, the knowledge gained, the return to the origin. The source remains, always. It is the beginning, the middle, and the end. It is the unchanging reality amidst the changing forms. To seek inner knowledge and wisdom is to connect with that unchanging reality, to recognize your own nature as an expression of the universal source, and to live from that recognition. The origins of existence are not merely a scientific or historical fact, they are the living foundation of your own being, waiting to be discovered within. Chapter 77. The laws are the patterns and rules that guide the weaving, ensuring coherence and allowing for the emergence of distinct forms. The process itself is the dance of creation, where energy transforms into matter, and consciousness explores the vast landscape of possibility. The source remains the unchanging center, the ground upon which all manifestation rests. Everything that arises, everything that exists, does so within the source, drawing its essence and ultimate origin from it. The perceived separation, the illusion of duality between creator and creation, subject and object, is a fundamental aspect of the manifested universe, a necessary condition for the exploration of experience. The early stages of this unfolding were perhaps the most profound. As the fundamental forces coalesced and the first rudimentary structures began to form, the potential for life itself emerged. These were not the complex organisms we see today, but the simple, self-replicating patterns that represent the first stirrings of consciousness in a physical form. They were the precursors, the building blocks upon which the intricate web of biological evolution would later be woven. The purpose of this grand unfolding, from the perspective of the source, is not something that can be articulated in human terms. It is not a goal with a destination. Rather, it is an expression, a necessary consequence of the source's own nature, the nature of infinite potential seeking to explore itself through the myriad forms and experiences of manifestation. The universe is a vast field of consciousness where the source can observe, experience, and learn through the diverse lenses of its own creations. As the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom, contemplating the origins of existence offers a crucial perspective. It helps to dissolve the illusion of being a separate, isolated entity, cut off from the vastness of the source. Understanding that you, and everything around you, arise from the same infinite wellspring can profoundly shift your sense of self and your relationship to the world. Recognizing this connection is the first step towards tapping into the wellspring of wisdom that resides within you. The source of creation is not merely an external force, it is the very essence of your own being. The same potential for creativity, for intelligence, for love that gave rise to the universe resides within you. By turning your attention inward, by quieting the mind's chatter and listening to the deeper currents of your consciousness, you can begin to access that universal creativity and wisdom. The journey from the source to the manifest universe is a journey of becoming, of experiencing, of learning. And your own life is a part of that journey. You are not merely a passive observer, you are an active participant, weaving your own unique pattern within the vast tapestry of existence. The lessons for the seeker lie in understanding this connection, in recognizing the divine spark within yourself, and in learning to align your own intentions with the natural flow of the creative process. To contemplate the origins is to remember your roots, to reconnect with the infinite potential from which you arose. It is to see the hand of the source not as something external and imposing, but as the loving embrace from which all possibilities emerge. In this understanding lies the first step towards true freedom and the profound wisdom that comes from knowing your place within the grand, unfolding mystery of existence. The source remains, always, the waiting ground, the wellspring, the ultimate source of all that is, was, and ever will be. Chapter 78. Life is the ultimate expression of the source's intelligence, the self-organizing complexity that arises when the right conditions are met, the right balance of elements, the right temperature, the right environment. It is the universe becoming aware of itself through the medium of organic matter. It is the source writing its own story, not in the vastness of space, but in the delicate intricacies of a single cell. This is the unfolding genesis, the story of how the source, in its infinite wisdom and play, expresses itself as the myriad forms of existence. It is a story of movement, of division, of complexity arising from simplicity, of light emerging from darkness, of life arising from non-life. And woven throughout this grand narrative is the thread of the source's own consciousness, the intelligence that underlies all things, the awareness that observes, participates, and is the very ground of being. For the seeker of inner knowledge and wisdom, this understanding is not merely intellectual, it is experiential. To recognize the source as the origin of all existence is to begin to see the source within oneself. The same intelligence that unfolds the cosmos is reflected in the intelligence of the human mind. The same energy that powers the stars powers the human body. The same potential for growth and transformation that exists in the universe exists within the individual soul. The journey inward is, therefore, a journey back to the source. It is the process of recognizing the cosmic patterns within the self, of understanding the fundamental forces that govern both the universe and the human psyche. It is the practice of aligning one's own vibration with the source's frequency, of allowing the source's intelligence to guide the unfolding of one's own potential. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a historical account of the evolution of life. They are a profound statement about the nature of reality itself, a reality that is fundamentally interconnected, intelligent, and alive. And within this understanding lies the key to the human experience, the recognition that we are not separate fragments of the universe, but integral expressions of the source itself. To understand this is to begin to live from a place of wholeness, of connection, and of purpose. It is to see the hand of the source in every aspect of existence, to find meaning and wonder in the grand unfolding of the cosmos, and to recognize the infinite potential for growth and transformation that lies within each individual soul. The journey of creation is ongoing, and we are both participants in it and reflections of it. To seek inner knowledge is to become more fully aware of this profound truth, bringing new possibilities into manifestation. But creation is not merely an external event, it is an internal one as well. The seeker, by their very nature, is a focal point of this universal vibration. They are a small, localized expression of the source consciousness. The journey of self-discovery is the process of becoming aware of the specific vibrations that make up their individuality and learning how to consciously interact with the vast spectrum of potential available to them. Many spiritual traditions speak of the divine spark within each person. This spark is not something separate from the source, but rather a direct connection to it. It is the unique vibration that defines the individual consciousness, the unique wave that has emerged from the infinite ocean. The challenge for the seeker is to recognize this spark, to attune their own vibration to the frequency of the source, and thereby reclaim their innate connection to the wellspring of all creation. This involves practices that help quiet the mind's chatter and allow the individual to perceive the underlying field of pure consciousness. Meditation, contemplation, and self-inquiry are powerful tools for this. They help the seeker move beyond the conditioned self, the persona built from societal conditioning and personal experiences, and connect with the unconditioned awareness that is their true nature. When the seeker achieves this connection, they experience a profound shift in perception. The sense of separation from the world dissolves. They realize that they are not just in the universe, but of it, intrinsically linked to the source. They understand that their thoughts, feelings, and actions are not isolated events but contribute to the ongoing vibration of the cosmos. This understanding brings not just knowledge, but wisdom. It transforms the individual's relationship with themselves and the world. They begin to operate from a place of alignment with the natural flow of existence, rather than from a place of resistance or separation. They recognize the inherent divinity within all things and act with greater compassion, understanding, and purpose. The origins of existence, therefore, are not merely a scientific or historical inquiry. They are a profound spiritual lesson, offering insight into the nature of the self and the universe. By exploring the source of creation, the seeker gains a deeper understanding of their own being and their place within the grand tapestry of reality. It is a journey from the external to the internal, from the perceived separate self to the unified field of consciousness, and ultimately, to the realization that the source is not something to be found out there, but is the very ground of one's own being. This knowledge empowers the seeker, providing a foundation for inner transformation and outer action. It is the beginning of the end of the search, as the true nature of the self has always been, and always will be, one with the infinite source of all creation. The journey continues, but the destination is already known within. Epilogue: The Silent Return. In the end, all journeys of understanding lead back to a single, quiet truth: the source has never been distant. It has never been hidden behind the stars, nor locked within the ancient past. It has always been here, breathing through every moment, pulsing through every form, whispering through every thought that rises and falls within the field of awareness. The seeker's long pilgrimage, with all its questions, revelations, and transformations, has been a circle, an arc that returns them to the very ground from which they first stepped. Life itself becomes the scripture, written not in words but in the unfolding of experience. Every encounter, every challenge, every moment of stillness reveals another facet of the same infinite intelligence. The seeker begins to understand that the universe is not a puzzle to be solved, but a presence to be recognized. The source is not an object of pursuit, but the very essence of the one who seeks. As the final veil thins, a deeper simplicity emerges. The separation that once seemed so real dissolves into a wider field of unity. The individual self, once felt as a solitary wave, is seen as the ocean expressing itself in a particular form. The divine spark within is no longer a metaphor, but a lived reality, a steady luminosity that illuminates the path from within. In this recognition, the seeker becomes both witness and participant in the great unfolding. They move through the world with a quieter mind, a steadier heart, and a clearer sense of purpose. Their actions arise not from compulsion or fear, but from alignment with the deeper rhythm that underlies all existence. They become a conduit through which the source continues its eternal expression, through kindness, through creativity, through presence, through the simple act of being. The story of origins, then, is not merely a tale of cosmic beginnings. It is an invitation to remember what has always been true, that the source is not elsewhere, but here, not later, but now, not other, but self. To live with this awareness is to step into a life of wholeness, where every breath is part of the great symphony of creation. And so the journey continues, not as a search for what is missing, but as a deepening into what has always been present. The seeker walks on, not towards the source, but as the source, in motion, discovering endlessly the infinite within the finite. The book closes, but the real story begins in the reader's own heart, where the quiet radiance of the source waits to be recognized again and again, in every moment of existence. It is here, in the intimate stillness of awareness, that the teachings cease to be concepts and become lived truth. It is here that the seeker discovers that the journey was never toward some distant horizon, but toward the depth of their own being. And it is here that the infinite continues its gentle unveiling, inviting each soul to awaken, to remember, and to participate consciously in the ever-unfolding mystery of creation.